roster, pasok kami. Yun lang. Nakakagulat lang. And I'm looking forward to this team. Yun lang.
Well, we'd like to face AIM-PH since sila yung mga teams na actually quite interesting yung playstyle nila kung iko-compara sa ibang teams. Kasi if iko-compara sa amin, medyo hawid yung playstyle. Tapos, very aggressive. So, yun yung mga laban na gusto namin na puro barilan lang. Hindi masyadong nag-iisip. It's just, you know, shooting and having big egos. Take over. So, I think as everyone know po sa scene, we're currently in the 013 club. And well, yung past mentality kasi namin dati, parang one should take over sa isang game in order to, you know, to bring out the best, yung pinaka-personality ng team namin. But eventually, we learn na yung meaning ng takeover is dapat tinitake over namin yung sa sarili namin, hindi lang siya basta umasa kami sa isang tao.
Siguro po yung describe ko yung playstyle namin as makulit at medyo magulo po kasi since yung iba po sa amin mga bata pa po tapos kasama po namin mga veteran, mga nakapag-compete na po sa ibang FPS games. So yun lang naman po, makulit po, tsaka somehow disiplinado po.
2024 music, Carti Esports win.
Grab food, savor meals, 99 plus. Dining meals, if it's a bill, savor meals won't make you broke, yeah.
Hi, I'm Psycho.
Hi, I'm Repulsive.
Hi, I'm Narpim, and we are
Just Us.
Actually, si JustUs nabuo siya kasi JustUs, kami-kami lang talaga. Sila yung mga kakampi ko rin sa past team namin before the last season. So, nagsama-sama ulit kami with additional 2 players syempre. Ayun, nabuo ulit si JustUs. Masaya na nakapasok ulit sa VCT after 2 years ata na nawala ako sa scene dahil nag-focus ako sa content creation. Then, after a year of trying, at least nakabalik na, pero as a coach, at nag-enjoy naman ako kaya masaya.
Super masaya po dahil makakalaban ko po ulit yung mga idol ko. Lalo na yung mga device.
For me, it's masaya naman kasi since magkakateam na kami ng matagal na ni Psycho, Narp, then si Second Love.
I think yung alam namin na yung ibang nagka-qualify is mga veteran teams na rin, so may mas experience sila sa mga players namin. So, inisip mo lang namin lagi, every game is nothing to lose. Kumbaga, confidence lang. Lahat naman kami, may paglaro lang sa kanila eh. And kung kami yung maging best team for that game, kami mananalo, move on and improve lang talaga. Nothing to lose lagi. Ayun lang yung mindset namin lahat. 1, 2, 3, go.
The Vice.
The Vice yung gusto namin makalaban. Kasi during the qualifiers, nagtapat kami. Medyo nagkaroon kami ng konting initan during qualifiers. So, since nailabas namin yung VODs and all about that qualifiers, nagkaroon ng konting init. Kaya sabi nila, tinawag nila kaming butete. Kaya mabawi kami kasi hindi kami papayag na gano'n lang. Tatalunin namin sila. Ako, isang word para sa akin is maasim.
Para sa akin, aggressive.
New Bloods. Oh, New Bloods. Thank you po sa mga sumusuporta sa amin si JustUs, Sobrang appreciate po namin kayo.
Yun lang. Thank you sa mga fans and shoutout sa crush kong dentista.
Sa akin naman, thank you sa lahat ng solid supporters ng KDM pa before. Tapos ngayon, sumusuporta din sa JustUs. Supportahan nyo kami this BCL. Yun lang, let's go, man.
We are Barilan Gaming!
All my friends, the grab car saver. The grab car saver is a lot cheaper. Grab car saver won't make you broke, yeah. Grab car is the one to book, yeah.
Hi, I'm Leonix.
Hi, I'm DZ.
Hi, I'm Owen.
Hi, I'm Folex. Hi, I'm Dignified.
And we are
Old Stinky Cat!
So, ang nangyari po kasi sa Old Stinky Cat is, binuo po kami ng isang foreigner na lalaki. And, yung dati niya po kasing IGN is OSC. Ngayon, parang sinubukan niya pong like, gawing pangalan yung OSC. So, ginawa niya pong Old Stinky Cat.
about naman po sa new additions namin, which is si DC, FPS, and also Digni. So, unfortunately, the former Game Lab disbanded, right? And then, two of our main players there got an opportunity to grow in their own, so that we just let it be, you know, and just go with the flow. And then, after naghanap kami ng 2 players, nag-post ako sa Twitter, and then ang nag-try out nun is si DC tsaka si Digni, and then sila rin yung napili namin sa roster. For us is Naos and Oasis, because for the past years sila yung nag-dominate ng BCTPH scene. So for me, competing against them, parang nililip up nila yung competition dito sa Pinas. So the more na mas nakakalaban, the more na mas nakakapag-adjust and nakakapag-adapt kami sa playstyle nila, the more na mas makakasabay kami kung paano sila lumaro sa dito sa high level play of Valorant.
Kumbaga, the more challenging it is, the more exciting it is.
Yes. For me, so since the last year's stint, talagang nag-struggle kami sa consistency ng playstyle namin and ng team. And then we almost won against Oasis Gaming on the lower bracket finals, pero nag-choke lang talaga kami. And then main thing na nagpatalo sa amin din is yung inconsistency namin. So now, with the new BCT season, for me, it's time for Paul X to take over and then be consistent and destroy all of the teams that we're going to fight with.
Oh,
Parang atomic bomb yun.
Oppenheimer.
It's your time to be consistent.
Amen.
Mame.
Let's go.
Hi, I'm Papi Chulo. I'm Mojer.
I'm Ja.
I'm Eman.
I'm Nexi.
And we are
Lotus Esports!
Masaya kasi nakabalik din ako sa Naos ngayong season and looking forward kami ngayong split 1 na manalo. kahit bago lang.
Unang-una syempre masaya, tapos excited sa mga bagong kasama ko, lalo na sa Naos, mga magiging teammates ko ngayon sobrang excited nga, tsaka ano yung word? Parang confident kami na mananalo kami.
Para sa akin, yung big adjustment namin ngayong season is nung short time na bago mag-VCT is nagpalit kami ng roster. Nawalan kami ng dalawa, so medyo kailangan namin magbatak. So, ano masabi mo?
Yun, kailangan namin maghabol sa kung ano yung mga kailangan namin ayusin sa team, like yung team chemistry namin, kung paano kami magko-communicate sa bago.
Yung mga roles namin na iba-iba dahil sa adjustment.
Pwedeng sila Ching, The Vice, JustUs, sila Lloyd Dream.
Di ba may ganun ka, no?
Basta, wala. Para sa akin, wala eh. Kasi alam kong kaya-kaya namin lahat. Kumbaga, hindi kami natatakot kung sino yung iharap sa amin.
Yung meaning sa akin ng takeover is conquer, and yung gagawin namin ngayong split 1 na i-take over namin lahat ng team. Mag-ready kayo. Okay, mag-ready, no? Nawas na tayo!
Gain his death instead. Lloyd Dream, alam niya na may manggagaling towards tunnels, pero alam niya rin na meron pang galing sa kanan. Masyadong maraming kalaban, pero buti na lang, 3-4 yan, and that's gonna be it. Napipitas, pero the hop out is definitely there towards the smoke. Shock dart, hindi nag-connect. That's gonna be a 2v1 scenario. Winnable pa, sobrang low nila parehas. Ito na yung double swing, and it's...
Do they have enough? Mojer, it's his time to turn up.
Ooh, we have a showstopper on hand. Everyone who actually looks at him is gonna be taken down.
Good gun, but Second Love is able to connect. The double for him with the Bulldog. Gabok cleans up house 1v1. Gabok versus Second Love.
Up to safe to make sure that this plant is safe. Both of them are incredibly low health, 1 HP for everybody, and just that spray down is gonna be enough. Safe has to make sure he doesn't get one tapped, and that's a
1v2. Dubs have someone watching out for this mark. It's a graveyard here already towards A main. And Second Love, it's his birthday today, I saw on Facebook. Right now, it will be a present of a bonus. The clutch comes for Second Love. Through both players of Oasis to his left and right, and now Oasis, they control the site. Here comes the Dizzy, but Savvy AK is an absolute savage. And here he comes barreling down onto the side, catches out Hydra Kid, but Hydra Kid has already taken one down with him. It's 2v1, and they're playing by the spike. Senor Carl moving forward, beautiful isolation made, and Senor Carl, hats off to you.
You have the cam though. Try and gather that up close, but the spray down is just way too much of a problem. The ace for Second Love against the Eco.
Picture. That's gonna be bad for the squad here. Look at the push coming in, and this is gonna be a Jazz already inside, and he gets the kill on dubstep.
Here we go. Ja, yet many times has this man made his mark.
Carti.
Hi, I'm Valorio.
Hello, I'm Dubstep.
Hi, I'm Javi AK. Hi, I'm Keleas.
And we are
Oasis Gaming.
It feels great to be back kasi wala namang franchise before, so dito din naman ako nagsimula ever since. And honored din ako to be part of this team kasi what better team could you be part of, like competing in BCL, PH. So ayun, nakakamiss, very nostalgic, and hope we win.
First, syempre, naging 6 months si Roxy, tapos ginawa namin si Dubstep. Tapos, noon natin namin siyang IGL, tapos syempre nag-adjust yung mga role namin. Nag-adjust from flex, naging duelist, mga ganun. Tapos siguro ngayon, try ulit namin na IGL si Javi, tapos back to set si JP.
Since we're a fairly new team, I guess we have to try a lot of things, experiment. And we didn't have much time to fully practice and try everything. So for us, split one really is like a learning experience. We're gonna try everything here, see what works out, because we really don't know what will work out. It's a new team, new environment, so it's best to just see how things go. So split one will be our learning experience, and we will focus for split two. For me, the definition of takeover is to become the best team in the Philippines.
And then APAC.
And the world.
Thank you so much na nagsusupport sa amin sa season na ito kasi na-appreciate ko lalo na yung mga people who supported me ever since back then, tapos yung people who support Oasis Gaming as a team. Thank you so much kasi dahil sa inyo, nabubuhay yung scene, and we can see naman na everything is growing, the community is growing, the whole scene is growing. So, thank you so much, na-appreciate ko lahat ng support nyo ever since day one. Oasis!
Since day one!
Hi, my name is Kel.
Hi, I'm Astro.
Hi, I'm Rabbit.
I'm Senior Carl.
I'm Ching.
I'm Chani Boy.
And I'm Gian Sanity.
And we are
First MegaSaver!
There's an off-season tournament called Super MJ Tournament. Then Astro and Gian told me, "Hey Ching, let's go." I told them, no, I no play. I never played 3 months, I retired. Gian said, "It's okay." I said, "Okay, let's go."
Okay, let's go.
Then after that, sabi ko, ano na eh. Sorry. So after that, we need 2 more players. I told them that I'll try to get Senior Girl because he retired also.
Yeah. Yes.
Because of me, he retired.
Yes, he's too
And
big.
because of me, he's back.
Yes.
Right? Now, I invited him. He said, okay. So we need 1 more. Then Rabbit suggested Ken. And that's how we are formed. Small family.
The bias because we have 4 Bisaya on our team and 2 Taga-London.
Taga-London, yeah. He's
Well, so
speaking
we're
English.
mostly Bisaya, so we went for the bias, like the Bisayas.
And it's also funny.
Yeah, bro.
Yes.
Yeah, bro, because we're bias, we're brothers.
Yeah, we're brothers. Yeah, brothers. Bias means brothers.
Yeah, we're the
Translation
brothers.
of bias is
It's
brother.
the brothers, bro.
Brothers.
The feeling is actually very happy, and and I'm also very excited because I'm gonna play with my kuyas, and they're my idols. Way back 2020, I always watched Ching's stream when he was still playing on Brand. And now I'm gonna play against him. I mean with him.
Coming into this tournament, I'm not really that much invested, unlike before, right? Because when I was competing, I always give it 1000%. So when I win, I'm very happy. If I lose, I'm so
Happy also.
no, I'm so inspired to play again, like come back and to be better. But this time, I'm playing just to help my teammates win, and so my competitive spirit is still there, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
But I don't think about those things because I have a very happy, funny, lovable kids in my team. They're like my sons, you know. And it's so easy to play. There's no pressure, and every day is just full of happiness and cute memories that we're building.
Yes. So I was gone for 1 year because I had to process something in the US. I missed a lot of opportunities because of that. But right now I'm just happy to be here, doing what I love and being with the team that I love.
Ngayon, ang gusto ko makalaman talaga is Naos and Oasis. Yung mga nakikita niyo sa post, bantoy lang yun. Ang gusto ko talaga makalaman Naos at Oasis kasi yun, mga sila yung malalakas, sila yung kinikilala.
They've been top 1 and top 2 in the Philippines for so long. And we kind of want to take that crown from them. We want to be the ones on top now.
I'm the one speaking Tagalog, still speaking
Translation.
Bisaya, please.
Bisaya.
Kung gusto nga akong tayo, geek fan, pero geek wala. Tanong ano mo.
That's our baby boy. Baby bye.
Yung team na takeover really fits our team playstyle na like everyone has a freedom to take over control sa situation na nangyari sa kanila. So lahat sila, kahit si Kel, kahit sino dito na pag sa situation na yun, ikaw bahala kung paano mo take over yung situation na yun. How to take control of that match. How to take control para manalo. Ganun lang yung parati yung ano ni Ching.
Tsaka lastly, para sa team is yung takeover. Yun nga, dahil yun yung team nung tournament. Hindi ako nagyayabang, pero sa ngayon kasi nagkaroon ng nagka-jumble yung team sa Pinas, and yung mga dating top 1, top 2, handa na rin kayo kasi ready rin kami mag-compete, and yun, mata-take over namin kapag nagpapaya kayo. Yeah! Hashtag
YLSP!
But now Nasty kind of peeks into the leer. Unfortunately for him, he will get one more. Good job, the ball is rolling, and of course, he gets swung. How is that? Oh!
There's assumption here for Oasis. Paranoia now for the stall. Micro and Kevzi setting up the crossfire right now. And here comes the flash to go for the play. Kevzi with one, Micro with another, and Micro mows them all.
He knows Senior Car is in the area, was able to swing out. The Insanity also falls. That's gonna be 4K. This might be the ace. Xing needs to stop his onslaught, and that is gonna be huge in Nas getting an ace here.
Senior Carl with the operator, but the lockdown being dropped by Dubstep at this point. He got to be careful there as Senior Carl gets that kill.
Throws it. He's just gonna give his life. No satchels to boot. But they don't have any vision on that spike. This is gonna be hard. Great swing. She Insanity has the operator. It's gonna be hard. He moved forward. The confidence from this guy takes it in the end.
I don't know, man. This is one of those games where it really just is. Strong arm approach from a Jix, who pulls out a hat trick.
close already. Gonna move forward, but Marky was able to deny Senior Carl. That's good. Now they're gonna start. Marky takes one. And this is gonna be the end of it. Marky takes 3.
Flash 2, and immediately Marky cannot cross. He's suppressed and he's getting hit by the fragment right now. Eventually he's weighed his way into the side, but Patman will punish him accordingly. Eventually Patman protecting his teammate, Kamsi giving a chance to fight on back, and Patman mows them all down. A quad for Patman as ZOL Esports makes it 5-3 to end the half.
Just one more with this 1v2 does have the paranoia. They're not gonna be hearing this. They're gonna be hearing where the spike is. Snakebite, I think, is not in the right spot. He don't know that Astro is committing. He's thinking it. He gets the shot, but it is too late. They've got to be abused. Same angle. This 3 has it on hand. Double down, 1 up. It's like it's gonna work, but it might work. He got the collab. And one more could end it, and he won! Gabo clutch the 1.
Hi, I'm Zin.
Hi, I'm Micro.
Hi, I'm Kakaron. Hi, I'm Kevzi.
And I'm Batman.
And we are ZOL Esports.
Ang nararamdaman ko lang po is nakaka-excite po na nagkakaroon po ulit ako or yung team ko ng chance na magkaroon ulit po ng bagong title or achievements na sa ngayon nagsisimulang split 1 po.
Siyempre, start na naman ng BCT, masaya po, na-excite kasi new roster na naman and nagkakaroon ng mga shuffles ngayon kung alam nyo lang. Yun, excited kami, sana makapasok kami hanggang finals.
Yung naging adjustment namin for this split 1 is yung role namin, na kung sino yung nag-flex, mga-dubilis, gano'n. Since no off-season, doon namin nakita yung mga strength and weakness ng team. So, for this split 1 siguro ay yung pinakaling adjustment namin sa mga role namin.
Gusto kong makatapat yung Naos tsaka Oasis. Kasi dalakas nila.
Same rin po, Oasis. Kasi since last year, di pa kami nanalo sa kanila. And then, sana magkaroon ng, and I mean, this BCT may chance ulit makaharap sila. So, ayun. Sana makabawi.
Explosive.
Tactical.
Solid.
Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, kahit konti man kayo, sobrang na-appreciate.
Magandang umaga, tanghali o gabi saan man kayo sa mundo dahil eto na naman tayo, isa na namang napakalupit na araw dito sa VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Ako nga pala si Likeable, ang inyong host at kasama ko ngayon si Raf at si Ray. Ray, ang dami nating nagbabalikan dito sa bansa kahapon. Kausap ko si Mr. Fluffy02 all the way from Icebox at ikaw naman ngayon mula sa Singapore. Kamusta naman ang panahon doon?
Ang init, besh! Ang init, pero all in all, natuwa ako kasi syempre napanood ko si Maring Taylor Swift, di ba? Nakita ko na siya, flesh and bone, char.
Wow! Ikaw, Raf, kamusta sa country of Cebu?
Also mainit. It's like, I didn't get to see Taylor Swift, but it's okay. It's still really warm. And you know what? Honestly, like, it's, I think, my first time back in a while. So I'm just gonna say it. You know, we missed you on the panel. Welcome back, even though you were back for like a few days now.
Yeah, I missed you guys. But, ayun nga, wala ka mang Taylor Swift, meron ka namang Eliza Taylor sa buhay mo. So, okay na rin yun. So, yun nga guys, total nagkakamustahan natin. Kamustahan na rin natin yung mga kaganapan from yesterday's matches. Dahil nakita natin, may mga 2-0 na super quick yung mga matches. Pero ewan ko ba, bumisita lang si Ray saka si si Osiris rather, dito sa call natin. Tapos, inabot na ng 5 hours yung last series. So, Ray, kwentuhan mo naman kami. Ano nangyayari sa sumpa mo, Bes?
Bish, di ko din alam eh. Si Osiris talaga yung may kasalanan. Hindi, joke lang. But all in all, siguro ka talaga ang ganda ng mga matches yesterday. Pero pagka-uwi ko lang galing Singapore, parang nag-iba yung ihip ng hangin. Pero haba din talaga ng games ng Carti Esports yesterday together with Geekfam. 3 maps din yun. Tapos may mga nangyari nga tayong Ray and Osiris curse. But all in all, it was fun to see din yung mga previous games before that na puro 2-0.
It was fun. I like the past stats. It was fun. Tapos gumising si Ray and, you know, we ended at our regular time. But that is a kaya pala moment for Ray again.
Yes.
And speaking of Geek Fam, I mean, this is a team that I've been, I guess, backing for quite a while now. You know, I've been a big fan. I did kind of wish they would pull through. But that was a very long game 3. Hopefully they bounce back sooner than later. If I'm not mistaken, they do have a game this week too. But
yeah.
Look at Cardi, so happy.
Well, Raf, ano namang masasabi mo na natibag yung win streak ng
I
OSU
don't know
or
what that
ng Old
means.
Stinky Cat? It fell over. The win streak fell over.
It was bound to
being
happen.
honest, right?
You know, like, I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what that means, but I feel like it was bound to happen considering, you know, with all the storylines from the previous week. I think Naos and Oasis, they really did want to kind of get back into whatever streak and form they wanted to. And running into Old Stinky Cat, I feel like it was, you know, Old Stinky Cat, they have a chance at going at this, but top form from some of our other teams has just been proving it really difficult. On that note also, just from yesterday, I'm glad that we finally saw some Chamber, especially on Jab, because I feel like that agent hasn't been picked so far, at least not successfully throughout the weeks.
And add ko lang din talaga na yes, yung Old Stinky Cat, no, they're growing. But then, what can they do against a team that has been to Ascension, that has been to a lot of international experience? Yun talaga yung kalamangan ni Wayne ng Naos. And how they do, I know that the prep work pagdating sa Old Stinky Cat, syempre maganda din. But then, there's just difference coming in between the members of Naos Esports. Yung mga players mismo talaga yung may malalaking differences yesterday.
Oo, ang init talaga nung mga laban din talaga kahapon. Yung mga barilan, yung tutukan, sobrang on point lahat. Although dun sa third series natin, medyo may mga overheat na tayong nakikita. Pero in the end, may mga teams na nag-bounce back nga tulad ng Carti Esports. Pero syempre, lahat ng mga action na nakikita natin dito ay hindi magiging posible without the help of our amazing sponsors. So dahil dito, gusto namin magpasalamat of course sa Minesi Global, which is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Of course, thanks to our official super app Grab, score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver, delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
And last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Yan. Salamat so much sa Gab. Ay, kinakabahan ako kasi week number 4 na tayo. Day number 2 of the 4th week, in fact. Lumalapit na tayo sa playoffs, and that means na merong mga teams na malalaglag sa ating standings. And medyo concerning yan kasi meron tayong mga teams na halata mong nagsistruggle na kailangan na nilang mag-fight for that slot that they need. So ito na nga, isa sa mga teams na kailangang patunayan yung sarili nila before it's not too late. Heto naman ang AIM-PH.
Oh man, I was about to say roll out the red carpet for AIM-PH, but I realized that their winning record right now is not the greatest. Alright, my bad. That one's on me, guys. But again, on AIM-PH, we still have a lot of promising players. I'm still super happy that we're getting a lot more competitors from different regions of the Philippines. Not been the greatest ride for them so far, and as like I said, they are... I'm not entirely sure if they're still in contention for the playoff spot, but obviously they're still trying to get those wins and get as much XP as possible because all throughout those weeks they had great ideas, execution wasn't there, they've had a few standout plays, and I think Nasty has been really, really good despite everything.
Highlight ko lang din yung sinabi ni Raf, no? Si Nasty talaga, whenever he plays sa team, parati talaga silang nakakangat or sabihin natin nakakadikit talaga sila sa mga nakakalaban nila na may mas magandang, sabihin natin na mas magandang experience or sabihin natin na talagang marami nang napagdaanan dito sa VCT page. But then when he's not playing, it seems like everything is just scrambling, especially when they go on their defending side. And that's what makes it really sad, syempre, ngayon para sa team ito. And sana ngayon, ma-prove nila against Carti Esports that they still have that chance.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to AIM-PH, marami pa silang tinatry i-figure out and medyo slow-paced yung nagiging progress nila dito. After all, 4th week na nga nila dito sa regular season natin and marami pang kulang. Hindi pa sila maka-keep up dito sa ibang teams natin. On the other hand, yung opponent nila, nagpapakita talaga sila ng progress. Actually, natatalo pa lang sila sa iilang mga teams and gusto nilang ipagpatuloy etong win streak na pinapakita nila. So, heto na nga, ang game, ang umabot ng 5 hours sa series kahapon at ang nanalo doon, walang iba kundi ang Carti Esports.
They are the current, syempre, na most improved team. Dito lamang sa VCT-PH, we have here Carti Esports, Eugene S. Gabo, si Arkiza, si Safe, together with Trix. The panels ng iba sa kanila, may mix and match tayo ng mga veterans, syempre, and yung mga bago lang din mismo sa scene. And what I love about Carti Esports, at first, lahat tayo medyo skeptical ng ano kaya yung magiging performance nila. But after that solid push, coming from that lose galing sa ZOL Esports, mukhang nagbago lahat. They really did their work against Valhalla, even if Valhalla was able to take out one. At syempre, yesterday against GeekFam, despite pakahaba ng ating games, tapos alam natin na sobrang powerful ng isang team like GeekFam, I think yung Carti Esports, they were able to defeat all the odds.
That's true. And kahit mabagal naman yung progress nila, at least makita natin yung milestones and just them getting better throughout the series because, or not just the series, over the split, because as Ray mentioned, this was one of the teams where we didn't really have too much data on, but with the addition of RKZ and Safe doing what he's been doing, they've been proving to be a team to look out for, especially in their recent 2-1s.
Yes, talaga naman. Sorry, hindi ko mapigilang masayin yung sarili ko. Kasi sabi ni Eugene S. dun sa interview niya kahapon, yun daw yung nagpapanalo sa kanya. May bebe buff na nagmamassage habang downtime pa sila, habang nag-iintay sila na matuloy yung laban. Kaya massage din ako para lumakas din ako maglaro ng Valorant.
Self-love na lang.
Oh, self-love muna tayo. Wala tayong mga bebe buff today. Pero yan, yes, Carti Esports really showing to be a promising team. Ay, nasaktan siya.
It actually cracked.
Ayan, so mapapasana all na lang tayo sa aspect na yon. Pero eto nga, meron din tayong dalawang players na kailangan nating i-highlight dito kasi kakaiba yung impact na nabibigay nila dito sa mga teams nila o iba yung roles na nakaset sa kanila. But at the same time, makikita mo talaga na na effective tong dalawang to, di ba, Raf? Mapa si Jaime Reg pa yan on his fade or si Safe dun sa sky niya.
That's true, but going on the side of Safe here, I think he's been fragging out just a little bit more and more noticeable in clutch situations. Sometimes he does have rounds where he's just super quiet and will accept just being the support role or the hard support. But when the team needs him, he will really answer the call. The same can be said about Jeremiah, but I don't think it's as obvious to the eye test just yet, considering they haven't won. But maybe that will change today.
Ako naman din, kita natin lahat ng impact plays na kay Safe. And despite Carti Esports maybe losing or winning, he's always at the top when it comes to the stats talaga. He always wins. Without the Safe support, I think for the team, those calls or maybe those initiates pagdating sa pag-entry or pag-retake, walang mangyayari halos. It might collapse sa side ng Carti. And he's been giving so much space so that Eugene S can actually tackle on with his first kills.
Yes, agree rin ako dyan. Actually, kahapon may mga highlight moments si Safe na medyo kinikilabutan na ako kasi grabe siya tumutok dun sa sheriff niya. Kinikilabutan, Raf? Are you serious?
I actually don't know what that means. Like,
palawa na to
Anong English ng kinikilabutan?
wait, I'll just Google
thrilled.
it.
Thrilled ba? Di ko alam.
Parang tumataas yung balahibo.
Balahibo.
Ganon.
Okay.
Goosebumps.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you, guys.
Wala bang word in Bisaya that's equivalent to that? Para naman kami din, di ba? Natututo din kami. You learn Tagalog words, we learn Bisaya words.
I'm thinking. Wait, maybe I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. Think about it. Wala kasi si Bruce Kung si Bruce yung host nyo ngayon, may helping hand ka. Lugi pa si Ray doon. Pero dalawa yung Tagalog ngayon sa panel. So, ikaw muna mag-adjust. Pero ayun, yun nga si Safe, kinikilabutan ako. I get goosebumps when I watch him play. There you go. Kasi grabe yung mga shots niya kahapon. And with that being said, if Safe and the rest of his team really shows up today, I really feel like sila yung mananalo. That's gonna be my prediction for this one. Yes, diretso na agad tayong prediction. But ikaw ba, Raf, now that you know the word kinikilabutan, may na-affect ba yung prediction mo?
No, I don't think so. Like, huh? Wait, are you actually asking me for my prediction?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Parang predict na rin para sa'yo.
Okay, I'm hoping that AIM would win, but my prediction is still going the way of Carti just because they've been better on paper for the last few days or so.
I think I gotta agree with Raf. It's gonna be Carti Esports din naman for me. But, this has always been a panel problem whenever we, make panel cards. Kapag isang team lang pinapredict natin, it goes the other way around. But, it's up kay Carti Esports, syempre, together with AIM. Anong balak nila gawin?
Not gonna lie I am happy to be proven wrong. If this is gonna be the matchup na makakakuha na ng series tong MPH, then good for them. Gusto nating makita yan. Kasi so far, they've only won one map and that was Lotus against JustUs. Sa history nila, yes. So, hopefully we see more wins from either of the side and we get a good series ahead. But that is a story that our casters will be telling us. So with that said, casters, take it away.
And yes, we are here at the second to the last week of the regular season of VCTPH. We're going to be your casters for today. My name is Riku, joined by Fluffy. And Fluffy, welcome back, dude.
Hello, it's nice to be back. I mean, yesterday it was exciting. We already saw Carti Esports play, and it was, like I mentioned on the panel, a very long series.
Oh, yeah.
They made it all the way there to map number 3. They had a really rough start, but at the end, they really prevailed on Icebox.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's gonna be, since it's the second to the last week of our regular season, there's gonna be a lot of implications here. It's gonna be up against AIM-PH, but as Raf stated, looking at the standing, it's not looking too good. Especially, I don't think they can qualify anymore when it comes to either last chance or the playoffs. So again, they can. What happens to a team when they can play freely now without the pressure when they're going up against Carti?
I mean, there's a couple options that they can really do. They can just, relax, take a breather, and maybe try out something new for something in the future. But it all starts by testing out which maps that they can kind of move forward with and find out which is strong. So right now we have Ascent going to be banned out immediately by CE. Not going to even try to deal with that map. It's actually kind of interesting that a lot of teams are just removing this map, considering that it's so old and everyone's familiar.
And I think the reason why, because AIM really loves this map. They really like that double duelist with the breach, with just going ham on this map. So I'm really surprised that, CE means that, okay, we can't really deal with this super aggressive team comp. We're just going to ban that out, which means with Icebox now being banned, which means Bind is now open for the taking for Carti.
Bind and Carti, I'm not sure if that's going to be a great mix. Sometimes they do so well on that map. Occasionally, they kind of stumble. But AIM-PH just banning out Icebox is, maybe a reflection of what they did yesterday, as Lotus is going to be the first map selection here while AIM goes for defense.
Yeah, that makes so much sense. I do feel like, again, Carti Esports, if they don't do well on Bind, they do amazing on Lotus and really take advantage of the chaos that the map really sets up for this team. Now for AIM, they do well on Ascent. So it's one of those things where what else can you pick? So interesting that they pick up Bind, because we talked about how CE, if they don't get the Bind, they get the Lotus.
Which right now, looking at how it stands, it really looks like a pretty decent map draft here, or map pool for this series for CE. 2 strong maps already for them, one of which they get to even pick the side in. Breeze going to be taken out. That's less complications. They don't want to face the firepower of AIM-PH, lose those duels, lose those map control. That means a split is still in the pool as a possibility, and a lot of teams, they just default that to the decider, but let's see if AIM is going to be one of those teams.
Yeah, it's always one of those questions, right? Because I think for AIM, they are banking on a map that allows them to push a certain side very aggressively without any sort of choke. Split feels like it is going to be the complete opposite of what they wanted to do. So I totally understand this ban.
Sunset, a very dangerous map here. We've seen teams falter left and right. Sometimes they're really good in the maps, and then the next day it's like a different team just played on it and it's a different result. It's honestly one of the hardest maps to really come back from, so that's a scary decider. Overall, I feel like the map bans are very CE sided, and especially when you look through the map pool, if they get that first game, I think they have a very good chance to take the entire thing.
Exactly, with that 2-0 on the series, which is very important for Carti Esports. Again, from 3rd to 6th place is the most important thing that you want to stay at on the standings for you to qualify, to get a chance to get through playoffs. And of course, you don't want to be at that bottom 4. And of course, a lot of these teams are just 1 point off from either closing the gap, or rather going into that bottom 4, or increasing the gap even more. So again, a lot of very important implications, but for Carti Esports, it's so extra important for them.
Exactly. I think I casted the game yesterday with Asra, and he mentioned how, because it's the last 2 weeks, there's only X amount of games, and due to the format being a single round robin, the other teams that they haven't played against are pretty strong teams. And not that it's not saying that AIM-PH is not a strong team, but in comparison to the other teams, they're just not as experienced. So this point is a bit easier to get, and as we move on to the agent select, that point can really count, especially if they can start off with a good foot here on Lotus.
Exactly, and again, this is so important for AIM-PH to win this first game, especially Carti Esports. Once they get into bind on that second, it does feel like we might go into a 2-0 of the series. But looking at the agent selection, And AMPH, not surprised with this breach. They really love this for Magics.
You know, you have that 1-2 combo, able to really support your Raze, especially when you also combine that with the Fade to have that long-range support. But Carti Esports, they got that Gecko, and Safe was playing so phenomenally yesterday on map 2 and 3 to really secure so many rounds. I'm not surprised that he's in a very important and impactful agent that can set the pace, and I feel like Gecko on this map especially is criminally underrated. I mean, internationally, you've seen this, like Paper Rex has played it a couple times, but in general, with the Sky Nerfs in place, it has risen to be one of the most popular agents, as its flexibility and reusability has been one of the key factors of a lot of teams to just move around the map.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to have that extra person, pseudo person, as well when it comes to either 1v1s or 2v2s for post-plant, or as well as retakes, incredibly important. On top of the reusability, but here we go. Map number 1, Lotus, AIM versus Carti Esports. AIM starting on the defense first, and they have a lot of wombo combos that they could lay out on the line.
Exactly, and here the attacker is posturing for that C hit, maybe go for something more default, but the defenders, interestingly enough, they have a strong A take, kind of standard honestly, but B is pretty open, only got that turret to really defend anything. Here comes the flash already to take a very aggressive stance here onto Mound, while Killjoy is trying to hold off the 3-man push, spots them out, and it's really the focus on C right now.
Yeah, no satchels whatsoever for the side of Eugene S, but does have a frenzy, so he has to close the gap somehow to get through this, but the pain shells might be enough to get the space that he needs, but Eugene S is bathing from the nano swarms, gets first blood. Yon Peak and Nasty still getting a 2 for 2 so far, Fluffy, and it's a full site control for Carti Esports.
The fact that he even got that deep on the site without instantly just getting deleted is something else, but that is important. He gets the wingman, but not the spike, not before the spike gets down, rather.
And look at Safe and Tricks. They're very low HP right now, a bit damaged as they're pushing towards the CT. Tricks gets the kill. It's all up to Magic to clutch this one with a Sheriff, no headshots, and CE secures this first round.
A very clean take here from CE. It's a straight plan, just head towards C. The brunt of the force is just going in, but really it all started with that Omen just diving in deep.
Yeah, exactly. And wanting to hold down the site, very understandable. But again, couldn't take advantage of the damaged Raze as soon as they're able to get into the site. But here you go, round number 2. Let's see how AIM fares this time.
They gotta start working on their coordination there, because if they let a couple of these mistakes through without a good punish, it's gonna be very difficult when the numbers advantage is not on your side. AIM right now, they are playing a very similar setup with the initiators and the duelists just controlling the majority of A and relying on retaking B. It's a decent plan, but when you lose too many members onto C, it could be like the pistol round, especially now that they have a better buy.
Yeah, C is honestly a nightmare to retake with less numbers. And, you know, as we head on over to a little bit of a tech pause, let's talk about, again, what happened on round number 1. You know, I really like this coming from CE, the fact that they acknowledge that the Raze, Fade, and Breach combo on A with Mega Rubble Control, you're probably going to get a lot of chip damage. So it does feel like AMPH is reeling CE. Okay, come to C instead. We're going to fight you there, because definitely A is probably out of the question unless you whittle down their numbers. But then, boom. CE still very confident in their execution. And again, it's all up to AIM to try and stop that.
The thing is that I think they recognize that because there's so much pressure onto the A side that their Killjoy is able to spot, the C side of things has to be only that Killjoy and that Omen, or maybe a different agent, but it's a Killjoy +1. And my point is, that's not that much delay, because yes, you think, okay, there's mollies and all these other things, but because half the util is going to be on B in most rounds, you're fighting like 60% of a Killjoy util, and with the agents that you have a lot of ways to destroy it, because you have a Raze. And even if you don't destroy it, a lot of their agents, just like Omen and Raze, can just hop over them or just not care, because there's not enough manpower that can really take you down. If they do take out one agent, your team can easily just trade them out, and you just get onto site and fight the equal number fight once the defenders try to go for another retake.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, the fact that they have everything, just as you said, to clear out the utility. They've got Prowlers, they've got Pain Shells, they've got everything. What am I looking at?
They are performing a ritual for good luck to win this second round. And there we go. See ritual activated. And we move on to round number 2 as the curse is lifted. And here comes the flash to take another very aggressive C push. This time the turret going to be postured more towards that C side. Probably going to clear out more areas, pushing Sevi back from this location. Dark cover, only one. Might be used here, but that's going to be the last util that he can place.
Ooh, look at this rotate already. Quite quick coming from AIM, but the fact that there's a lurk coming from Gabo could be a bit dangerous here for AIM.
Oh, they have no idea that Killjoy is looking up here on the A side. Fade's ready to do the jump spot here, but Gabo is very cautious.
Ooh, nice fault line here with Eugene S and RKZ getting first blood. And that's -2 already, and AIM has to defend through this, and that's a 2 for 2. And with Heimerich and Yonpeak the only one left, can they stop this plant? As Safe is already with the wingman, slowly trying to get this retake, but with the dark cover makes it very difficult. With a wide push, Tricks with a headshot onto Yonpeak. And with just -2, not a bad round for AIM.
Not bad indeed. Honestly, it's pretty unlucky that your team calls for that stun to try to take a fight with your lower buy. But, you know, if they're stunned, you can still do the damage. Unfortunately, they just get sprayed down. That's what happens when the enemy is just full of these Spectres, these Bulldogs. Pretty decent moving on to this third round. And AIM, they really need to strike back now that they have their full rifles. I mean, you look at how they're going to play this gun round, completely different. Instead of stacking together, they're going to try to play that range game and take a more bigger emphasis here on the B side.
Yeah, exactly. This could be a 3-man push here if AIM, rather C, is not too careful.
Working a turret does spot them out though. Gabo is aware that there can be players here, but not sure that they are this close to the door, ready to sandwich this mound attack if it does heat up.
It does feel like the AIM special with the sandwich. The door is opening and Yonpeak gets a double kill. Eugene S with the pain shell as a response, but he's stuck in this corner. He wants to escape. Yonpeak says no. Sevi with the 4th kill, and it's Gabot, the only one left, having to meet eye to eye with the rest of AIM-PH.
This is just a checkmate position at this point. Very hard. Maybe he'll able to get one. Gets nasty, but he just falls. And that's 4 kills already for Yonpeak. That ultimate online already. So by the time CE on this round gets their rifles up, they can just get taken out with one showstopper.
And that's the scary part. Again, AIM-PH, the reason why Carti Esports banned Ascent is because of the way that they've been playing. They're not afraid to push and take a lot of these forward spaces.
Very true, and this time around though, they can play a bit safer because they have some info to go for contact instead. As outside of the wingman, Safe does have his ultimate as well, and Thrash can lead the way to maybe open up a site. This time, more, or leaning rather, towards that B hit instead with some pressure on C, leaving A alone. Prowler gonna clear the way, and there comes the Thrash already.
Oh my god, look at this flank though, coming from Yonpeak of AIM. Eugene S gets the first blood, but 1-for-1 trade almost immediately, and a double at that. But Eugene S, look at this space. Look at this boombot, unable to acknowledge that someone is there, and that's gonna be Heimerich. Spike already planted, as Trix playing with this angle. Now it's a 2 versus 3 right now, and Yonpeak is on fire at the moment. Trix getting a kill, Sevi, and they secure AIM. Really good round 4 for them.
The disruption though from AIM really to stop that as they were trying to go for the plant. The fact that Yonpeak was able to get 2 kills, slowing their pace down and honestly just splitting their attention, really discombobulated that entire attack. But that kill, when he was stunned, was something else. He just uses ultimate, then he gets like 2 or 3 kills, so it's almost halfway back already. It's gonna be, if you just keep fueling this raise, it's gonna be a really big problem.
Exactly, with 3 orbs already on Yonpeak after that showstopper. Carti Esports has to be careful and have to watch their flanks.
It's going to be a bit difficult this time around. Lower buy. You have a Killjoy contact. Has the Guardian to maybe make some plays, but it's going to be a lot of pressure there for Gabo. A lot of util instead going to be focused here. But Eugene S, just to find one.
Oh my. With the Marshall at that, but a double and Tricks with the body shot finishing off Sevi. C is now open, but lots of utility unable to be used. And now it's both the initiators left to prevent this spike from going down. Full util, but Magix, his eyes on the prize, destroys the wingman to prevent any sort of plans, but the transfer is not going to happen, and Gabo secures that round for CE.
That was a surprisingly quick round, to be honest. The fact that they were able, off the back of Eugene S's initial kill, to really trade that in their favor, not just because of the man advantage, but the fact that they can just pick up their weapons on this eco. They made the mistake, MPH, of really taking that fight for so long. It forced them to be at a disadvantageous position, and because of the wingman as well, it based them to take a fight that they don't really want to take.
Exactly, having to reveal the position, the pressure of pushing through that site to prevent that from happening. Then it's going to be another C fight, Fluffy, it seems.
It seems like to be the favorite side of the day at the moment, as they do spend a lot of util to really clear out this mount position. Tricks trying to look even deeper into the C side. Might even think about, or thinking about using a Prowler to clear, but here comes the speed. Eugene S flies in.
Oh, but the fault line's gonna prevent that from happening as Sevi lands the first shot. Tricks for the trade, and 4v4 right now. RKZ gets the second, gets the third, and everything is falling apart now on the side of AIM, as it's only Yanpeek and Heimerage, the only one left. Spike's still not planted just yet, but Yanpeek has an angle. He's waiting for the peak. Let's see, not revealing too much just yet, but maybe the impatience might reveal himself. He's practically surrounded as Gabot's coming from Waterfall. Heimerage on a 1v2. No, that's not gonna happen. And now it's a 2-point gap between C and AIM.
These rounds are really flying by. It's like every time I look at the start of the round, they're just heading towards C. They take C mount and they just walk into side. But that adjustment really needs to start coming in. The wingman falling early was a good thing. Eugene S stumbling there on the ultimate. But what I thought was a bad start turned out to be good trades here for C, as this positioning from Gabot, forcing them to look both left and right from water and backside, really hurt the retake coming in from AIM. And this time around, A seems to be the plan. Maybe an unexpected change of pace here as the util does bombard out. What a good recon as well.
Yeah, it's probably the speed now. Heimerage, especially on an eco with the headshots. Make that a double. Heimerage, you're insane. Gabot now able to at least destroy that momentum. Magix with another sheriff shot. Now it's a 2v2, making it incredibly winnable for AIM. All up to Sevi now. Will he wait for the plant? Or will he decide to get a sneaky kill off of this? Gabot is already half HP. I don't think they're ready for this. Will they flash? That's the question. RKZ with a 4K. And it's a 5-2 now.
Wow, the timing. I mean, it's good on them that they did the damage on that eco. Starting off with these two amazing kills. The fault line also, maybe they give another chance. Unfortunately, doesn't happen. But more importantly, it's so weird how it starts out. A lot of rounds, honestly, so far have started out with an AIM advantage, and then as they keep trading on, you just notice that the numbers shift towards CE, and it's just too much to handle at too many positions. I feel like that's the same story we've seen a while now, and even with more ultimates active, it's a pattern that they have to start breaking.
Yeah, that's the thing. Usually, either you want to go back, retake as 5, but it feels like AIM and both CE are willing to take these 5v5 fights. No post-plant, no retakes whatsoever. It's all about the AIM, and that's the name of the game so far. The theme of this party, and so far it has been a bit slow, but that's 3 members onto B. It's going to be a fast rotation if they decide to go to A.
Wow, he already has a Thrash yet again. That Rolling Thunder are going to connect, but not really going to do anything but stall for them. That might be enough to waste some util, but that Gecko ultimate is achievable.
Very achievable. That's really good flash coming from Magix. Tricks, second person coming in to door. And will not spot anyone at all, but the fault line he's already in. He's pretty much trapped in here. No escape whatsoever. And we talked about this, Fluffy, the numbers advantage. How can CE even out the numbers like usual? Showstopper activated by Yanpeek. That's a triple. And now, AIM, we talked about the pattern. They managed to break it.
Finally able to really stall out. I thought the Rolling Thunder was a bit too early, but it was just enough time to get the entire team on board, get them on some good angles, and the stun coming through tree also able to really shut down a lot of this early pushes. Even with the Thrash invested, it was not enough to really break it. When MPH plays together, they can really hold down the site, but CE, maybe they're going to change their pace yet again, do more of what works, and really break it down to these individual fights, because the 5v5s, the AIM on APH is very strong.
Exactly, but look at this. AIM, Sevi, I don't think they've seen this, but Gabot gets that kill. And a 1-for-1 so far. But I don't think they know that Sevi advanced here.
So a good way to hide behind that one way. Magic's making some noise here on the B side, just to push them back away. Urquiza is gonna fake the back, but gonna go to the B. It's gonna peek into multiple people. He only gets the one, but he gets traded.
And now it's a 2 for 2, Fluffy. This could be the rewind that we keep seeing onto C. But without the plant, Wingman now. Third man here on this pseudo 2v2. The flash gonna come in. Nice dodge on the flash with the paint shells. And as well as the mosh. Having to bathe in all that damage. And now it's a 1v2. Makes it very difficult to get this retake down.
Has some time here though. A lot of util as well.
Let's see with the peek. Unable to check out that there's gonna be 2 there on site. And I mean, it's a bit misleading, right? Like, you get that plant onto C mound, so of course you want to take a look. Maybe they're out right outside C.
That's true, but then part of it is the kind of, I wouldn't say overthinking, but subverting expectations. I mean, even here, they started out by hiding this Omen into the smoke, but Sevi tries to get more than what he has, or what he can rather, and kind of overextends in that position, and it really didn't work out for them. As the controller as well, losing him out just is a lot of space lost for your team overall. But this time around, Yonpik has the operator to maybe try to slow this down, and he's playing towards that C side.
We'll see if Urquiza's gonna peek this, but they give up the angle instead. As the Killjoy and Trix gets a kill here. Operator not gonna find the one, and now it's a 3v4 on this. Possibly a retake on a space.
Ooh.
Or no,
It's
the
the
Killjoy.
ultimate to just kind of pull rotations, maybe flush them out as Omen creeps even closer onto site. Eugene S already there, but the operator, oh, just misses him. Walk a little by. Eugene S creeps and crawls, and that's a lot of space on site.
Exactly. Oh! I thought that was Magic's gonna be able to win that. Yompi gets the one on this operator, but with a 1v3, makes it very difficult with the operator retake here. You're kind of shoved into this corner, and you lose an expensive buy. Does Eugene S pick it up? That's the question. It's like, that's a no.
That's a really good mosh pit, to be
Yeah.
honest. Like, I know that it's a huge molly compared to all the other mollies, but the fact that he got every corner in that little box on water to clear it, there's literally no place that Yonpi could have gone. Even if he gets a frag, he will literally still die to the molly. So, I don't know if he's just really good at estimating how it lands, but at the end of the day, it's enough to push AMPH back onto this eco. They got that operator for a while, but it wasn't as effective as I think they were hoping for. 3-7 at the moment. A big lead here for CE. If they can keep this up, could be enough as the pressure is going to be
What?
built. Look how many
High
players are
range!
here.
So aggressive, but the Prowler and the Flash is gonna help him get at least a couple of kills before he goes down. But it's a 3v4. Again, it's an eco on the side of A, makes it very difficult. Forced to back away here. And B is the solution. Possibly. No, it's still gonna be an A hit.
Oh, gonna creep through the stairs. Magic's gonna hold down the angle though.
Let's see here, Trix. Slowly creeping in. Might meet eye to eye with Nasty. Gets the headshot. Eugene S, 49 HP. But still going to have a lot of value off of his life. And now it's Sevi to see if he can get a bit of damage. Nice headshot, but is surrounded by CE.
CE just overwhelming at this point. AMPH, sometimes they get the rounds when they can refocus together, but when CE attacks from all angles, it's so difficult to defend, especially now that they have the Gecko ultimate yet again from the shadows, and as well as the Nightfall coming in from Trix.
That's definitely going to be 3 scary ults that's gonna come in later against AIM, especially you only have a few rounds left before the half, but again, it's like AIM doesn't have too much options. If they go C, then how do you retake Waterfall? If you go A, it's just going to be a flood of them onto that lobby. So C is going to be the answer again for CE.
That's very true. But look at the Yuko this time around, more towards the front side. Gonna be popped already, but not gonna care. Eugene S flying in.
Ooh, showstopper, not finding anyone, finds the one peeking through the smoke with its head out, and it's a 3v4. AIM so far, I thought they were close to winning this, but Nasty is going to get flushed out of this angle as that's safe with the mosh pit kill. 2v2 now. Spike already planted. I like this, Fluffy. They're like, never mind on this waterfall retake. We're gonna come in on the site itself, on the main entrance. And now they're pretty much shoved onto CT with a waterfall. No one's gonna ping the spike just yet. Tricks going around. He's gonna get a lot of information here. And tag 2. That's so value. And now Magix could actually clutch this for the team if he lands that important headshot. Does he do it? Save for the jiggle peek with a wide swing. And it is going to be not enough. No!
Man, time burned. After all that effort, honestly, a good way for them to burn the time. Splitting up 1-1, going from CT waterfall. Good scan coming in, the thrash as well to connect the showstopper. A lot of good things signing up for CE, but at the end of that, Magix kind of had that in the back. I was laughing a little, honestly, towards the end because of Safe's little bait. He tried to like poke the gun out for a bit just to burn time, but Magix was not having that and they swatted him down. But there's just not enough time, like you mentioned. It's a lot of pressure on their side on that 2v2. This time around, they really need to start getting the momentum back on this pistol, and MPH, at least they have the chance to be more proactive.
That's true. I think this attacking side is going to suit their playstyle more. But check it out. 4 people on C. That's a lot of C's.
It is a lot of C's, but this is where the C's will take us. As it looks like the water side of things is going to be occupied by 3 defenders already, or 4 rather. Just waiting for someone to come so close, baiting for your team. This is how you're supposed to do it. And here comes the util bombardment to really clear out everything, but doesn't connect.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. B push though coming from AIM. That's 2 members already onto waterfall. Can they sandwich? Can AIM hold on in time as Sevi gets a double? They don't know this. They're gonna get sandwiched.
Wow.
Heimerich with a headshot. That's a double kill. And now Gabo is the only one left. B was empty.
What a play there. They just ignore B and they use it to kind of support their teammates that fall back.
Yeah. It's I thought they couldn't hold on onto that flank, but it didn't really matter. Sevi and Heimerich got 2 kills each, so it's no problem.
But it's a big problem here for Gabo. Nasty just takes him out. That's an important round going the way of AIM, and a good way to start this half. It's actually one of the rare times that I've seen a pistol turn like that, not just because of the aim, but because of the macro coordination of the team. They pull the aggro out of C, the util is gone, they fall back, they rotate through B, and the rest of the team ignore everything. They instantly wrap around. And that way, they bait the enemy into an open space where they just get pincered.
Exactly. And that was the plan, right? But it wasn't even needed. It felt like a backup plan in case things go not in their favor, as that's an immediate, very good fault line. But the paranoia for that anti-push here on the side of CE, Moshpit, just a lot of utilities being thrown out. And not a lot of damage, actually. Just 5 HP on the side of Magix. They open up the door. They want to go to C, but pretty much everybody from AIM, or rather CE, is already by the site.
Oh, not much util left to work with too for the defenders, but at least the man advantage clearly there.
Exactly, with a double hero rifle on the side of AIM. Will they get the first kill here? Yon Peak? No way! Eugene S and Safe gets the kill, and Eugene S again! And that's 2 members left on this buy round on the end of AIM. This is definitely not something you want. We pick up a rival here for Nasty and Magix as well. They're able to recover. But what are your options now? You want to take the fight here against 4 members. Nasty gets the first kill. Switches weapons. And let's see. That's 3 people that's going to be looking at you. No spray transfer, as that is CE winning that Thrifty.
Wow, they really turned the tables on that one. Able to strike back, not giving them any more room to breathe. They gave them the 1 round, but that was all they can get now. With a stack coming in to really trade out these, the weapon advantage, it doesn't matter so much. And the spike being dropped so early in enemy deep territory was just so hard to take back. It's a beautiful round, honestly, coming in from ZE. And now they're rewarded with that full rifle, full armor buy. And MPH, it feels like they gained nothing.
Yeah. It was such a good read coming from the side of CE. They know that they love C. They know that all they need to do is stick together. Look at that flash. Eugene S unable to land onto rubble, but that's okay as it scares away AIM PH.
the fear, the dark cover, just gonna push them back here. But Yon Peak is still gonna stay just to make sure no one can do anything cheeky. The rest of the team playing very default behind. Maybe they're assuming that the defenders take the space and back off, but instead, Trix and everyone else just standing guard here very vigilantly in case they go for any sort of re-hit. This turret contact might detect Sevi though. Destroys it instead, but the dark cover actually gonna save him.
Oh, nicely done. Oh my, double kill onto Trix, safe with a third kill onto Aim. And now Magix and Sevi is going to be in deep trouble here with the spike now down. Sevi might land this headshot. No. So Arkiza is going to finish that round, and CE close to match point already.
A very quick map number 1 here, as we're already
That's
slightly
true.
above the start of the double digits. It's only been like 15 rounds, and there's maybe 2 rounds left. Someone could win already, as you know, like as soon as possible, if ever.
It's been 13 minutes since 2. I mean, like technically, I suppose, because I'm always used to the game starting at 2 o'clock. It's crazy how.
True.
Yeah, right. And now, how does CE wanna take this to match point? Looking at their positions now, it's a more standard approach, I suppose. They definitely do not want to be flanked like before when they went around B. But we're heading on over to a tech pause, and this is why we don't talk about the time, Fluffy.
True. Every time you're excited, like, oh my god.
Wow.
Everything is going so fast. Something's gonna slow us down. That's how the world just balances itself out.
Exactly.
And at least right now, it gives AIM a bit of time to think about how they can at least balance itself and get their own sort of time back, because they need like a mountain to climb here to catch up to CE, not just like push past them, which is obviously is the goal. Especially that I believe this is their map, right?
Yes. Oh,
Yeah.
it's Carti Esports' map,
Yeah,
actually.
Carti Esports map.
Yes.
So it's not that big of a surprise, but also I'm pretty sure AIM still needs this map number 1, because we did mention in the map selection how we believe, me and Riku, that it's pretty CE favored considering the first 2 maps. So the fact that they start off on the right foot, or at least it looks like that's the direction that they're going in, it could be very detrimental for the series of AIM overall.
But that's the thing. It's like, you know, AIM between the 2 maps, I do feel like I've seen a lot of like shining moments from AIM on Lotus. Also, butterflies. Are these butterflies? Yes. Butterflies.
I hate butterflies.
Why? Why would you hate butterflies? What do you have against butterflies?
They look cute from like 3 feet away.
Uh-huh.
And then when you're like half a foot away, the body part looks gross.
It's like a flying worm kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like a flying worm. The
Just
wings
focus
are
on
nice.
the wings. Yeah. Focus
That's
on
why
the
when they're
wings.
far, they're like, oh my god, it's so cute. And then when you're in it, if they're around you, you're like, what the hell? Such a weird creature.
You can actually like look at its like you're not distracted by the wings at all?
No?
I don't even remember what the body part of a butterfly looks like. I just remember the
I'm
wings,
distracted
honestly.
by the body.
Well, I'm sorry, Fluffy, I'm distracted by the butterflies, the bodies, butterflies. And here we go. Round now started. This might be a fast execute onto C, but that's going to be a lot of utility on the face of AMPH. Nano Swarms triggered already. But that's going to be the Shrouded Step. Yon Peak gets first blood onto Gabo. And now that's a double as well. Spike is down, however. So they aren't able to get the plant just yet. Up until now. It's going to be planted quite close, actually.
And very interesting mollies coming here from the side. Maybe it's for delay rather than post-plant. But here comes Safe as well to maybe support the team. Paranoia coming through for delay. A lot of Yuto being bombarded down lane.
Oh my, look at the showstopper, though. Unable to land on anyone just yet. Holding it through as Eugene S gets the first kill, but Sevi finishes off that round. And there we go. AIM holding on.
I respect the fact that he did not shoot the showstopper
Yeah.
immediately and
Yeah.
realized that if I just hold this, then they won't beat me.
Yeah,
and
true.
it's gonna keep ticking, and then the spike will kaboom.
Exactly.
So, the very tactical play coming in, as much as my monkey explained, helps with that. And it's a smart move coming from them, and a couple more smart moves that they can start getting back their lead, or at least equalize the situation. As this round already, we have equalized at least the economy.
Yeah, that's true with the half shields onto Heimerich into Magics. Not gonna bring the spike just yet. Just gonna try to get a couple of picks for aim. Nice flash. Destroys that though. That's still there. Can pick it up.
That's a very interesting scan coming in from Emerage there. I think it's really good, honestly, on the C side. I feel like this game I've seen so many good recons from both of these fades, and this time that recon's gonna pay off as they take a lot of space here onto the A side for the attacking team. Very deep position already here for Magics, but Gabo is staring at the right direction, but they don't know exactly how many players there are.
Yeah, it's still undetermined as the spikes now being brought to B, actually. They have to clear out Eugene S, though. They do have the Prowler, they do have the scans. It's gonna be a crossfire. Oh, the peak, the timing! But Yon Peak immediately trades. That's gonna be a good thing. Pain Shell is gonna increase the space, increase the gap, and now CE has to play this retake.
Oh, Sevi survives.
Exactly, with now the From the Shadows used. Actually very far. She's gonna try to do a very big rotation, maybe just to confuse the rest of CE for this retake. Whoa. There's the vulnerable as Arkiza and Gabol gets a double together. And now it's a 1v3 situation, 2 HP for Magic. Door opens, doesn't get the second or the third, and CE is now on match point.
Wow, I'm surprised there, honestly. I thought that it was a good move by AMPH to do the fake A and then collapse into B, but Eugene S able to find one before he falls already is a good thing. But the fact that CE gets so much util afterwards and AMPH is not ready, even though they get the plant down, the wingman even towards the edge is flipping the script on the pressure, forcing the defenders to peek, or the attackers to peek rather, and the defenders can just hold it down. Just proved to be too much for AIM to really handle in that situation.
Yeah, the Gecko, just as you said, a very low-key pick that has been having a lot of high-key moments over here on Lotus, as we're now CE, of course, wanting to end this map number 1 in their favor. Unable to get the first pick, though, with the Operator, despite Nasty playing a little bit on that peak there on that box.
Oh, but Trix trying to do something here. Oh no, he doesn't connect, but he sees the raise.
Sees the raise, and Sevi now with a headshot onto Gabo. Spike's about to be planted now by AIM, but there's a lot of utility for this retake in CE's favor with the Nightfall activated, and Eugene S with a boombot kill onto Yon Peak. A Nightfall as well as a response as the spike has already been planted. Showstopper's not gonna get any kill. Look at these utilities just chasing down Eugene S with this Operator, and everybody's falling down into pieces on the side of CE with that paranoia. And now it's a actually it's a 2v2, making it incredibly doable. Caught on the volley with on hand, and CE will win map number 1.
What a quick map number 1 here to start off the day. The fact that they're able to go 13-5, it feels like for the past couple days, map number 1s have been super quick, except for CE's game yesterday. So maybe they just don't want to repeat that situation. So congratulations to them for a very deserved and clean map number 1. Very excited to see what more they can do moving on forward.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a solid game. Again, the transition to the first half, winning that, or rather winning that eco on their second round for the second. There's so many second. Was, I think, very important for them to destroy any momentum that AIM wanted to build.
Very true, and that momentum hopefully is going to be reignited for them, because map 2 is their last chance to really make their mark, at least today, to fight back and get this series back into control, because that was a very rough start for AMPH. They had a lot of good moments. I think Yon Peak especially able to get a lot of value for his team, getting those opening early frags, but they don't feel as together. Maybe it's just the fact that Lotus is such a huge map and they have to split their attention. They can't really play the way that they want to play. But I'm sure that more of these traditional maps where we have just 2 side options, it's going to be a bit easier for them, not just to stack the util, but the manpower. It might help them in the long run.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be a more collected sort of approach as we take a look at the stats, and no surprises there. It's going to be both raises at the top of the standings, and again, a lot of showstoppers activated quite early because of these 2 raises getting a lot of these early kills.
Yeah, Eugene S 6 first kills. Yonpik, he has 2, but 6 already starting out so well for his team. The rest of them though, Tricks and Safe stepping up this game, really helping out with the utility. Even Arkiza at a couple points. His paranoia just so pivotal. But for AMPH, Magix did well, in my opinion, really supporting his team. But that discombobulation, not being able to be that fighting force that punches as one, which is very, very apparent in this map, and hopefully something that they really start solving as we move on to map 2.
Yeah, it did feel like, again, C as the constant factor here for both teams. And I do feel like that mosh pit really cuts off one angle for any sort of retake or any sort of gunfights, as, again, a lot of these first kills coming from the side of CE, I really thought at the first half, a lot of them were coming from aim, and that's the reason why the first blood is a little bit close. But at the end of the day, it was CE evening out the numbers and still constantly making sure that every round is going to be in their favor.
And speaking of every round, I feel like most of the rounds end up with the same thing, where one team shoots the other team, they start trading, but
Yeah.
then the one that they were shooting at first somehow starts winning the trade.
Yeah, I think that was a
generally,
pattern.
Exactly, and then after that, the one that started the fight loses. So it's a weird way that this game has been going, and maybe it's the theme for this entire series, but it's just a lot of fighting spirit here from
Yeah.
both of these teams.
I like how you mentioned that, the fighting spirit. I don't think we ever saw any sort of slow rounds, because it felt like it didn't really matter if the spike was planted. It felt like it all boiled down to the gunfights. It was pure gunfights. It was pure, okay, we're gonna use a lot of these utilities, see if we can get a lot of chip damage and finish them off. And again, we didn't see any sort of, okay, I'm gonna fake plant the spike, we're gonna wait if anybody's gonna push. No, it felt like full retakes, full fights, full pushes, full flanks. Just
Yeah.
pew 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 all around.
Very black and white game, very pew 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 indeed, and I feel like this entire series, you know, it's a lot of respect for AMPH, because I think that they're a very brave team, and they don't look scared at any point, really. No matter what's happening, they still play just as confident as they are when they're winning.
Exactly, and I think you gotta appreciate that fighting spirit. But of course, that's just map number 1 on our first series of the day, with CE taking the lead. But first, before we proceed to Bind, we're gonna take a short break. Welcome back, everybody, over here at VCTPH, and we're still currently in our first series of the day between Carti Esports and AIM-PH. And again, it was Carti Esports that was able to take a swift victory onto Lotus, and now we're heading on over soon to Bind. Yeah. Oh, no, don't mention the time. Yeah. And honestly, right? Yeah, exactly, Fluffy. And whenever when we think about Bind, it really reminds me when, you know, with Carti Esports, when they had to swap around members on the top of my head, at the top of my head rather, Arkiza made a very iconic debut, I suppose, after the, you know, change in their roster, with him, I think, getting either 30 kills or 40 kills onto that Bind, and it was very memorable. So now having to see Carti Esports again, hopefully they're able to take back and have that same performance as when Arkiza debuted.
I mean, I'm honestly sure that after they had a taste of how quick a game can be, compared to their 5-hour game yesterday or 5-hour series, they just want to get it over with. And a swift victory can be done in a strong map for them, like here on Bind. And it's something that I'm very surprised AIM-PH even tried to think about giving them. Not just that, but also the side. It's going to be very interesting to see how AIM-PH really plays this out, considering the fact that they had to be very confident picking this as their map number 2.
Yeah, it does feel like they have definitely a plan in mind here to either counter. But then again, it does feel like AIM, whenever we see them play, it's always about, even if their defense or the offense, they always want to play a lot of these aggressive forward push. And when we look at a map such as Bind, you always have to think about, what is the shortest way to actually get through immediate from your defense to spawn? And, you know, Bind feels like it fits the bill, especially when we look at A short. So we'll have to see if they're able to do that. And even Baths as well. So I'm really curious if they're able to execute that, because I do feel like CE is ready for that.
That's going to be the question that I'm sure the AIM-PH will answer when we get into our game later on. But right now, my bigger question is if they're going to be able to really solve their biggest issue in map number 1, which is fighting together, playing as one. And that's all going to start when we see the mix of agents that they're going to bring. A lot of support this time around with the double initiator coming from AIM-PH, as well as that chamber coming back into play.
I like this. It's getting, I like this spiciness, because I know, I mean, Bind having a lot of variety when it comes to agents, and we know Yoru, we've seen a lot when it comes to Breeze, but seeing this now on Bind, there's a lot of play that you can potentially do, especially with the teleporters coming in. So again, Carti Esports with the double duelist this time around, and again, just a lot of flashes that's going to be involved in the post plants as well. But they're on defense. But AIM-PH, I love this chamber.
Very true. On the other side of things, we have a very standard Cypher, but what's not standard about Carti Esports right now is Lechon is actually going to be playing instead of Gabo. And it's going to be very interesting to see how stark that difference can be in a very important map to close out this series for Carti Esports. You know, it's very interesting that in a world today, I'm more surprised to see a chamber on Bind than a Yoru. And normally people used to be like, oh my god, Yoru being picked.
That's
now
true.
It happens so often, and chamber is like rarely played. It kind of just swap.
Yeah, you know, that's right. I think Yoru, again, especially when the season started, it's like Yoru everywhere. Now, it feels like, again, Chamber, especially, I don't think the buffs has kicked in just yet. Maybe towards playoffs, maybe. But again, seeing a Chamber on Bind, I remember last year, it's one of those picks, either you see a Reyna or a Chamber being the differential maker. So, again, it's going to be a lot of pressure to make this Chamber work here, especially for starting on attack. And now we head on over to map number 2 here, as AIM will most likely aim to take this to map number 3.
To be honest, you know, I don't think that it's that bad. But the early pressure gonna start already as Trix goes for the TP play, 2 in response.
That's a lot of happening on the kill feed. -2 immediately for both of these teams as soon as the barrier goes down. And still, it's Trix. So we get to see climbing towards heaven. Magic's already having lamps. And Heimerich a bit damaged over here.
Oh, I was not gonna expect this. He's in Magic's last second though.
Oh dear. 88 HP. And Magic's a little bit damaged as the smoke will now go down. 2 coming from bats here. That's a lot of angles to cover. Tricks unable to deal with the flood. And it's going to be a 2v3.
Spike planted.
Oh, safe. Being extra safe. Clearing all the corners on the close side. But the heal from Average gonna top off his teammate. Sevian Magic's repositions. They have a bit of time to do this. Breathing room as the smokes do this space.
Oh, with the crouch here. Safe with the double kill. Despite that having the numbers advantage over there. 2v1. Sevi now playing the post plant. Afraid he's going to get flanked. Peeks towards behind. But that's going to be 2 members peeking him. That's safe. We'll save that round.
I like how Legend is extra cautious about pushing him. Because assuming his teammate maybe he's gonna stick or something. But Safe doesn't care. He just ran straight in, not even pathing for an angle. Just made a beeline to take that kill. 3K for him. And honestly, this all started with that 2K coming in from Tricks or the teleport play. But this 1-2 is something Safe has been doing for like 2 days.
Yeah, honestly, again, that's a really good safe coming from Safe again with the 3K on that round. And again, Tricks did a lot of work on the first few seconds of that round.
Exactly, and that rewards them with this better buy. Eugene S gonna stick with the judge this time. Very dangerous up close and personal here to hold that hookah position. Nasty has a chamber pick, so he's got some bullets in that chamber. Oh, but the land.
Oh, first blood now onto Tricks, and now you have to keep guessing. Where did the Yora teleport to? Tricks will most likely get healed as they meet onto the middle ground here onto CT, but Yonpeak already creeping in. Still no signal. They're going to execute this as Arkiza is still waiting, but that's going to be a 3-man defense over here.
The fact that he's able to even get out in the first place, so big for them on the defense.
Exactly, with a flash. Unable to get, we'll dodge it at least, but that's safe again. Being the sole guardian of this land, making it a huge nightmare, but on dog mode! Not ready for that jump, but it's a 3v2 Yonpeak, very close to death here. They still haven't planted the spike as they make a rotation to the Cypher utility, by the way. They're gonna get spotted out through this rotation, and now they're pretty much trapped. Yonpeak looking at all of these angles, a lot to clear. Camera down, gonna get hit by Lechon, Eugene S as well. And that's going to be a swift round on the CA side.
Very swift for them. I think Tricks so far has shown that this Euro can be so disruptive with all these aggressive plays. The fact that he's able to not get punished as well is going to hurt APH in the long run if they're not going to adjust and really learn to deal with this.
Exactly. It's... They always have to be, they always have to keep guessing where is he going to be, even though he repositions or gets a kill after. It's like, is he gonna be at B? Is he somewhere else? I think that's the beautiful thing about, again, a Yoru pick here on Valorant.
Exactly, and this time, oh, the trap set, the headshot landed. Oh, but Safe gets one in return.
1 for 1 so far, looking not bad for aim so far. And now... it's definitely going to be important for them. Unable to get any sort of upgrades whatsoever. It's going to be risky, but I think that's a good sign. They eliminate Safe, one of the difficult members to deal with on the side of Carti Esports on this map.
Oh, Eugene S tries to do a cheeky push. If we got the timing a bit earlier, could have been great, but this dog from Hemorrhage might just spot him out, but he chooses to use it here, clearing all the close corners. Very afraid of that judge.
At least they know someone is on lamps, as Nasty is going to push through this. Oh, Eugene S! Inside the smoke, they don't know this. Will it dissipate? Oh my gosh. This is with the judge player too. I think Nasty's gonna die after the smoke expires. I don't think he's gonna be ready for this. He's looking at the different angle. He's expecting! Never mind! Nasty with the quick reflexes here. And it is on the lower buy onto aim, and it's working out very well for them. Tricks does have that gate crash. He's gonna activate his ult and spot out information for Arkiza. And will he be able to do this though? No flashes whatsoever. It's just gonna be a dry peek out of there. And now it's a 1v3.
Oh no, a small stumble. might be costly here as Arkiza just gets taken out by Hemorrhage there. Unfortunate round for CE. They had it in the bag for a while, had some control, but the shots by Nasty were able to really secure a lot of space for them with that chamber pick. But the Yoru at the end, very questionable play here by Trix to just go for that dry decloak in front of the enemy.
Exactly. It felt like, you know, maybe I can wiggle my way out of the first few shots, but at the end of the day, again, it's still an aim win here as CE with a lot of buys now. More aggressive approach coming from Trix. Gonna get out of there immediately as not able to get that kill.
A lot of risks being taken by the risk-taking agent, but not all paying off. Maybe in the start of things, but the respect coming in from AIM is really proving to be pivotal here. Eugene S, though, commits himself onto the TP.
Nasty still onto A short rather, with 79 HP, unable to deal a lot of damage as Eugene S playing a lot of these unexpected smoke plays at safe. A lot of the kill feed here on favor on CE. And now they want to push for more. Eugene S unable to acknowledge that someone's there by the corner, with Sevi getting a double kill with the Spectre and gets a free upgrade, and now it's incredibly winnable for AIM.
A flash of hope for them. The spike not with them yet, but it's pretty free if they get the timing now. That Boombot not clearing was so costly for them. Safe has the Seekers if they do need it, but he's doing a smart play of giving up the site here. Might not expect this angle. Oh no! Jumps at the wrong time, but able to find the second player not looking as well. Has the dog to push them out. Gets the info though.
Oh dear. And here comes the teleports. Safe has to win this duel, and he does, and that's the 3K for CE.
I thought when he jumped on the first one and missed the KO that it was over. I assumed that Brimstone would be marking that right side, but unfortunately they were all just focused so much about clearing the site, but Safe so smartly left behind.
And I think that has been the issue, right, for AIM-PH. I think it does feel like Safe is like the door boss onto A, and I think one of the reasons why as well they won the previous round earlier was, again, Safe died very early into that round, and they had a lot of space to work with and not having to deal with that player.
But look at him right now, though, standing rather on the top of the charts here, 8-2, just really defending out and holding back this attack. Sevi's trying to get something here, wait for his teammate to maybe creep up here, but they have a contact flash already ready for this.
And here comes the peek. Oh, with the on peek instead, getting first blood. And A seems to be clear as the Yoru teleport. It's going to come from very far away.
They have to split into an even 2-2 now to defend the sites, but that Yoru could TP back at any moment. It's just a lot of util being waited out here. They don't want to deal with this smoke. Nasty trying to find something. The Seekers might spot them out though.
Yeah, they know it's going to be an A hit right here, and no one's going to be on lamp, so it's going to be free reign for AIM to take through the site, and CE has to play retake. Nasty gets a headshot onto Arkiza, and that's going to be an important kill to get the entire half of this map.
Oh, Safe's being very careful about this. Managed to find one, break the dog as well.
Ooh, remember that Safe, again, really good at this retakes, really good at these multi-kills. Gets an upgrade. Lechon unable to get that position just yet. As Safe gets another kill. 2v1 right now. They only have to worry about Sevi because of the lineups here to buy some time. They have one guarding short, but that boils down to a 1v1. Trix has the flash, half HP though. Will he be able to do it? Onto 10. Sevi playing this 1v1 so smartly, and now he's forced to do this push. And that is AIM winning their second on round 5.
I like how in the middle of the duel, they both assumed the other one would push, so they both just paused for like half a second. But, you know, really nasty shots coming in down range, really living up to the name here. But it's really the fact that they're able to break the front side of things on the A side that's really hindering the defense of CE. They get another round back, but the lead's still on the side of CE.
With a 1-point gap now, and Carti Esports back on this ego with 4 sheriffs.
This goes here.
Gonna be a lot of confidence in their shots for sure. Oh, they saw! Oh, he's just gonna transfer back and does have that teleport to just wrap around back again onto CT. No tripwires or whatsoever. They have nothing to worry about when it comes to clearing. That's gonna be a flash here. And again, going to be safe. Going to be a safe take so far as Magix and Nasty gets a double. Going to be a 3v4 right now. Magix with the unexpected angle. And now, the plan is in. It's going to push through the volley. How brave! Magix gets the third. And now it feels like the round is secure. But Arkiza having that upgrade for himself. And that's a 3-3, Fluffy.
I mean, equalize the situation as best you can, and they did so much that round. A great way of taking the util to really push to the limits. But it's really Magic's play here to take that backside control. Honestly, I respect the push through the molly. I was actually thinking about it myself, about how, because normally when you play KO, it's actually, you only take like 8 damage if you push the outer ring.
Right.
Team. So it's very safe to do.
Very smart, absolutely. CE definitely did not expect that. Now look at the ults. There's gonna be the null command and as well as the showstopper. Gonna be important for AMPH to get these sites.
Ooh, early stem.
That means they want to push. Yeah, they want to rush. Satchel out. Eugeness is safe. Needs to get Valley off of this operator with tricks on the kill feed, getting 2k. And now getting even and more kills on the side of CE showstopper. Was that activated or was I just hearing noises in my head?
Honestly, I can't tell.
I can't tell.
It could be the noises. But this game, though, noise gonna be cancelled out for a moment. A silence is needed to go for a reposition. But they are gonna be surrounded here in this 2v5. Not many places to hide, honestly, and a good coverage from the defense.
Yeah, there's just a lot. Like, look at Safe's advanced position here. Just watching any sort of rotations, any teleports whatsoever, and it's just a very nice hold. You gotta love the discipline of CE here, not getting too excited and just trying to find more kills despite the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, safety is hot, they say.
True.
And if you play safe like this, it's very hard to lose an advantageous position. They really want to get that lead back into their hands.
30 seconds left.
No one's really over-aggressing, just waiting for them to make the mistake, and all they have to do is capitalize.
And that's... Now, the Cypher Tripwire activated. Has to be careful here. Now it's going to be a 1v5. Going to be a tall order. Gets the first kill. Maybe it get these isolated fights, but Tricks with a triple. Now, it is CE leading the charge.
And Tricks, though, on this Yordo is doing so well. He's 10-5 at the moment, but score aside, he's providing so much information and winning so many of these early duels. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work out the best, but still, the fact that he's able to put his team provide so much pressure as one agent is honestly amazing.
That goes there.
Yeah, definitely. It will keep AIM off. And I think it's a very good counter onto AIM, right? Because AIM really likes to play aggressive. But if you want to play aggressive yourself and you find a Yoru and unable to trade through that, that's a problem. Nicely done, Flash. Satchel out of there. That's going to be a pain shell to slow down the charge, but it definitely won't slow down Yonbeak gets the first kill. Judge from afar upgrades to a Vandal, but unable to kill with there wasn't a Colette, that was just a kill onto the null command. And now 3v5, the wraparound is gonna be Nasty. A Sevi, Nasty gets a double. 2v2 now against the operator upgrade, but now it's a 1v2. Eugene S, or rather Lechon and Safe doing a lot of work here. How does Nasty slow this down? The cage is gonna be a huge problem. Nasty's gonna push. They hear it. Gonna jiggle peek and defusing. And no! The defuse is denied! As now AIM takes it even against CE.
Just too close for comfort there. They stand too close together, but the transfer from Nasty at the end to really seal the deal. The Shamer pick proving to be in good hands as the aim is truly Nasty.
Yeah, this wraparound, just as you said, was so important for them to win this round and to deny that defuse. The transfer was so good. And it's even. Now it's showing why AIM really wanted this bind.
I'm surprised that he just the Sky. I believe it was safe. They just didn't take a more aggressive fight there.
True.
A very pivotal round lost, and we're back to even Steven yet again. 4-4 in this amazing push here onto the B side. They're gonna get the contact trap, but it's not gonna be enough to really stop that push.
Exactly. Very calm and collected still. They get long control. They could possibly teleport if they want to, especially A is empty. But it does feel like this is the call. Look at this camera. Very, very difficult to find. This is just a free free information as it's now being taken out, but they know 3 is on site. Plant now is there as Yonpeak tries to peek 1 versus 2, but it's still going to be too heavy for AIM, and as I say that, it becomes very winnable for AIM. All they have to do is hold on to the site. Nasty playing this nasty angle. I thought I was going to miss that shot, but it's going to be a no. 1v2 now. Can he do the play that he did? Showstopper is going to stop Nasty. And now CE wins that half by.
Oh, wow. Man, this game is a lot closer than map number 1 here, as the rounds are just going to be traded just as quickly as the players. Back and forth indeed, opening up everything with that stinger kill. The Sheriffs to secure even more, but the fact that they're able to get so much with so little, really, I think the Showstopper was just like the cherry on top for everything.
Yeah. Best way to finish that round, and CE once more increases the lead by 1. AIM-PH does have a lot of key ultimates to win this one. Again, we've been seeing a lot of these thrifty so far, Fluffy, and again, just as you said, just super duper close.
I mean, speaking of ultimates, Strix back again. It's like the 3rd or 4th dimensional drift that I've seen already this game, and it's proven to be the most effective. Eugene S, top angle here, not going to be spotted out. It's going to see Nasty's head, but not going to land the shot.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. It is going to be a trade, however. And it is going to be an A hit here for AIM Seekers. It's going to spot out any sort of positioning, but that's going to be a reset. Arkiza with the TP, with the flag, catching people on rotation. CE getting a very good retake here on their side. Sevi trapped in this corner, not going to be hitting that flash. They know what's up. Good headshot from him, though, as the wide swing is going to happen. 2v1, Heimridge will not be able to hold, as Arkiza is doing the defuse.
Wow, what a round there. They separate the site into 2 with those sky smokes, and on the second half of that, they're trying to push through it, but then Trix just able to find 1 TP back and get even more value, splitting, creating another crossfire off the back of trade of Eugene S, really proving to be the difference maker in all of this.
Yeah, Trix is just really good at these, again, beginning of these rounds, and the fact that, again, Arkiza, we remember him as the Viper over here on Carti Esports on Bind, but it's going to be a different switch. Very different, as now it's a 2-score gap, and the operator still on Eugene S.
Oh. Dog gonna clear out a very safe path for them, but the majority already on the backside. Safe has the ultimate to use if ever, but there comes the paint shells to push them back. This time around, Emerald strikes first, and the orbital bombardment gonna come in.
Oh, look at Magic's very aggressive angle with a flash, but Arkiza kills 2 in the meantime. Now it's a 3v3 without Spike being planted just yet. But look at this forward push coming from AIM. I don't think you want to do that, as Lechon gets a double. Gets eliminated after the 2 kills, but with Eugene S with the operator and the plant still not there, Magic's all alone. How can you isolate these fights is the question. There's a lot of question marks. And it's the answer. Eugene S, 7-4. I'm taking it, 7-4.
Maybe it could be 8-4 now, could be 7-5. Hopefully, I think it's 8 for CE if they do their best here. That operator proving to be amazingly useful in these deeper rounds. But I thought they had it because they already had the front side control. But it's really the hold back that's really stopped a lot of these things in their track. The CE was able to again win those trade outs.
Exactly. It was again very difficult after that orbital strike coming from Arkiza. And now we get to see round 12 before the switch. The operator on long just proving to be a huge headache for AIM to deal with.
Oh, Arkiza starts off very strong here. That's the main duelist down already for AIM.
Now the null command before everything expires is Nasty, landing a lot of these important shots. And look at these look at this peek from Arkiza. I thought he was gonna get a triple, but that's gonna be a no. And it's all up to Heimridge again to clutch this for the team. One more, and he does. It's gonna be a 7-5, just as we said before the half. And again, very good effort still coming from AIM.
What a beautiful swing there as well on the second one. Really going for that 1-2 punch with just a bit of movement in between. Now, a possible reset for them. If AIM wins this pistol round, they get a really good buy, probably win that one as well. But we've seen CE win a lot of these rounds. Map number 1, we already saw AIM win the pistol, but CE wins the next one. So, you know, nothing is really set in stone. But take a look at this replay here. This 1-2 by Nasty is able to really trade out, even though I'm not sure if he's full flash, half flash, but he didn't fully see.
Yeah, the fact that a safe as well, or rather, no, Heimerage was caught mid-resurrecting the robot. Still able to land that shot, but here we go. Pistol round, very important for CE to win this, especially if they want to reach that double digits and secure this 2-0 that they want.
They're creeping up kind of slow here. Made early contact, but there's nowhere to run here for Magix.
Caught out on the retreat. That's definitely not what you want. Corner check there. And Yon Peak definitely want to escape from that angle. The flash is not going to connect whatsoever as Eugene S destroys Yon Peak. Now it's a 5v3 on this take, on this. And Trix, they line up. Safe and Trix gets the kill. And now Sevi having this long rotation against 4 people.
This is not what they want to do. Only has the classic in hand. One Sky Smoke might be even more worth it to save that, honestly. He has armor, but the right click gonna shut down the dreams of Eugene S, already marking the second player. But the 1-2 up and down is just too much for them to handle, and Arkiza secures the round for them, pushing them to that 8-5 better buy next round.
Exactly. We talked about how important this pistol round was for CE to get to the double digits. And here we go. Again, that was just clean coming from CE. Again, catching Magix onto the retreat from long.
Oh, the retreat from long. Just not in the favor of this KO. No real way to get out from there. I'm surprised it was honestly that deep. Not even close to the TP or close to Octagon. Just kind of in the open, honestly. And MPH, you gotta put the name into their game and bring that aim into good use as Nasty tries to go for something cheeky. But the follow-up from Eugene S gonna be too quick.
Wait, I thought that was gonna be an angle for Nasty, but that's just the flash just blinding any sort of opportunity to get any sort of backstab. Now it's a 4v2 at the moment, and quite an understandable result. That is again on the eco side for AIM.
Spike planted.
What a interesting jump there. Jumping for joy, maybe for good luck, maybe to get tall. Riku would know, but at this point, 9-5 is the tall order to really follow.
Every time. I feel like it has been a tradition now. First Raph and now you. But yeah. For CE, again, this is a very standard take, especially on... I mean, we've seen thrifties for both teams, but again, that part is just too fast. A short. A lot of these flashes, a lot of these satchels just getting a lot of space for CE.
MPH, I mean, they have the better buy this round, so hopefully they can do something with it. With a score like this, you need to start getting your momentum back, and Trix causing a lot of chaos here. Flashes for himself to get showers, but Yon Peak gonna find one.
This is what I like coming from AIM. Again, when they're on defense, they like to push exactly like this.
Whoa.
Sevi, though, with a Magix as well, with a teleport. They get a double kill here. Unable to get the trade, only one. Lechon's the only one left, having to face 4 members of CE.
I honestly thought that Trix was able to get out there, but the TP, I guess, just too close. Drops the spike in the open. His teammate tries to save him. It's not going to be enough. Lechon alone here in this up and down situation. It's not going to be, you know, it's already hard to decide that. It sounds so simple, but just that one up and down is difficult to spray down.
Yeah, true. Especially if you're not going to be able to expect that angle in general. Let's take a look at that replay. Again, this play coming from AIM, the teleport from two bats for 2 members to just peek aggressively off of that.
This time around, though, changing the pace a bit here. Stacking more towards his A side, leaving their Cypher alone on the attacking side to really hold off that B area. Shower's going to be another priority for these attackers as they try to combine flashes this time around with the TP, but here comes a response flash as well to get the early info.
They gotta be careful. There's 2 members looking at that angle. Exactly that. AIM gets first blood.
They don't get the deep flash clean enough. An expected play that they already showed in the previous round gets punished. These are the type of plays that they need to do to stop this early chaos as Arkiza tries to help secure this orb, which he does. Dog destroyed as well, infiltrated out, but Eugene S falls on the other side of things.
Yeah, onto A short. Yeah, it's the 1v1 with the raises. And now it's a 5v3. Very awkward as Lechon trying to make this round winnable.
Has the sixth sense to turn the round. Now the attacker's on a pause here as they're trying to figure out where they can scale from, but they're hitting the site with the equal amount of people. Safe gets the opening.
Whoa! No way! Safe was dinked pretty much already. Now they get to the teleport. There are no setups there onto B, but Magix is the only one left here. Gonna use a flash to prevent any sort of funny business with Safe for the trade. And now CE wins that one. Felt like an aim round though, Fluffy.
True, at a certain point, you think everything's on their side. They got the man advantage, the early punish, able to shut down the aggression, but that one small creep and crawl scaling up onto that A short side, just getting on top of the box and getting those 2 kills, opens up really the entire map. The fact that they even choose to go for the TP delays the KO rotation even more, and it helps Carti push them now in that double-digit position. Only 3 rounds for them to just end the series, and they really don't want to take 5 hours again.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely after last night, CE speeding up the process here. Unable to land that shot onto Nasty, might peek again. They have to worry about this flash with Magix. Comes the flash and the anti-flashes. Get the peek, worried about that teleport, but Trix is already there. 1-for-1 trade, and now it is Magix with a triple kill, massive! And now they have to catch up from this, CE.
Oh, managed to equalize somewhat. There goes the Sky. Emerge on the board.
I know
Sevi is very close, but the info can be gained already.
Yeah, half HP. Everybody's pretty much damaged. Look at this crossfire. Yon peek. And the rest with a Phantom. Sevi already on towards the side. Unable to deal with that double peek from backside. And now with a heal. Making it into a 1v1. Safe cannot heal himself. He's trying to have to guess where Safe is. How does Safe hold on? And now it is identified. On Garden has the dog. What utility does Safe have left? Has 1 flash. Will that be enough? Already pre-firing onto that angle. 4 bullets. It's the only thing that matters here. Trying to push instead. Safe lands the headshot. And now CE close to match point.
The fact that he's able to land that, considering that he's someone that's low, his info is already gained. He literally can't move from his position, but he picks the perfect time to really salvage the situation. After Magix's great attempt to really slow down that push, somehow, yet again, CE just trades their way to victory.
Yeah, we keep talking about this where AMPH gets the numbers advantage. It does feel like a struggling pattern, even from Lotus. And now AIM has to crawl their way back into this game. What?
Oh. Wow.
I was surprised. Yeah, it wasn't immediate, but Trix was on this dimensional drift. They have to be careful. They're tailing them. They're tailing these 2 members. They're gonna teleport though. And now AIM now has to keep guessing. Where did they rotate? Where did they go into the flick? Arkiza getting a lot of these important picks now, and it is the numbers' advantage for AIM.
Man, their numbers just being really hurt this time around as the rotations being pulled is causing so much confusion. Will he expect Cypher to be this close? And will Cypher expect Magix to have this kind of weapon deep? Oh, he knows. He goes for the jump, but still enough to do the damage for 5 HP. Not gonna be able to get anything more than that as Strix shuts him down.
It's gonna be a 4v2. Very difficult for Sevi unless he has something to say about it. Orbital strike up close, Strix with a push. And it's a 3v1 all up to Heimerich here, pushing through this molly and creeping his way out of the smoke. Might do a wide swing, gets the headshot, 61 HP, gets an upgrade. 1v2, very doable, unless it's a double peek. No! Able to isolate these fights, he doesn't know where the other one is! And now he gets the clutch! AMPH holding out on this game.
You know, to be fair, I feel like after the past couple of rounds, somebody on AMPH has been able to get like a 3K or really just do the damage. It's more like closing out the rounds has been a problem, but they are rewarded on this eco because they're able to really convert this round after trying so hard for so long. If they keep this up, it's possible that they could tie the situation. It's not that far of a lead, but still, knowing that there's only 2 rounds that you can really quote-unquote lose or throw, it's a lot of pressure to be put on your back.
Exactly, especially Carti Esports is on this eco, so AIM could possibly take this 8 to 11. Oh,
Very
did they
true.
expect this angle?
Oh.
Ooh.
Wow.
That's a yes! What a headshot by Eugene S. That may possibly open up this round, but still no rushing through any site yet whatsoever.
Scout destroyed.
Oh. That's going to be destroyed. Will you expect a deep angle? No. Safe actually gets a shot. That's another upgrade for them in terms
Yeah,
of
no
weapons.
way. Exactly. It's an eco for CE, and they've been landing all of these important shots. And Safe has the Seekers. If they want to take this to match point, it's highly possible. And there it is, activated. That's go time onto the site. Magic's going to be seeing a lot of lights here, forced to back away. And that's the showstopper kill onto Sevi. No lamp control now, and it's a 2v4. What can you do? Maybe that's the answer with a flick from Magic's and a null command. No utilities, as they've said. And now, detecting 3 hostile members. But look at this, UGS play close! Unable to get the kill, however. Now it's a 2v2, all up to Safe with 60 HP. Tries to run away, dodges the flash, question mark, and gets that kill! And now it's match point for CE on this eco.
Oh man, you really saw Magix really try to hold down the fort with that one. Buy as much time. He heard the Raze ultimate as well. Tried to go for the null command, but that area I think was just slightly out. And it was fired too early maybe. Either way, the fact is it landed on someone else, and no matter how much he was able to hold that backside position, clear out the angles, Safe just being able to get another 1-2 punch in, just able to shut down a lot of these plays. I don't know how he does it. I think he's the most consistent player that I've seen in a while get multi-kills. Not specifically 2-man kills.
Exactly. Yeah, woohoo! Before the teleport even, Nasty couldn't even get away. And Eugene S with a double kill will open up the site. Satcheling through will meet Yon Peak eye to eye. But they equalize again, Fluffy.
And here we have it. Started like a lot of commotion, but we're back at even Steven. Sky Smoke's already given away though. Marquise are not much to work with. Still has the rifle in hand though, brought low. It's going to be enough to go to another even score.
Exactly, with a 2v2 Heimerage. We talked about Safe's consistency. A lot of these multi-kills. And both Skies from both of these teams have been performing phenomenally. 60 seconds on the clock. Safe's going to get that plant. Will signal aim that it's going to be a B hit. How will the hold happen this time around for CE?
Planting very open here and in a very unexpected angle. Oh, he might run into him.
Oh, this is scary. Safe. This is going to be an isolated fight. Sees they had jumps through. And now stuck with this crossfire from CT. Very cornered. Doesn't know what to do. This is difficult. And aim holds on a little bit longer as Yon Peak diffusing and a double kill for Heimerage.
Oh, the gap is closing really, really quickly here. Disappearing almost, but still the threat of it being over in just one mistake is ever present at the moment until they get maybe a couple more rounds in. And yeah, I think that Safe could have honestly won that round, but it's just so hard to judge where 2 players could be at a time. The fact that he chose to go there and smartly Hemorrhage didn't do anything like an ego peek and give the 1v1, just wait for his teammate, just shows the discipline that AIM has built throughout this VCT season.
Exactly, the improvement from AIM is definitely to be seen. Look at this flash coming from Magix, but will not peek through that just yet.
So he's gonna back away there, throw out that knife, get some info, spots out Lechon, who will have his things deactivated, but then again, they're only on that eco. Safe has a hero buy. Will that be enough to really get any value for them as the scale just repositioned super close?
Yeah. And I thought that was thought that was the clone. It's not gonna be the clone at all. And now with the flash, only flashes 1. So it's a 1-for-1 trade between these 2 teams. And that's an upgrade. CE now 33 HP onto Safe, just wanting to get value off of this utility. Spots out one towards Tube. Eugene S kills that one. The Satchel gonna peek through, and Yon Peek again. Time and time, these 2 raises. It's a 2v3. 2v2 now. Archiza getting the headshot. And this is it. CE finishes this series 2-0 on an eco.
I can't believe they won this round out of all rounds, especially when they started with Drix pretending to be a clone. Off the back of that, whatever happens, the fact is they go from 5 hours to 2 maps, and it's a real quick victory here overall here for Carti Esports. Congratulations to them, well fought. And it looks like Bind is a map that they other teams especially should watch out for them when they're playing against them.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's just that anti-muscle memory to hold back whenever you see a Yoru walk straight like that. But yes, it is going to be a 2-0 victory for Carti Esports, and an important one at that. We talked about how the implication, how it affects their standings, and since again they're currently only one off to going to that bottom 4, it increases that gap into a 2-point gap. And again, we keep reiterating how important having to win every single every single series, but also every single map as well, because we don't want to go there into map differentials, but again, it is important nonetheless.
And we can take a deeper look at what happened during the series and how Carti Esports really struck back here, shortened not just the time that they played, but also the gap between the scores as 13-8. A very strong finish here for CE, and Safe being the MVP, no surprise. We always said he got that 2-for-1, and really shows on a score 25-12, almost slightly more than doubling the amount of deaths, proving to be a very important and efficient player, especially on that initiator.
Yeah, exactly. Safe from round 1 until the very end, getting a lot of these multi-kills, 2-3, even 4K. And that's the reason why we're seeing this standing Safe, and not even the first kills, because what mattered was how did they equalize a lot of these rounds whenever they get picked off early.
This time around, it really shows as well how strong CE is on the post plant. If you take a look at aim, they lose a couple here and there, but see, they just lose the one. They don't even need to have, normally it's nice to see a lot of clutches.
Yeah.
But in my opinion, the less amount of clutches when you win is good. That means you're just playing well.
Exactly. From take to post plant or retake, or rather to post plant, it's just honestly, it just means you are a clean team and you know how to play from the very beginning to finish. But of course, cannot forget about that clutch on that 1v2 hold. It's pretty crazy.
Honestly, AMPH showing a lot of their namesake in their gameplay, because a lot of their team, a lot of the players rather, have a lot of these multi-kills. Magic's here, and not just here, but he did this a couple times as well. Emerald saving a couple rounds, and of course Nasty on that chamber, really proving to be pivotal in those heated moments. Shows that, I guess, potential of AMPH if they just round out a bit of their macro a bit more, because Carti Esports, they are also very good at aiming, but they have been playing this a bit longer here at the VCT level.
Yeah, I think it's very impressive again, Carti Esports, the way that they're able to minimize or mitigate some of the damages like mid rounds, right? Like constantly, some rounds where they get picked off 1 or 2 players on their end, but still keep a calm and collected focus and still able to equalize the scoreboard.
Exactly, and that's something that they just have to work on moving forward. It's great to see though that Carti Esports, with a lot of returning players, have done so much to really show a lot.
Exactly, but that concludes our first series of the day. But of course, we've got the panel to talk about that series more.
2-0 pa nga on the side of Carti Esports ang nagtagumpay dito. Ray, ang laki ng ngiti mo. Hanggang dyan lang ba yung sumpa mo, or may pasabog ka pa later?
Ako na magkakas-later eh. Na-team kasi nasa panel.
Ay, ganun pala yun.
Para nalungkot kayo, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, okay lang. Okay lang. Ikaw, Raf, meron ka bang mga amazing plays or players na talagang nagpabilib sa'yo kanina dun sa series na yun?
I mean, per usual, Nasty and Safe were the outstanding players on both sides, but I think Magic's had a lot of highlights to himself. Mas na-amaze ako na isang tech post lang, tas hindi pa nag-3 maps kasi nandito si Ray. So, that being said, I think the sentiments from the early panel of Carti getting better as the weeks go by is really, really true.
Wait, okay. Hindi lang yun isang tech pause, lilinawin ko. Ray, nabilang mo kung ilan beses lumabas yung tech pause kanina?
2.
Oh, 2. Kala mo marunong kaming magbilang. Kasi pag Ray curse, tinatali talaga natin yan. Pero speaking of Safe, actually, he is the MVP for this series. Hindi nakagulat-gulat from map number 1 all the way to map number 2. Grabe yung tutok ng taong to. Grabe yung clutch potential niya talaga dito, Raf. And baka gusto mo nang ituloy i-hype mo palalo si Safe. After all, ang magiging next series na itong Carti Esports ay Oasis tapos Naos pa nga. So, big boss. So, kailangan si Safe todo ang step up dito.
Absolutely. I mean, he's only been getting better as we've been talking about him. There was a clutch situation where I think I was calling it out where, there's no way Safe peaks this because he just knows that they have to peak him. And with that type of player gravity around him, especially when he's so young, it's really been helping Carti out despite having a decently supportive role on some of these comps.
I just love how Safe talaga, dati hindi natin siya ganong nakikilala, but on the process na meron si Safe, I think he's been really giving a lot of sabihin na nating space, not just only for himself, but also for all throughout his teammates, diba? So that's what makes him really an amazing team player.
Yeah, I think at the start of this season, parang hindi pa natin alam kung ano i-expect on the side of Carti Esports. Sure, merong mga familiar names na nakikita natin from previous VCT seasons. Pero itong si Safe talagang pinakita niya na, you know what? Hindi niyo pa ako kilala, pero magpapakilala ako. And ang galing talaga. Pero kilalanin pa natin siya a bit further dahil siya ang interviewee natin for this end of series. Safe, welcome to the panel. Hello, Mr. MVP!
Hello po.
Grabe, ang galing-galing mo. Napabilib po talaga kaming lahat kanina, no? So, may mga questions kami dito sa panel, pero uunahin muna natin from that side over there, from Ray Ray. Ikaw muna ang magtanong kay Safe.
Hindi VALORANT related yung sa akin eh. Pero sige, tatanungin ko na sa Safe. Safe, may tanong ako. Fan ka ba ni Taylor Swift or nakikinig ka ba kay Taylor Swift?
Nakikinig po pero hindi po fan. Bakit po?
Tatanong ko lang, pupunta ka ba sa concert niya?
Ay, hindi po. Pero yung ano po, mga relatives ko po pupunta.
Ano?
Yan na. Ito na lang. Anong favorite song mo ni Taylor Swift?
Yung You Belong With Me po ba yun?
Oh, sige. So, kantahin natin yung last line, You Belong With Me, ah. Okay. 1, 2, 3. You belong
with me.
You belong
with me.
Ang galing! Teka, Safe, may ano ba? May inaalayan ka ba ng kanta na yan?
Opo.
Meron bang tao na belong sa'yo?
Yung letter K ko po sa buhay. Secret po. Ayan po.
Yun pala yun. Raph, what about you? Anong tanong mo para kay Mr. Clutchmeister Safe?
I don't know. Wait, actually, I have a question. Does being in a boot camp help player mode? Because it looks like everybody's just vibing, no matter what happens.
Yes po, nakakatulong po siya in many ways po, like yung atmosphere ng team, like good vibes po lagi lahat, like bihira matilt, and fun experience po siya actually.
Actually, totoo, no, pag nakikita natin yung Carti, parang lagi lang silang nag-e-enjoy. Even sa interview namin kagabi, ang saya-saya nila Eugene dyan. So ako naman, dalawang tanong yung para sa'yo, Safe. Anong gusto mo? Yung seryoso muna o yung hindi seryoso?
Yung hindi po seryoso.
Yung hindi seryoso, sige. Anong hair care routine mo? Kasi kulot din ako, yung natural hair ko kulot eh. Ang hirap kaya i-maintain, pero ang ganda ng buhok mo, ha?
Ay, ano po, naka-conditioner po ako ng Curl Essentials po.
Wow!
Okay. Curl, okay. Noted.
naman po.
Ililista ko yan. Galing. Okay, seryoso na tayo.
Sige po.
Parang di nyo kayang seryoso, parang masaya kayo lagi dyan eh. Hindi, ang tanong ko lang naman is, ang last two matches nyo for the regular season is going up against Oasis Gaming and Naos Esports. So, yan yung mga big boys na matagal na natin nakikita dito sa VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Meron ba kayong kakaibang preparation na nakahanda para sa mga matches na to?
As of now po, nagpe-prepare po kami sa kanila, pero as usual pa rin naman po yun yung preparation namin. Lalaban po kami and yun lang naman po.
Bakit? Ang saya lang nila, no? Tumatawa lang sila palagi. O sige, safe. Baka may gusto ka pang i-shoutout bago natin i-end tong interview na to.
Shoutout po sa mom ko, tsaka kuya ko po, tsaka sa Envy po. Yun lang po.
Ayan. Congratulations! Thank you so much!
Thank you po.
Bye! Ang saya nila, no?
True.
Sobrang saya
Yes.
nila. Tawa lang sila ng tawa. Sana all. Sana all always happy lang. Tapos nananalo pa sa mga series. Galing. Ayan. So, bago pa ang lahat, pupunta tayo sa break. Pero bago yon, nais po ulit namin magpasalamat, of course, sa Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, thanks to our official super app, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with, again, Grab Food Saver meals.
And last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games of and Amusement Board. So, hello po, Gab!
Hello po! O, sige na guys, andyan na yung Grab ko. Ang bilis ng order ko eh. Break muna tayo ah. See you after this break! Nagbabalik ulit ang Valorant Challengers Philippines. This time around sa panel, kasama nyo pa rin ang inyong host na si Likeable, ang inyong cursed caster na si Osiris, and of course, ang pinakamamahal ni Mr. Dubstep ngayon, si Rico.
Grabe naman, na-cut off guard ako dun ang intro na yan. Yes, that is me. Yes!
Wala, okay lang today, Rico. Kasi wala naman silang schedule pa today, hindi nila match up to. So walang kabias-bias tong panel na yun. Kaya pwede yan sabihin ngayon. Pero yun nga, kakakita lang natin kung paano nanalo ng 2-0 etong Carti Esports against AIM-PH. At ang question ngayon is, mauulit kaya, tuloy-tuloy kaya ang streak of 2-0s throughout the day? Or hahaba ba yung araw natin, lalong-lalo na yung may dalawang sumpa nandito sa ating talent rotation today. Anyway, bago pa natin tuloy ang pag-usapan etong series na paparating, magpasalamat muna tayo sa ating sponsors. So thank you very much, of course, to Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer of the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest esports league in the country.
Also thanks to our official super app Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver Delivery. And thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver Meals.
And of course, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you po!
And thank you po. Ayun nga. Excited na ako sa series na to kasi sabi ko nga during the pre-show na papalapit na tayo sa playoffs. So, for some of the teams over here, mas nagiging crucial na yung mga upcoming matches kasi ito na yung magme-make or break sa kanila sa pag-qualify doon. So, unahin na natin sa isa sa mga teams na tinatry talaga nilang i-secure yung slot nila sa playoffs. Heto ang JustUs.
Just us. And no big of a question ito mga players na to na naghahabol nga rin sila sa kanilang puntos as what we saw with their performance against MegaSaver. And with how explosive yung MegaSaver, nagawa nilang 2-0, no? Isa sa pinaka naging pillar ng kanilang success would be Pars Schofield, pero everyone right now is in the right track para nga mahabol yung kanilang puntos. Yes, they fell against the hands of ZOL and then the bigger teams which is Naos and Oasis, but this time it's oras na para i-solidify yung kanilang sarili papuntang playoffs.
Sangayon ako sa iyo dyan. Again, itong mga teams natin, just as katulad ni Carti Esports, medyo close sila dun sa bottom 4. Syempre, you do not want to end through that and gusto mo talaga ma-increase yung chance mo na makapuntang playoffs. And tama ka nga dyan, si Pars Schofield yung para nagsisimula ng mga rounds na to, lalong-lalo na pag siya yung nasa duelist. Pero si Repulsive naman yung pinaka-epektibo pagdating sa impactful kills sa mga mid-round. So itong dalawang players ang inaabangan ko, para sa akin dito sa matchup na to.
Yung dalawa pa lang yun. Sino kaya ang aabangan naman ni Osiris kapag pinag-usapan na natin ang makakalaban ng JustUs dito sa series na to na walang iba kundi ang Old Stinky Cat?
At ito nga, si Old Stinky Cat ang isa sa mga pinakamalaking sorpresa dito sa regular season natin. They're currently tied with Naos and as well as ZOL and is able to take down, Oasis, na considered again top 3 dito sa ating regular season. And syempre, ito ang mga, when they shine, iba-ibang players yung nagsashine talaga dito. Every single player in this lineup can clutch, can make a beautiful play to make a round winnable and can land a lot of these multi-kills. Pero syempre, yung nakita natin na grabe yung matinding aim ay syempre si Fall X, lalong-lalo na pag siya ay naka-raise. Very, very fun team to always watch dito sa VCT PH.
Yeah, I mean, they have the remnants nga ng Game Lab and for the reason nga rin na Lotus player, Dizzy with the Gecko, ang dami nilang pwedeng variants ilagay sa kanilang team and the consistency has always been there to the point na Naos lang yun talaga naglagay ng pagkatalo sa kanila. So, just Naos passing down the losses that they suffered from ZOL and teaching nga itong sabihin nating soon to be no, na big team itong Old Stinky Cat.
Alam mo kung ano yung worry ko dito? Kasi for the longest time, pag pinapanood natin tong Old Stinky Cat, very consistent sila, very impenetrable yung feels. Parang one step ahead sila palagi sa mga kalaban nila. Pero pinakita kasi ng Naos na, teka lang, akala nyo perfect yung mga runs nila. What if ipakita namin yung flaws nila at i-abuse talaga namin to? Which is, yun talaga yung ginawa ng Naos, hindi sila nagbigay ng kahit anong space para sa Old Stinky Cat na makapag-regroup, makapag-isip. Dinominate nila kahapon eh. I mean, you go from that flawless, perfect run sa mga games mo, and then you lose to Naos 13-1. So, I have a feeling na may gigil tong team na to. Pero, tingnan natin, baka naman napanood din ng JustUs yung match na yun at sabi nila, gagayahin namin yung ginawa ng Naos and we'll even improve on it. Pero alam mo, Riku, for me though, ang pinakagigil siguro on the side of OSC would have to be, sabi mo nga, si Fall X. Tapos on the other hand, si Lloyd Dream naman. Yan ang ating head-to-head dito.
Si Lloyd Dream dito yung nagsisilbing parang flex, kumbaga paminsan iba-iba, kung hindi double duelist composition itong JustUs, paminsan siya yung nagiging initiator, kumbaga iba-iba yung mga role na linalaro niya. Pero pagdating ng panahon, kumbaga kailangan niya tapatan itong si Fall X, napakamalaking pressure, lalong-lalo na si Fall X when he's on a rise, kumbaga pagdating sa performance niya, kumbaga kung online siya, talagang online si Fall X. So, parang Lloyd Dream has to increase that ceiling, kumbaga, for himself para matapatan itong nakakatakot na duelist ng Old Stinky Cat.
Yeah, considering na itong Old Stinky Cat, they are sitting high atop sa kanilang standing, pero nakikita mo yung staggering number of assists na nasa side ni Lloyd Dream na kung saan he is part or pillar mismo kung sa mga success ng JustUs and with that 7 times na Jet nga, alam natin na Lloyd Dream would be out there as the second duelist as they are running yung mga double duelist setup. They are fairly confident on what Lloyd Dream can bring into the table. Even yung average kills nila, yes, a disparity of how high Fall X, pero knowing JustUs is sitting, sabihin natin, below the standings, nagagawa pa rin nilang magstay up close sa per member stats na meron ang Old Stinky Cat.
For me, after nung nakita natin na version ng JustUs when they were up against first MegaSaver, hindi mo talaga pwedeng i-discount tong team na to kapag may laman yung laro na... Kasi di ba si Siko, sabi niya, gusto ko makalaban yung first MegaSaver. Yun talaga yung sinabi niya sa interview na yun. And nag-deliver naman siya, pinakita niya na gusto namin silang makalaban kasi naniniwala kami, kaya namin silang talunan. And they proved that. Tingnan natin kung yun din yung thinking nila as they go up against Meow or Old Stinky Cat. Pero with all of that said and done, Osiris, are you leaning towards one of these teams to win this series? Tingin mo sino yung mananalo? Sinong prediction mo?
Actually, this could be anyone's game, pero I mean, kung gaano nga rin kainit ang JustUs, kailangan nila magbawi talaga dito and this is their time to prove themselves. Pero syempre, by numbers, by stats, and on how explosive can be, and even in map Veto, considering maiwan ng Lotus open, this is a really good chance for OSC na ibawi yung pagkatalo nila sa Naos.
Ooh. OSC. I think very understandable, di ba? Kasi it does, nasabi mo nga to, Osay, yung map picks. Kasi it does feel like Old Stinky Cat, if na-open yung split, parang yun din yung isa din na mga angulo na pwedeng manalo si OSC. Parang mas maraming mapa. Feeling ko kay JustUs, pag nawala yung sunset, parang 2-0, OSC na talaga to. Old Stinky Cat para sa akin.
Ako naman, sa totoo lang, among the current players of DCT, isa sa mga tao na talagang namamangha ako kung paano siya mag-call dito sa game. si Owen.
Oh.
Pag nakikita ko si Owen, pag napapakinggan ko kung paano siya magsalita sa mga interviews, I can only imagine kung paano siya mag-shot call sa teammates. Sobrang bumibilib talaga ako. So I feel like the level of awareness na meron siya when it comes to the maps and the gameplay kapag ongoing na yung laban, ano na siya, coach and IGL in one na tong taong to. So feeling ko, because of that, sila yung mas may upper hand. I'm gonna go with OSC as well.
It's a sweep.
Tingnan natin.
It's a sweep.
Tingnan natin yung
Hindi
sweep.
tayo mali,
Sweep din
hindi
kami
mali kanina. Oo.
Sweep din kanina, tumama naman kami. Tingnan natin kung ganun rin yung case ngayon. Wish us luck, casters, because now it's your turn. Kwentuhan nyo kami. Ano bang mangyayari sa OSC versus Just Us?
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. We are jumping right into a match that have very, very heavy implications. But before that, my name is Raf. That handsome gentleman there again is Fluffy. As you can see, he is very excited to be here. Yes?
Yes, very excited for sure because it's going to be an amazing game because one of the teams playing today, which is OSC, is a very interesting one. The panel talked about it a bit a while ago, but this is a team that I think has surprised a lot of people because outside of their loss to Naos, which honestly is in a way not surprising, but also it's a bit of a downer because you'd like to see an underdog team like this go all the way, since before that they have been on a very hot streak going into what is possibly a playoffs position.
That is true. And I feel like, speaking of the playoffs position here, this has a bit more weight to it on the side of Just Us, as they are still in limbo. They have to win this to be in contention for that, again, coveted spot you mentioned, while OSC, they just want to get that positive momentum back in their favor. So when they do come into our playoffs, or that when that time rolls in, they're gonna have a very, very good record. We're gonna be jumping right into the veto here. On OSC, they are gonna take Icebox, which is not a surprise at all. They've had honestly okay performances on this, but there have been times where it's been stylistically clashing with how they play.
Exactly, and almost immediately Icebox is going to be removed from the pool already. Not going to want to deal with that. Meow, maybe seeing some of the weaknesses there, or maybe how Just Us is very capable. Lotus going to be taken out as well. Two maps that I think they have their own, problems that they present itself, and it really shows what the teams might be afraid of. Maybe for Just Us, they don't want to play a lot of these wider maps, but a quick map bang going to bring us to Bind for map number 1. And Meow, they want to see more of that action, maybe bring out something special like a Yoru, maybe continue their streak, but Just Us, at least they get the attacking side.
I thought for sure Just Us was going to ban Split because that's probably by far their most problematic map. They've been looking incredibly problematic on it. There's a lot of unsustainable pushes that they have been doing. Sunset, I think this has been touched on by the panel. OSC have just been really, really... Well, actually, no. OSC have barely played this map, so maybe that's what Just Us is banking on. But other than that, Just Us, they've been by far perfect, albeit only 2 games on the said map.
Exactly, and Ascent quickly going to be taken out of the equation. That leaves Split still in the pool. A lot of teams, sometimes they lean towards that older style of play, get that map secure, but you don't want to give that side choice to the opponent. So possibly going to get that out of the way, which they are going to do.
That split ban, not a surprise on Just Us. I thought Meow would have capitalized on this, but that's going to leave Breeze as a decider, which, looking at the stats for both these teams, Just Us has been pretty strong on it with more games than Old Stinky Cat, but Old Stinky Cat didn't drop their solo performance. That being said, I think this is still a toss-up here. Just Us, not necessarily knowing how Meow is going to respond on their Fortress of a map that is Sunset. But before we get ahead of ourselves, I've already forgotten what the first map was. Was it Bind? It was Bind.
Yes, it was Bind. Bind going to be exciting. It was the last map of the first series today, and we already saw the potential of how some teams have adjusted to that map, be a bit more explosive at times, and learn how to really win a lot of these straight up. Something that I'm sure a very, I think, respectfully decent team with good aim like OSC can really prove to be an important factor against Just Us.
I think Ray brought it up earlier that the Yoru pick has been much more common. And you talked about how teams are already mechanically gifted, especially our up-and-comers. I feel like there's been more of a focus on mechanical prowess and just individual fights rather than sharpening up the macro. But then again, it's like, oh yeah, let's get our confidence first and then let's sink onto the more complicated stuff later. That being said, Yoru, I think, could be really good on bind. There's a lot of off-tempo that you can use with him. I just think it's a big ask for whoever your duelist is because you're not necessarily going to have a traditional frontline in that agent.
Exactly, and with bind as well, it's very apparent that the agent choices can be very varied. Like you already mentioned the Yoru. I think I was talking about it with Rico earlier on the second map of our first series today, about how I was more surprised nowadays to see a chamber than a Yoru, since it's been picked so often, almost a staple at this point because of how much free reign of info and how much you can use those TPs to your advantage and really use the map's tools to really reinforce your own plans with your aggression.
Yeah, I'm also a big fan of the chamber pick just because you can be really oppressive, especially when you're feeling really good that day. The free operator that you get with Tour de Force is something that will bear heavy on the minds of any would-be peekers towards your side. But that being said, I feel like the chamber pick has just not been the same ever since that dreadful NRG upset. I think it was a year ago. And I don't want to dog on that team too much, you know what I mean? Because, whatever. They lost, they choked, whatever. It's been a year, it's a new roster. Good luck to everybody. Chamber, please come back. For all you chamber crutches out there, including myself, we need a comeback.
That's true. I mean, there are recent buffs. No, I don't think it's in the current patch that we are playing in, though. So not yet. Maybe a while. But maybe there will be soon. And there's news of new things coming about here in Valorant. Meta can change all the time. But as it stands right now, I hope to see agents like a Gecko again, or maybe something a bit more interesting like that, because I think it's another staple like Sky has been kind of falling off the meta, because yes, the heal's nice and all the abilities, they still work as intended, but now it's a bit awkward to use because normally you use the first flash for an info flash through the TP or something, and now once you use that, you only have one flash left for the entire round, and generally Sky is the agent that you take so that you can always have this multiple pings of info, even though it's non-specific. At least you have the general consensus of where they are, and the range of that is extended to the TPs. Nowadays, it's just so difficult to do both that you might as well just be doing none, and Gecko is still the agent that is the most reliable one, at least in the amount of reusable utility you can have and how flexible he can be.
Yeah, and that first flash, it just feels different playing without it, because the biggest point where that becomes a bit more of a challenge is B-Long. Remember when Sky, it would be an autoplay to just throw that flash out. It doesn't matter if anybody is there or not. You can either signal an early push or a deeper smoke. But since it doesn't refresh, now you have to kind of save that other flash. Do I save this for the retake? Do I go for another info flash? It just seems very committal. I think Gecko has, as you mentioned, research just because of that regenerating utility. At the same time, the safety is just not the same. You just can't hide in a corner and wait for your guiding light to come back.
Exactly, and it's the timing's off, it's awkward to use, it's just a lot of difficult things stacking up against an agent that used to be very, I think, rock solid. Like, it wasn't overpowered by any means. I don't think anyone complained because they got flashed by Sky, but I think a lot of people have turned situations around, at least in repositioning, because you're able to do the info and have the flash. I mean, it is still something you can do. It's just significantly harder, to the point where, like I mentioned earlier, like, why bother? Just pick two innies instead. It's fine. Like, just do the job properly or not at all.
I think that's very assured. Just don't do it if you can't do it. Why are you even trying? Jokes aside, we are going to be jumping into the action very, very soon, and all our nerding out and theory crafting will be, out the window when we do see the comps. I think there is going to be a sub out for Meow. Not entirely sure how that's going to change the landscape of the maps moving forward. But with that being said, we're still waiting on confirmation. So thanks again, guys, for being patient with us. Don't forget to go order your food and whatnot with all our promos. And again, thanks for the patience, because we're going to be jumping into the agent for us. Reina's really been showing herself a lot more often this split in comparison to, again, the older seasons.
Exactly, and this time we look at the compositions. We got the breach for Just Us, and the sub that we were talking about that came in is going to be Ash. Sorry, I was confused because he had Meow, but the rest of them didn't have the Meow on it. And I was looking for the letter A, but yeah, Ash is gonna sub in here instead of Dignified.
So I'm thinking, I was just gonna go for Just Us, or actually not Just Us, for Old Stinky Cat, because this looks like a very brute force comp with triple duelist. I had to double check there again.
Yep.
This is gonna be a lot of tempo and maybe a lot of skirmishing around the map. Meanwhile, on the side of Just Us, they go for that breach. It'll make the fights easier, but having that extra body as an immediate response could be the tipping point for OSC. I don't know. It's a lot of rock, paper, scissors here.
I don't know why, but there's this thing that I have. Maybe this is just me, but I feel like every time that there's 3 duelists, there's like a surprising amount of hope that they're gonna win. Not because the comp is bad, because low-key, I feel like it's actually good here. You don't have the info that you might want, but you have so much entry power that sometimes taking the site and being able to hold it with a man advantage is all you really need, and just not to overcomplicate things.
Yeah, I mean, it is decently anti-meta, right? Because like you mentioned, you do need that info, you do need that extra safety, but why bother when you can just barrel through everybody? And look at that, it looks like Just Us is gonna start it off hot here. A stun towards Ash, but he does come out safe here. This time, our Schofield will fall through the gunfights. Trades are going to happen very, very quickly, and Aeonix, hanging on for dear life, manages to sprint out, repositions. Owen Cutie providing enough of a distraction. This 9 HP warrior could just drag somebody else down to hell. The re-smoke will keep the rest of Just Us guessing, and they haven't backpedaled out nowhere far enough. And Fall X, he's going to pinch them in. 2v3. Aeonix still hanging around, albeit by a thread. Owen Cutie holding down Octagon, and Just Us a little frazzled.
Slowing the pace now. 2 players left on their side as well. Have to be very careful of where they're going to creep up to, because they don't have as much control as they might seem, because this lurk from Aeonix, I'm pretty sure he hears that as well.
Camera's still on the site too, so Just Us, they have another angle to worry about and potentially free info. There's not an immediate man advantage on Owen Cutie, so he might just fall back here. Hesitation might be the enemy of Just Us here in Aeonix. Can't land the killing blow. Everybody else is looking to chime in. Trying not to get lucky and trying not to get too antsy here is Just Us. So they do get peppered down here. Meow, first on the board.
First on the board, and what a very, very explosive round here. It wasn't like a 1-2 send it kind of thing. There was a bit of a break here and there, but the triple duelists from OSC have really done some work here.
One enemy.
They did. Again, just don't overcomplicate things. You mentioned it, like, oh, you know, what if we have to think about all this utility? What if we have to think about this timing? Just swing it.
Yep.
You know, just swing.
Just swing is, I think, the name of the game for this one, and they're gonna be swinging with a massive arsenal of different weapons here as we move on to their first buy. Smoke gonna try to delay a bit here, but there comes the Outlaw already taking out Second Love. Lurker down. That means the pressure can be towards B, but they are very ready for it. Aeonix spots out the players, falls back behind his trip.
He has a cage. He will get stunned up, but that's not going to be allowed on the side of Just Us. Immediate response denied yet again. You know, they hold strong. The lurk threat has been dealt with, as you mentioned, and this should give Meow a lot of breathing room and free roam across the map, but it looks like they're going to play the patience game here. They know they have the better weapons, and they're opting not to drop or really give the chance of dropping it away for Just Us.
Slowly repositioning here. Trying to make the most that they can with this round. Still 4 players with Sheriffs can really do something, especially if you can keep that man advantage up. But they're walking into a 3-stack here. That's every duelist in the world on the side for Meow. Already marking this A position. Wall X has grenade out. Ready to paint some paint. Oh! But Dizzy doesn't even need it. Gets contact instead.
30
Getting
seconds
splashed
left.
a little there by the paint water. Not a very fun time, and a smell that JustUs might just have to get used to because it is giving them a few headaches. Lloyd Dream. Let's get one with a share, but he doesn't know that Fall X is this close. And just like that, you know, Meow getting already a good conversion. I think this Outlaw is still going to provide problems, especially that half armor might just be the only thing JustUs can provide to some of their players.
At least they know it exists still, so some of them can be more prepared about it. Par Schofield even going for the Armor Bulldog instead of buying a better weapon just to make sure that he has enough to really survive the onslaught. Because those opening picks like this, if you let them happen, it's a good way to let go of a possible win. Throw that lead if you even gain one. Because right now it looks like Meow is in the driver's seat and they have all the tools, even on this buy, to really deal with a lot of situations.
I really feel like the Outlaw is underutilized as a weapon. JustUs, as you mentioned, they know of its existence. They're a little more careful. That smoke is going to dissipate soon. Onyx and Owen have been so far successful in this hold. Second Love trying to create a second front for JustUs. Go for that same breach play here. They've invaded front of the side, but a little bit of negligence here does get Onyx a free kill. Our Schofield will eventually even it up, and Owen Cutie tries to go for wallbang there, but just not enough penetration from the Spectre to do real damage. Post plant abound. No flanks left open here on the side of JustUs. Meow holding it really, really close. And again, the Outlaw talking about its value. Let's get one more here. Ash getting a little too aggressive, and the Vandal's already tearing it apart. Oh, maybe a bit of an overextension there. Granted, you have 3 duelists, and that's how you want to play the game. You just want to fight, fight, fight.
Exactly, and Lloyd Dream, Repulsive, the Beard Boys really bailing them out there at the end to really get the frags that they need. Start out with a 1-2 here from Onyx, but Par Schofield gets a reply. The rest of them just falling into the hands of this crossfire. I don't even think it's a crossfire technically. They're just not looking at the correct directions because of the bait and switch coming in from these two.
Here.
Really playing with timing here and just positioning on the map, really. Nothing too crazy on the side of OSC. Ash does have an operator very, very early. Our Schofield has to be careful. JustUs does have the tendency to kind of walk up on these more important chokes. Small skirmish here. Will remove Second Love again. So quickly does Meow get rid of all these external attackers that the side hit is going to be a lot more weak. Our Schofield sees the operator. Tries to dance around the smoke. Doesn't want to overextend. And Meow gearing up for a retake.
Oh. Slowly clearing the corners, making sure there's no one there. With Second Look down, the flank has to be watched, but Lloyd Dream very aware of the possible flank, and Onyx is shut down as time is still ticking. The retake very slow for this one.
Oh, and Cutie just needs 1 kill for that orbital strike, and maybe he could clear out whatever he does need to do. And now all the bodies are dropping. Owen Cutie still alive. Might just drop that orbital strike. Laser upon you. As he doesn't get one. Reduced to the jet fight. And Par Schofield. Fancy footwork. Going for height. And now equalizing. Meow. Economy. Not in a good spot.
What was that move? Actual jet. Flying so high into the sky. I thought that he was like swapping weapons here, and I think he dropped one by accident, so I wasn't sure if he had his pistol out. But he just decides to jump up, and boom! Gets the frag. What an insane play.
That's a jet main type of play, you know? It's like, if you don't play jet, I don't think that's something you can cook up on the fly. We do have Blade Storm on the side of Meow, so even if they don't have all the utensils on board, they're still gonna have the sharpest of knives. JustUs waiting for some sort of aggressive push on their end as they're just trying to burn some clock here. And with the weaker weapons, this triple duelist comp is gonna be a little hobbled.
Very true here, and Psycho just holding down this default. They're very, very aware that on this lower buy, there's a very high chance that they make a play. But JustUs with the discipline, just waiting Meow out. making sure that they can't really do anything aggressive, knowing that they have this triple duelist stack. But so far, very quiet game as the contact with that Blade Storm will be met by this Trailblazer.
Not a good sign for Ionix here, as they're not gonna go for a smoke hit just yet. Our Schofield tries to evade the knives here, and it's Dizzy FPS getting punished for trying to hit that bait and switch. Now, again, weaker weapons, one less person. Unlikely. Psycho trying to push the tempo here. That does get Ionix. They do burn that Neural Theft, so that's extra insurance here, but Ash does get the trade. In the blink of an eye, the round does end.
What an interesting round there. Very clean from JustUs. Even though in Eco they're not able to get as much value as they want, the plant comes down, they only lose one. And the slow and steady measure of JustUs really tempering the flames here from Meow, making sure that they can't build up into a raging fire that they cannot stop. They have been doing the same thing though on the defense. 3 stack on A with the duelists and B. It's a pretty easy read here. Maybe they need to start changing the pace here, but they want to be careful since Ash does have that operator in hand to hold a much better angle. But Par Schofield has Blade of his own. A quick dash into it, makes contact, and there goes Dizzy.
It is a hot summer day, and that raging flame is still looking for more cinder and more things to burn. Meow loses one of their duelists here, but they do have that firepower in spades. It's a little questionable why they left the Reyna all alone, maybe trusting that dismissal too much. Fall X does have Showstopper, so if JustUs give them enough room, then this could potentially pop on their end.
Par Schofield still healthy enough to take a fight here. I'm not sure if they're going to expect Fall X here, but there's a lot of players marking showers. At any point, this Jet could just, you know, look at this area. This Rolling Thunder, though, could stop everything.
Oh, I don't think they see each other. That's a bit of a mess there, as Fall X still manages to get the kill. The Showstopper doesn't get any value, but Psycho managing to eke away with a trade as Owen Cutie has to hold down the line. But everything falls apart for Biao, and JustUs in a blinding flash will roll over the side now. Ionix in a double clutch here, albeit JustUs players very, very healthy. One kill could lead to the Neural Theft, and that could domino effect into his pocket. A cage is available. No one's looking in his direction. A double stack towards pocket. That's one. There's no trades. Can't respond to the third member here. So a little bit of tunnel vision will allow JustUs to take yet another round on the board.
Oh, JustUs really using that shower's position to their maximum efficiency. I like the way, I mean, yeah, this play happened, but I like the way that the smokes came in for their team as well. They smoke off heaven as well as the middle here. That way they can cross safely, or at least get some cover in, forcing that angle to only be the right one open. But the flash from Breach comes in from there too. So that way they cover their exit really well. Even though they are smoked off, they can take that aggressive fight fairly safely. And it forces Meow into a position they don't want to play. They're by, just gone like that. Operator down, and they're forced back onto this eco.
Perhaps shooting themselves in the foot with such a violent comp. Again, triple duelist. A lot of its problems are going to show itself in a utility shuffle, and Meow not having any ample responses to, as I've said, the utility poke is really letting these rounds slip away. Eco or not, full buy or half buy, it just hasn't been converting. And now Second Love providing for his team yet again. Ionix and his Neural Theft is going to be sorely missed for Meow.
Owen QT takes a bit of a fight here, but he won't win it. The weapon advantage on Second Love just too much to handle, and the speed gonna come in. Dizzy gonna make contact, but that's a lot of use. Oh, minutes.
Huh? Confusion yet again towards U-Haul. And Meow, they can't seem to anchor their defense properly here. Ash will walk in to a bit of a sidewinder. JustUs dismantling this weaker buy with no issues. And we talked about it, Fluff. Despite having 3 duels on that site, none of that utility is really gonna outshine a smoke or a well-timed flash.
I mean, having duelists to take a fight is one thing if they're a bit more proactive, but when they're trying to react to the explosive firepower here from JustUs and how quickly they execute with this Brimstone stim as well, it's just not enough slowing potential to really stall out these rounds. There's no molly to delay anything, to isolate these angles. With the Sky Smokes coming in at the same time as well, and the Breach utility, they just get pushed back and back and back, and the fights go in the favor of JustUs because they have so much more support.
And that's what Meow is looking for. Just some sort of safety net for themselves. As proactivity is going to be showing itself a little peculiar in my opinion, that it's their solo controller being this far deep and this committed towards this angle. JustUs, they've sensed weakness towards this A site and will still go through it. Schofield doesn't see the anti-dash trap, but thankfully for him, he manages to keep himself safe. Loydream will get Fallx. Again, the flank still hasn't really bloomed into anything meaningful for Meow. Spike will go down. Hunter gets demolished by Aeonix. And now Psycho has been discovered from that neural theft. U-Haul still up highly contested spot here. Smoke's gonna come down. Meow, they do have the advantage here in terms of positioning, but the flashes again will continuously pressure them. But if you're kind of fighting into the triple duelist, then it's just not gonna be the best idea. Loydream, 11 health and a stun. Not enough to survive the waves of bodies upon bodies from Meow.
I mean, the one advantage is if they can finally take that fight, they can win. These triple duelists really proving their worth when it counts. But the problem still remains. They need to start slowing down the pace and making sure that they can get control somewhere. Maybe be a bit more proactive, change it up. And this time, the duelists are gonna stick together as these three musketeers gonna fight for this hookah position instead. Maybe gonna try to get some early picks here. But it's actually Brimstone who's gonna be marking this position. And they're sending the raise back.
Well, just like three musketeers, they might have to leave the service and adjust their plans for later in the game as they mix it up. They swap one of those duelists out with a Cypher, and so far this defense has been looking more doable. Second Love still trying to look for a lurk and create a passive threat for JustUs. It's been doing okay for the most part, but still, a lot of silence across the map.
A lot of silence indeed. Have to be a bit more wary. Sky Smokes being burned ever so slightly. Second Love still has the camera for info. No one shot it yet. That's info in itself. Checks for a bit. Hookah seems clear. The question is, where could they be? With no other info on their team, it's very difficult to find because you want to save those sky flashes for the actual execute.
That's exactly what we were talking about, right? Like, that regenerating flash could just provide extra quality of life benefits. And JustUs, they know they don't want to fight into the duelist. Fallx getting eliminated is going to signal the rest of it, JustUs to pounce towards A. No frontal defense here on the side of Meow just yet, as Ash wants to burn that dash, sees 4, and decides to value his life over anything. The Molly will stop him in his tracks again. He remains composed. Spike has been planted. They don't know that Ash is still lurking within these smokes. Aeonix nearly gets caught out here. And again, no direct fighting here by JustUs, but keeping Meow at bay. Ash still trying to salvage the situation, but quickly without the support that perhaps Meow could have had. Everything is just falling apart. and QD, no matter how sharp he is, the numbers just don't lie. A 1v3, difficult, all the same.
There's a glimmer of hope there if they lined up. Maybe he could have done it, but right now, JustUs just doubling the score here on Meow, making sure that they keep that lead already on that attack. And the fact that with this composition, they're still able to do that much with only the Jet, no raise, nothing in hand. It just goes to show that they have a lot of faith in Schofield, and he's been doing so much work. He's so quick as well on the dash. Even when he tanks a trap by accident, just insta dashes to the correct direction. Normally to safety, not being that over-aggressive with a lot of things. And this time around, JustUs gonna go for a very interesting split where the brunt of the force is on B, but the lurker's actually the spike carrier as Cypher is creeping up. But here comes an unexpected angle from Dizzy.
Well, proactivity was the big thing that we were looking for, and now Meow has received enough data to make, again, educated guesses on what they can do. And you talked about it, right? Not having these duelists do anything might be the bane of supposedly an aggressive comp. JustUs, surprised, now reassessing the situation. Look how far off Second Love is. So if there's going to be skirmishes towards Belong, then Psycho and Loydream are left on an island. Still trying to creep up, but look at the positioning of Meow here. This is pretty much a very, very safe fight that they can just hang back on.
Oh, reposition there, coming in from the cubby. Will they expect Owen QT to be this close on the off angle with the judge? Is the question.
Psycho's gonna go for the long clear. I think Lloydrim sees a leg. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Psycho.
Oh no.
Oh, and they still peek into the judge. Nearly gets a spray transfer there. Second Love will pop his neural theft. I don't think it's gonna tell him anything that he doesn't already know. A 3 strong is on the side of Meow. Second Love does have a trap available for himself. He's eventually going to have to commit to this fight. And suddenly they get dismantled. JustUs steal one away from Meow. Oh my goodness.
What a play there. Good read as well. They bait the taps to get the taps on the dome. Getting them on the board, and what a smart and beautiful play here coming up for the Cypher. You thought that they had it off the opening picks, but the fact that I think Owen QT just wasn't able to really use that judge, the neural theft actually paying off. Wow.
My goodness. They got swindled away from that round. Is your card or is your coin in my left hand or my right hand? No, it's in the Vandal as Fall X. He's thinking about that nade again, but this time he backs off. JustUs has a lot of forward space to work with, an even stronger economy. Schofield does have that judge. Fall X doesn't have any idea. Oh dear. That is gonna hurt. And Par Schofield is just gonna reduce the numbers even more. Dizzy FPS can't E out of the situation, but he doesn't know that Second Love is waiting around the corner. As JustUs is in a commanding position. Meow still looking to retaliate.
Oh, smoke dissipating here. Difficult retake though. Psycho, as well as Second Love already holding down this long angle. Aeonix just waiting for the push instead. Looks like it might be just a save here. But what are they saving? Out of all the things that they bought, it's just a Bulldog and the Outlaw. Difficult spot to be in. Worse weapons to fight with as well. Not even willing to take the risk. Here comes a stun. Doesn't land on what they want to, but the damage done on Repulsive. I think the teammates gathering through. Here comes the one. Gets a good timing, but it's not able to find the frags. They get 2 at least. Oh.
That's enough of a window, but Psycho closing it shut. Doesn't want any intruders towards their site. And again, 3-8 on the side of JustUs. Repulsive still does have that orbital strike, which we haven't seen too much of. Perhaps saving it for the retake.
Wow. I mean, this like buy round, but they're doing a lot of these risky plays are really hurting the defensive side from really making any of their plans come to life. When they lose their controller early, especially, you have 3 duelists. If you lose a duelist, it's fine. But if you
it's
lose
like whatever
your util, it's very hard since you're already lacking in that department. And 8-4 is all they can hope for right now, unless they push into cursed territory. The flash gonna come in. Dizzy gonna get spotted out, but not enough to really push him back. Keep this hold here on Hookah.
It really is a game of chunks and gigantic percentages here when you do lose a player. JustUs have the confidence to just kind of go for the contact play here. I think committing is the question. Par Schofield might just have popped his dash without any fights. But again, you would rather be safe than sorry as JustUs. They pull back once more.
Dizzy though, doubling up here with Owen just to make sure that no one can get here on long. Fall X waiting for the drop. But look at this boost. If he peeks too wide into this, Par Schofield has the angle already. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
The triple stack on the boxes.
In a perfect world, that could have been a showstopper that would have taken 3. But
True.
Again, that's not a very likely play, right? Like, just to have the triple stack control towards Hookah. I think JustUs is playing this really, really smart. They know that Meow can't dig them out of their trenches. Or at least when they try to siege the sites, the trades are decently even. Positional advantage going to go to the way of JustUs. They will go for a more aggressive stance here. The smoke is going to come down anytime soon. But they've given themselves away here. Par Schofield potentially could play the bait. This could give Psycho the room to push up. Look at Meow, all their eyes trained towards the front to B. They have no idea that Psycho has a flag, but a crucial shot being missed. Will get salvaged. And Par Schofield, the massive 4K to close out the half. Meow in shambles.
You know, the last time I saw this team when I was casting on the first week, Par Schofield had such a hard time playing on Arena, playing on Jet. Maybe it was the nerves or something, but now it looks like he's back onto form. 18-8 right now, leading the pack and bringing JustUs ever so closer to getting map number 1 and a victory for this series if they can get even more. If they win this pistol, it's going to be very difficult for Meow to come back, so they really need to start leveraging this. And you can tell they have the whole Ghosty gang up and running with all these duelists. All they need to do now is land those shots.
Sometimes it's, actually most of the time, it's easier said than done, especially when there's so many things being thrown at you. And again, Meow, they have to establish themselves here as the more dominant attackers. They have to force out some sort of reaction from JustUs, throw out an extra smoke, just thin down that utility as you mentioned. Our Schofield is going to get topped up here by Psycho, so that's going to reignite an aggressive push towards Showers, perhaps? This could be where the bodies might drop here as the fights, they ensue. Ash finally gets a good opener here. Ball X, with the utility in hand, is looking to create some space for his teammate, but Ash does get chunked out of it. Spike still can't be committed towards the site, and now they get boxed in. An important shot missed, but the salvage play still very much present. Our Schofield trying to find some sort of timing, but he will be left in the dust as Meow is going to posture up for a B hit.
Man, that play, the gamble, not worth it here for the defense as they try to do something very aggressive. Good pre-fires coming in, but just a little off the mark. At least they have the info already. Owen QT just gets a good off-angle frag on him. That's the round that they need to start getting their momentum back. 4-9, a very winnable score if they can keep this going.
Snowball, hairball would be number 1 for Meow. Would be the best thing to happen to them. JustUs, despite having the more utility-oriented side, they do have a higher likelihood of getting, I guess, analysis paralysis, paralyzed. Because again, it's like, oh, but how do we deal with a push? Do I have to throw out this piece of utility? Do I have to stop it this way? But Meow, changing their tempo yet again, will hold down the fort.
Holding it down is the right thing that they have to do right now. Info flash gonna come in, spot out Dizzy. Somewhat. I think I actually spotted the player behind him because he wasn't flashed. But regardless, they have the info that they are stacked up towards this A side. Dizzy gonna creep in, play contact instead, rely on the fact that you're Reyna and just dismiss out. Moving ever so close because they know no one wants to take a risk like this.
Not at all. But the breach stun is going to provide so much value. It hasn't chained Ash yet. And this confidence Vandal is just giving him all the room in the world. One could throw a molly and it could cook every single person here, force them out into the loving arms of Ash. Again, they have no info here. There is a read. I think they know that there's at least one person here. Can't just confirm who is in here. Lloyd Dream shows his robotic arm and might just have it severed. 31 HP. Now, I think they're so tempted to go for this, but they really are looking to keep this as safe as possible. And this kill box is just losing players. Our Schofield still waiting for some sort of impatience from Meow. Now, just getting peppered out is JustUs. And a really clean round here by Meow.
I mean, Lamps, what a death trap there. Really funneling everyone in that position. I like the fact that they kind of subvert their expectations and assume that, okay, there's only one person here, but we'll actually keep more in case anyone over-aggresses. But Meow, knowing that's a possibility, just holding back, lifting their foot from the gas. They already have the round win, no unnecessary risks required, and they're rewarded by a very good bonus into this as well, because they still have how many rifles on this Vandal on Ash. And JustUs, they have the firepower, but the response still is very strong for Meow.
JustUs still looking really good here. They have the correct idea of going for a more aggressive takes toward Garden, considering it has to be a bit more of an aggressive clear. They're going to be stunned to all hell, but somehow managed to come back alive. Our Schofield could have dipped in for a little longer as his friends are ready to back him up. Flash abound. Meow kind of getting bullied out of map control here. Does have avenue of safety towards Hookah. But I'm not entirely sure this is the best play to go about this round.
Very slow and steady indeed here, trying to creep their way into things, but the damage already dealt on the attacking side. But there comes Owen QT to open things up. Par Schofield out of the picture. Sky Smoke's gonna fall into place very shortly, but Cypher still on that side, but he gets taken out. The moment he brings out the util, and the Molly gonna stop them as well.
A delay to keep JustUs at bay. Meow. Looking to sink their paws onto this. Psycho does get free passage here because of the smoke, but Aeonix is trying to be as vigilant as possible. JustUs just looking for that one stray pick to snowball onto the site. However, again, this is pretty much unexpected. Psycho knows somebody's close, but can't get the immediate trade. And now Lloyd Dream left on his lonesome yet again. Still lurking in that smoke of death. I wouldn't be surprised if he just books it. Again, just try to save one rifle here. He wants to do some damage. Does. Maybe replicate that that clutch from the previous half. But that is nowhere near to coming into completeness as Meow take yet another round.
Another round onto the board. This replay really showing how they're able to start getting some momentum back here. But really, it's the fact that their attacking half is the entire point of this entire composition, and they're really maximizing it. And JustUs being forced on an eco yet again, really stalling out their options here because the lead that they had early on is just dwindling. JustUs just try to survive the first half because they know how strong they can be later on.
Crazy thing about Meow right now is that despite the simplicity of the comp, they've been pretty ambiguous with how they want to hit the site, because I don't think it's really common to, oh hey, we're getting bullied out of B long, might as well jump at a hookah, right? I mean, who does that, honestly?
True.
How often does that happen?
I mean, I gotta expect the unexpected, honestly, at this point. Like, right now, Aeonix trying to find an unexpected timing of his own. They're just gonna miss each other.
Oh my
here.
gosh. Oh dear.
This
Somebody
is
might...
really bad.
This is awkward. Somebody might die in sight, and that's just gonna be a in comms for JustUs. Look at this. They're not looking at all. And Aeonix could just walk up to this. The Sentinel is on the opposite side of the map, so he will have a bit of a stealth game here as Meow still looking to pull a lot of attention away from their lurker. The smoke is gonna keep them at bay just for a while. The double jump still very available. And Ash again turning his back here, gets punished for it. Second love undiscovered, and somehow these sheriffs are doing their job. Now have to cluster up and let these vandals rip the opposition apart, as two of them have fallen. One could have been retrieved at this point in time. That is Lloyd Dream. Something that they have to pay attention to. And Dizzy FPS gets picked apart. VALORANT had a quiet half so far, and who would have thought that it would be the eco to take the momentum away from Meow?
You know, sometimes the expectations defy everything, and this time around, proving how strong they can be even when on the back foot, JustUs rises to the occasion and answers the question of what can stop Meow. It's really a good sign for them, because now they have the operator on Par Schofield, and they can abuse that range, maybe even stop the early aggression now from Old Stinky Cat without having to invest such a deep positions in risky places, since they can play so far back.
I really like the idea there of just, oh hey, they know JustUs is either gonna go on a really crazy gamble or be super passive, and they're gonna use their superior firepower. But it just kind of fell apart when there were a lot of those windows where, oh, there's no trade in this moment, oh, there's not gonna be possible routing for an immediate hit. Meow, they still have a good bank, but they did give a few weapons away, so they don't want to fall onto that reset point yet again.
Be very careful with this one, making sure that no one can pass here. Fallex creeps their way here onto Lamps, and Repulsive might not expect this, but he actually gets away right before they connect.
I don't understand. I mean, sometimes it just kind of works out for you, and although that Molly is gonna barely miss, Second Love is gonna try his hand at snatching an enemy's life away. Dizzy FPS does get that plant down. Post plant is gonna be really messy. This is gonna spell something terrible for one of these sides. No ultimates in hand, or no big team fight ultimates. Ash gets away just because of his mobility and Fallex. Beautiful two-man game here. Our Schofield has shown his op and is helping his teammates demolish the post plant. Ash, again, still responding. A self-blind here could be a crucial mistake by Psycho.
One enemy
Wings. And now a 2v1 yet again. Our Schofield doesn't have the allowance to miss here. Fallex plays the corner, plays it beautifully. As JustUs getting confused on that retake.
Confusing times indeed. 3 rounds now separate both teams, and the showstopper available for Fallex as well as Blaze could prove very deadly. Any opening pick can trigger the neural theft of Aeonix or Second Love, respectfully, at any time.
And the call for Meow has been pretty good. You know, I think that's an understatement. I mean, to work with what little you have in terms of utility pressure and to succeed is a sight to behold. Enough of the spectacle, though, as JustUs. They, again, prioritize different parts of the map now. It looks like they're leaning towards a teleport pinch. But JustUs, sight, still very vulnerable. And Meow going for the same attacking set.
Oh, fire in the hole indeed. Explosive start already. No one on site. Have to expect the showers. Camera gonna spot them out, slow them down, but this ultimate not gonna connect.
Hero Theft and Bladestorm could be a deadly combo here for JustUs. Get the pick, get the info. I don't think Owen is gonna anticipate this many bodies right in front of him. This could be a shooting gallery if they swing him late. Let's get the info. They know that there's at least 2 on the flank here. Lloydrim readjusts his utility. Our Schofield can't really push up because of that Leer. Vulnerable is this hookah spot. And again, distracted is everybody. The flashes, despite not really working out. Rolling Thunder, Aeonix. Just death. Oh my goodness. Meow there. Respond in their own confusion. I mean, disjointed yet again.
So really difficult to work with. Just not being able to punch together is really the weakness of this composition. Not able to trade yourselves out. That's when you are just what do you call it, trying to brute force for no reason instead of having a plan to actually work around the fights that you want to take, since you don't have the same amount of supportive util that you have on JustUs. And JustUs, they're doing the opposite. They know what their comp does, and they're playing it as best as they can, making sure that they're very safe when they do. Even in situations where they're probably behind a bit, they're still able to climb their way out.
The luxury of safety is something that Meow sorely misses here. And Par Schofield feeling a little confident on a more risky angle here. Although it could be Meow not checking their corners, and what a response here by Dizzy. Making this at least possible on the side of Meow. And like the JustUs is not double dipping whatsoever, but the onslaught continues. Somehow, Meow declawed and Cage Trigger just really struggling these rounds.
Really having a hard time closing this out, and only 2 players remaining on the side of Meow. They have a Cypher at least. Neural Theft available if they can equalize somewhat. Trying to land the shots here and there. Dizzy finds one. Lloyd Dream falls. And they're gonna rush out of the smoke, but there comes Psycho from the side. Meow's Aeonix. Trying to be a hero right now. He's gonna get the off angle, turn into a 1v1. He's everything. The neural theft for the info.
Take a deep breath here as everybody is already going for the duels. And deja vu in the favor of Meow. A round stolen and a round taken yet again on the exact same spot with the exact same agents. They are really not letting this one go.
It's really just saving them so many rounds. The master of B-Sight, indeed. The big hat for the man with the big brain, able to get that pain train going. And JustUs, they're at the station, stopped and halted because they need to set their own tracks already to get going again.
Claim your stake and
Get out of my way.
maybe perhaps defend it, as now JustUs losing a little bit of momentum. They have won a few eco rounds here and they could potentially do the same. Meow, a bit more patient. They still have not condition JustUs enough for these heavier swings. In fact, they're wary of the pushes here. Second Love could be in a difficult situation, but the Sheriffs just landing shot after shot. This time around, they cannot take the Vandal, but at least they know that the spike is here.
Oh, in fact, they actually have one that might be able to take that Vandal. So, in a way, at least he got an upgrade, but at the cost of his teammate's knife, probably not worth it. Slowly, though,
True.
they are going to be stubborn about taking this A position, and that stubbornness might actually get rewarded as the defenders kind of thinking that's taking too long. They're probably going B, but in fact, the shower's so open for them. If they don't open this cam, it could be very hard for them to retake this site if they get too deep.
True. And Meow kind of playing this like a Souls game, you know? I will bang my head on this wall until it works. And so far, it's working out. They're still hunting for those patterns and hunting for the openings for those rolls. Hash, despite having a Blade Storm, wants to push the tempo. And this time around, the judge does not escape the wrath of the shorty. And JustUs, they have to respond quickly. The plant does go down. Par Schofield, despite getting the flash for himself, will not get the kill. But somehow the jumping judge will. Fall X and Own Cutie, they have the definite range advantage here. And an orbital strike. So once again, this could be on the shoulders of Fall X. He's done his job here. Has to just wait it out. Psycho lighting it up too.
Over.
Laser upon you.
They have the orbital strike from above, calling in reinforcements, planetary destruction, and it's now 11-9.
Exterminatus imminent for one of these teams here. As economy stabilizing slowly but surely on the side of JustUs. Par Schofield's operator has not necessarily converted a lot of rounds here. I like that trick play by Ash. Again, it's like, would they extend this far deep with their comp and with what they've been doing? Probably not, right? Question mark.
A lot of questions, I guess, because you're going to get some time to answer them at least. Looks like JustUs has really kept that momentum up for a while, and Meow, though they've gotten it back, have to take some time to kind of reevaluate how they're going to use these triple duelists. They're on attack. It's where they want to be. They just have to hit together. The ping's coming out already on the defensive side. JustUs thinking about taking a more aggressive stance here on B long. But more importantly, I think the shift in agents, like the weight of where they're leaning to, is going to be the most important start here for Meow. If they get an early pick, if they can get that ball rolling, they can really snowball out of control, and JustUs might just have a big problem too big to recover from.
Spoken like a true orc player. As long as we have more bodies than them, then this war will definitely go in our favor. A lot of shooters and a lot of boys that Meow potentially want to roll into. Again, like you mentioned, if they get those opening picks, then JustUs might be in shambles, but this time around, they position Par Schofield in the front line. Will even get rewarded for it. Like you mentioned, losing one duelist isn't necessarily the biggest problem that Meow have to deal with.
Just a clean crossfire here, inviting Dizzy over to push this position, but it is Arena, and there is a dismiss available that could break this. He is aware.
Oh my gosh.
Take the fight. Oh, wow.
Huh? I don't know what prompted Lloyd Dream to do that, but again, a little bit of insurance on the side of JustUs, letting the Seekers rip. We'll give them all the info as safely as possible. Although JustUs, they might already have the correct read here. 4 players strong towards B side. And Own Cutie double dipping. I'm glad that JustUs has caught on because this is an action that Meow have been doing. Have I spoken too soon?
It's a trap.
No. Wow. It was a trap.
Man, I really don't know what prompted him, like you mentioned, to peek, but it is the best timing that he could have to peek. Because he was just not expecting anyone to break a crossfire and just take the 1v1.
Sometimes it's one of those things as a player you can't really explain. It's like, I know there's a timing here, you know, and it just kind of comes down to that. What's the science behind it? Intuition, I guess, which is sometimes the enemies, or rather the biggest enemy of stats nerds and optimal play peeps. And, you know, sometimes it just works.
True. Honestly, speaking of optimal play, I was surprised he cleared the left, not the right. Oh, but that not going to clear anything at the moment. Going to get pushed back and says Par Schofield. Going to find the return shot, though.
Oh, wow. That's stubborn. They still want to go for this as Par Schofield already has a safe spot to go to. And Dizzy FPS will get rewarded, but it won't alleviate this disadvantage. We'll get that operator back up on their end. Rolling Thunder's very close, too. And now they have been discovered here. Lloyd Dream winning out that fight that, again, should have been fairly dangerous for him. And JustUs looking to close out this map 1. Neonix leaving Fallex. And with his triple duelist comp, not really working out.
Man, it was a gamble to begin with, and honestly, it was a pretty good idea if they're able to really live up to that concept. Fight together, play together, trade each other, but they were just separated too much, and JustUs so good on a couple of these retakes. There was a lot of glimmers of hope for them, especially with their Cypher trying to breathe life into the game, but it was not enough to break the back that was JustUs.
That is true. And I feel like proactivity is still really lackluster on that comp. I mean, to avoid the utility poke, they could have been a bit more aggressive. They could have stopped it before the setup. Granted, there were a lot of good reads on both sides, but you would expect the triple duelist comp to lead the dance per se.
Yeah, but if we're talking about duelists, I mean, Par Schofield as well and JustUs. He didn't have to be 3 duelists, but he played
So
like
smart.
he was 4, able to really just trade out his teammates, get multi-kill after multi-kill, whether on the AWP or on the Vandal. This player has rise to the occasion and has grown so much from his debut game that right now he's a force to be reckoned with, and it's a problem that Meow needs to start addressing.
It really is kind of crazy how it was clinical on his end when it comes to using the Tailwind for safety, not just forward space, but also just getting back towards your teammates, knowing that the enemy team doesn't have enough to flush you out, and just bait reactions. You know, that's the thing, the weakness about that triple duelist comp. You have to react as quickly as possible, and in that vein, it's just hard to be static. And I think we're going to be jumping right into the stats to see where it's kind of folded for Meow.
Look at Par Schofield there, 24-16, leading the pack here, as Bind has been his domain to get JustUs that itty-bitty advantage growing over time. And Meow on the other side of things, Ash did so much as well to try to keep him alive, but also Aeonix being able to clutch out a couple rounds and score for his team. It's just the fact that Fallex and Dizzy FPS wasn't always there to kind of partner up with Ash and make that triple duelist thing really go online.
I mean, I feel like they should have had a bit more setup to the triple duelist. You know, double duelist is already a big ask, and I think some of the teams have, although been playing it for the last 2 weeks, they're slowly shifting to something that we're more accustomed to. And with the heat check phase over and the playoffs just around the corner, they're really looking for that stability. I love that JustUs have been, again, putting all their faith into each other. This is, after all, for a playoff spot.
Very true. And OSC, after losing to Naos, maybe that hit their confidence a bit, but at least it shows that they still have enough confidence to pick this very interesting composition. It's not bad by any means. It's just not
at all
used properly because of the efforts of JustUs to stop their plans from even coming into fruition. Like you can even see here, there's a lot of times that they do get the site, but the fact is Par Schofield just really being that nuisance, holding down a lot of the early aggression.
True. And early on too, Second Love was doing enough to warrant a lot more utility being invested towards his side of the map, and that just couldn't get that side going for I believe it was Meow. And JustUs just played this matchup beautifully. They understood the weaknesses of the triple duelist comp and just outright abused those holes in that game plan.
Very difficult way to climb out of that one. I feel like if they got maybe a couple more rounds on the defensive side, then maybe Meow would have had a better time on attack. But purely relying on one side of the map is very difficult, because even if you can get to 13, it's the amount of mistakes that you can make. And when your opponents are starting 9-3, you're thinking, how many chances do we have left?
That's true, and we did end on a 9-13, so still decently competitive. But before we can jump right into the second map, folks, we will be taking a short break. So, you know, we will be right back. Yes? No? Not yet? Okay. We'll be... Patience, guys, patience. We were patient for the Agent Select. We're going to be patient for this break, okay? So, while we're here, this little awkward little pause, don't forget to go grab your food. You know, it kind of late in the day, maybe early dinner. I know I'm hungry. So, of course, guys, as we do that, score grabs lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on GrabCar Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with GrabFood Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with GrabFood Saver meals. So go ahead and do that. Just a friendly reminder from, again, me, Raph, and Fluffy.
Exactly. I'm honestly going to get some grab after this as well.
Yes. So, hi guys, we're still here.
I actually think
Say
the grab
hi
is on the
to-
way.
That's right. So now we can throw Mr. Wingman away, and we'll be throwing to the break. Bye, guys. the perfect time to jump into Sunset as we are coming into the second map of the day. Once again, my name is Raph. That is Fluffy02, that handsome gentleman with the greatest beard of the Northern Lands. Say hello, Fluff.
Hello, Fluff.
Nice. Good job.
I don't know about
Well
greatest
done.
beard. I feel like it's only one side and the other one is blank. So we're just gonna stick
The
to this side
duality of
instead.
man.
Because just like the bearded boys of the previous map, the Brimstone and the Brim, those players really played so well and were so effective at shutting down those early pushes coming in from Meow. And I feel like that type of utility can really prove to be important as much on this second map.
Yeah, and Sunset has been really good for JustUs. It could be their tide turner here for this matchup in particular. They go for a decently creative lineup here with the Astra and the Phoenix, so that's going to be a lot of active utility once again being thrown the way of Old Stinky Cat.
You know, I always say this every time Sunset comes up and I see a Sova, but I do feel like it is one of the most criminally underrated picks on this map. Not ironically, not because of the info, because other agents can do that, I think, slightly better. It's more of the fact that the drone can tank the Cypher trips and you can blow up the trips with your shock darts as well. Combine that with the fact that you have a Gecko, you don't even have to lose the man advantage, and you have a Phoenix to really run in and do the damage. There's just nothing to really stop them outside of maybe what this Paranoia can bring, because the opposing Gecko also has a lot of slows. The Cypher, I think, a bit less relevant on the side of OSC, but that KO can prove to be very difficult because all the agents are heavily ability reliant on the other side of things. As we move on to the game, very quick start here, not just for our game, but of this map, as the smoke's already come down. Early flash to maybe spot out some mid from this attackers, but the defense from JustUs gonna hold very strong, not gonna overreact here and just reposition from the pressure provided from Meow.
Tempo is the name of the game for both the sides here, as they do add quite a bit of pressure towards mid. They get that door out of the way just to provide JustUs with that much more mental stack as Meow proceed towards the main choke of A. JustUs once again have a decent read, a potential bait and switch here with the Gecko plus the Phoenix flash. Could be just another gigantic thorn in Meow's side, but once again anticipating timing. Just trying to crawl up here, go for that contact. Look at the patience yet again, but despite that, Fall X coming alive and getting that spearhead for his team. Now the side is ready for the taking. This backside completely vulnerable. An immediate response by the long-range Astra Star here. Meow still not dissuaded from hitting this. Onyx once again lurking, trying to find a target. Looking towards his behind, but the Sova already puncturing this plant. But JustUs disappearing from the face of the earth.
Just removed, erased even. It's only Repulsive left alone, but that flash gonna secure the round. Dignified even keeps his life alive. And if you just get a very, very clean round there off that opening double pick from Meow. Good start for them to get this comeback going. They have a better buy at the moment than JustUs. Their defense just not working out because of those quick trades. So hopefully they find a better plan. But if we take the pings to consideration here, it looks like Meow gonna go for a heavier hit here on mid. More confident that they can take these more aggressive positions because of that weapon advantage.
I do like the JustUs plan here, though. Quite a bit more active. I like that wide swing out, but Meow creating so many awkward timings here. Not really working out for that early pressure as they get scanned out, so the passive threats may not be as strong. Oof, up-tempo gameplay here again by JustUs for an aggressive positioning. They had punished. Again, great idea if they had better weapons, but now that play has been potentially exposed for the rest of the map.
They try to disrespect the smoke and they get punished for it. A good attempt there to maybe subvert more expectations, get a better positioning. But Repulsive in the same position on the A side, trying to hold it down yet again on this agent. The Astra, 1 star only. Not much he can do with it. He knows there's presence around him, wrapping around. And there comes the suppress as well to confirm.
What they do. Repulsive does have the classic. They don't clear him out. Could get a freebie here, but oh, that is a heartbreaker and a half. As he doesn't even get an orb for his troubles. Meow converting really well. They have to be wary now of the Vandals on the side of JustUs. and potentially another outlaw that's been showing its head in this series.
Outlaw or not, it looks like they're gonna stay here in this advantageous position. Cheeky TP, maybe just to watch out for some aggression. Expecting that JustUs will do something a bit unpredictable. Meow a lot more cautious this time around, trying to get a bit more value picks, I believe, slowing down the pace a bit. But the same flash gonna come to clear mid, but the aggression is about to hit.
Ooh, Fall X didn't even need that paranoia, but Psycho reminding Fall X that that range for the near side isn't that great. Psycho still managing to stay alive, even ruining the plans of Meow here. Owen Cutie try to salvage it, and already does good damage. 2v2. Lloyd Dream already in a great spot to catch the cross, but can't confirm the kill. Owen Cutie looking to re-engage, but will get red on. And Lloyd Dream, final nail in the third round, will seal that casket for the bonus. Still good damage on the economics. However, they could have wanted that round. I mean, they would have loved to have that round.
Oh, of course, they would have pushed them into like an astronomical level of confidence, but JustUs playing that very well. And honestly, it's because Psycho survived for so long. He knew that mid was smoke. He played the timing, assuming that one person was going to swing out of it, and he was rewarded with just that. Unfortunately, he gets punished at the end of it, not expecting another player pushing out of the second smoke on tiles, but it was just enough to give Lloyd Dream the ability to come. But here comes the speed right now. Aggression popping in, just using it to clear the corner as well. Good use of efficient ways to clear, but now they have a majority of their players on this site.
Avoiding the dangers of that choke fight is Meow and JustUs. They respond in kind. The Astra smoke is gonna be in the way, but Psycho can't get anywhere safe here.
Wow.
And they dip out, but Second Love with the swing to get 3 will bunker it down for JustUs. And no more gun round for Meow moving forward. Ooh, economy's not gonna be looking too good after this one. Hero Vandal, yes, on Aeonix and Owen QT, but would have loved to have more. It looks so good on that entry yet again.
What a way. I mean, they had a good entry, and then they had a lot of the positioning up to elbow, but they took 0% of the actual site, and that hold between both of the Phoenix as well at the end just rewards them with an ultimate. The run attack can be so useful in these aggressive takes, and they might be using it towards that mid side if they keep ever so closely. There's the first one on the punish. That's the controller down. Gonna make things extremely hard now to even make any moves.
Well, that difficulty is certainly showing its head here as those Vandals were dealt with very, very quickly. Alex does manage to get one and could potentially get another here. And with that, that's already a net positive with these buys.
One enemy remaining.
Maybe I'm speaking too soon as Dizzy has punished the overextension. There's no Vandal that's close to him, but this awkward 1v1 could be the death of JustUs. They have to respect this. The wingman still is in his pocket too. So one stun could change it all. One away from from Thrash. I just go for a mad dash towards A here. Honestly, JustUs, now looking at this round, what happened?
I mean, honestly, it feels like they were just too hyper focused on one thing that they lost sight of where the other players could come from. But here comes a rifle as well as the ultimate for Dizzy. Very winnable now. But Par Schofield, the question is, will he choose to use the ultimate? Is it a good time? Will he just play the trades alongside Loy?
Uh-oh. Lloyd is one away from that neural theft, and I wouldn't be surprised if Par Schofield burns this Reddit back. He could definitely do it just for extra insurance. Dizzy FPS doesn't know that it's getting stuck on, and this is actually doable. This is actually so doable. It's halved. All he has to do is to play time here. Oh no! What? 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 Why? What? Oh no!
What did I just witness?
Oh. Sunset has had the most of that. This was a calculated risk, but am I bad at math? Oh my goodness. That was a heat of the moment type of thing. But still a bit of a head scratcher here. This map is already looking to be incredibly competitive.
That's one way to put it. I think the nerves, maybe the pressure, just building at that point. You think okay, my teammates got the half, so I have a bit of time. Miscalculations here and there. Maybe assume something. Regardless, that's a round stolen away by Meow, and JustUs punished for that. To give Par Schofield a weapon though, so maybe he can use that, run it back, but it's not going to be enough to actually get any value as they push on to nothing. Fall X gonna break that door, create some more presence. Dignified though, watching out for this.
Digny's been really consistent all throughout the games for Meow, and he's been a wonderful addition from the past few weeks. I'll be watching over this flank, although with this 0 point coming up very soon, it wouldn't surprise me if he'll link up with his teammates. He really gets the kill there. Doesn't really want to overextend and lose his advantage. They discovered the lurking Lloyd Dream. This should give them enough space to barrel through B, although the Astra is going to be there to just contest them a little bit. Fall X getting caught in traffic here, unfortunately. Will eventually make his way towards the site, and Second Love again, the hero that JustUs needs. Has the cape to match. Dizzy FPS, wary of that smoke. And he gets a collab. Tries to turn around. Our Schofield, blinded, does have that curveball. But again, gets demolished by Meow. Heroics left and right. Too much firepower on the side of Old Stinky Cat.
Wow, Dizzy with the moves, just dancing between up and down of the B side. Gets the lineup of the Phoenix ultimate as well, delays him long enough to get flashed by the paranoia, avoids the market player even, surviving all of this and still coming out with the round win. Meow are doing it, and they're doing it together, something that was missing regardless of the agents on the first map.
Maybe the Old Stinky Cat was the friends we made along the way, is what Fluffy is trying to say. Well, X does have that showstopper, so brute force is on the menu here. JustUs, they're wary of that. Cosmic Divide in the back pocket too. But breaking point yet again for their economy, so they want to reel this back in. A little more cautious on that rotation too, leaving mid decently open.
Very open actually, as there's no smoke even, and no one really marking it. They could even creep, but Sova just needs the drone to re-clear it, making sure that no one is there. Dizzy has his own Dizzy back, so they have another opportunity to get a bit more info. Fall X retreating, regrouping towards a postured B hit, as two defenders will be left alone on the A side. Thankfully though, the Astra as well as Cypher is there to delay this hit, but I don't know if it's enough to stop the speed of JustUs.
Well, it's not the speed that kills, it's the sudden stop, and boy do they have a lot of roadblocks in their way. This could take the Cypher tripwire away, but Fall X gets caught back in. That showstopper is going to provide a bit of doubt to any would-be punishers. JustUs trying to resuscitate this defense, getting picked apart one by one. 3v4. Our Schofield still making his way towards Boba. Cosmic Divide is here, so they can deny that B main plant. Or rather, they would be hoping for more utility on their end. Again, we're still waiting to strike here. Fall X waiting for whatever Q, but will get flashed as Par Schofield will punish him. When Cutie does have that ult too, if he chooses to scout, wouldn't be surprised if they go for this Cosmic Divide. Going for a response, but Aeonix could have just stopped this plan dead in its tracks, but a response by him too is not enough to keep Meow at bay. And JustUs faltering on the strong side.
I mean, they use so much there as well to bring out the Cosmic Divide, but it's really Meow that stands together, crossing that as one and making sure that they get the round 2-5 at the moment. And Par Schofield, he already used the ultimate once, he might get it again, and goes for that hero Vandal, but will that be enough? Because so far, this defensive side has been really dismantled. Here.
Picked apart, bit by bit. And Meow looking very confident, looking like they know the blueprints to this master plan here. Going for a bit more of a brute force oriented hit towards A. They go towards elbow. They clear it out. No resistance whatsoever in the side of JustUs. But a gigantic flag is in the making. And Meow, they have to be careful about these potential thrifty rounds. It has done rather so much damage to them. Again, these weaker weapons not doing enough on the side of JustUs. Lloyd Ring trying to keep it alive again, like you mentioned. He's keeping it afloat. Still sinking. too many things to patch up. Second Love, been so sharp this game. Still has a decent utility belt to him. And more than enough rounds to fight this out. He will be discovered. Meow just doesn't know how close he is. Spike still has not been committed. Patience from both sides. Second Love, again, just not allowing himself to be discovered. And one more bullet could have been it. OSC, they escaped by the skin of their teeth.
What a nail biter there. He really could have had it. One more bullet could have made the difference, but the Sheriff, you know, that is one of its biggest weaknesses there. Unfortunately, that low buy actually not working out for them as much as they'd love it to.
Yeah, so close, but if he reloaded too, then it would have prompted the double swing. And oh, listen, that JustUs keeping it still okay with her economy. A tech pause is on its way. Don't know how long this one's gonna last, but Meow definitely getting their confidence back despite losing on their map pick.
Exactly, and you know, maybe it's a good breather for JustUs, because stopping that Meow momentum for a bit, not sure why we're at the pause, but it could be a good thing for one of these teams. JustUs, economy built up again, will be able to buy everything, but I feel like the pressure from the amount of flashes that Old Stinky Cat has, it also makes it so difficult to hold.
All things that, again, have to be on the list for JustUs to make adjustments on.
Right there.
Second Love has been doing a lot of work, but what I also feel like is somewhat lacking on their end is doing or capitalizing on this recon bolt. We've been seeing a lot of the scans for early info, yes, but that's about it. This recon bolt hasn't really done too much for JustUs. Second Love himself, though, has been wonderful.
I feel like you're right. They could be saving that a bit. Playing in more passive positions, not getting their early frags taken out. Just play contact instead. Like, you contact off something, then you recon bolt when they're executing. Maybe get a couple kills to do some smokes off the pings. Punish the early aggression, or maybe just give them the space that they want since they're using so much util to take it anyway and just take it after. But these small adjustments is something that JustUs has to put into place now, or else, similar to map number 1 for Meow, they might have a good attacking half, but you can't make that many mistakes now since you're giving away so many rounds early.
True. And JustUs, despite a lot of time being spent into the game, they don't necessarily have this much experience at this level. They've been doing really good. And already that's a lot to say, but to translate from just off-season events into our actual regionals, it's just a completely different game. It's a different pressure. Teams are playing so clean, or as much as they can. And as I say that, there's an overextension on the side of Meow here. Aeonix will keep it pretty even. And he's not going to be able to dodge that dizzy flash, but he will come back into safety. And instead of moving backwards, they're just going to keep trucking here. Aeonix, 7 health. 7 bullets, 30 health. Lloyd Dream needs just 1. Give him a love tap and Meow disappear in the blink of an eye.
I look at the mini-map and it's like a graveyard here on the middle of this map. Just everyone trying to do the damage. Schofield coming in close, the rest of his team trying to support, but the trade backs go 1v1 till the Cyphers remain, and it's Lloyd Dream who has the bigger hat.
That will hopefully cover his gigantic brain. You know, it's been super aggressive with his info. I feel like the same could be said about Aeonix. I actually think we've had a lot of great Cypher players in this split alone. We've had a lot more variants for the Sentinels in the past. But it's really nice to see one of the OGs get some love. And again, the choke fight being avoided by JustUs here, as Meow looking to take onto the site, this time with a lot less hesitation. A lot more weapons to worry about here. Aeonix does have a cage to kind of reinforce this area where he's holding. Do they check him? It looks like they will. But Aeonix still manages to win it out.
That was a mistake that can prove to be really costly here. They waited for this retake to happen already. Lloyd Dreamer finds one at least. Bar leaves the charge. A good scan. Gets one. The other one is low. And Dignified replies with 2.
Oh, once again, the brawl continues. swings left and right, haymakers abound, and Repulsive trying to keep his guard up as Dizzy FPS already battered and bruised. 4 bullets with nothing else. He could be pushed here or be the victim of the pros don't fake, but no, Repulsive. Patience will not fall for the same trick. Now JustUs climbing back ever so slowly but surely.
That's what we were talking about, though. If you want, you can just give away the space and then use the recon after to get a scam, go together. Unfortunately, Psycho, I think, oversteps before his teammates are in position. But still, through the ultimate of Bar Schofield, they're still able to get the space that they need, and a beautiful scan for the double to clear out the site. They're slowly trying to, not even trying, but they have figured out Meow's plan. At least on the A side, it's forcing Meow to try maybe go B or mid.
Again, still trying to find a strong position to pivot off is Meow. This time Market, which has been largely neglected by Meow, is going to have the same type of treatment. They're not really pressuring this again. Maybe they're saving it for a proper buy. 2 away from a showstopper is Fall X. And I think that's something that we haven't really seen in this matchup in particular. A lot of orb control has just not been on top of the priority list for really both these teams.
Yeah, they're very concerned that if they get punished because the orbs on Sunset is just so open, it could just be the end of their round if they lose a couple players by mistake here. The Trip's gonna defend this though, slow down this push. There's gonna be a nade, but Folex, somebody has to tank the trap, but instead Second Love rather tanks the bullet.
Whoa. Dizzy FPS has been a sharpshooter with this Guardian. That's gonna give him and his teammates a few extra weapons to work with. JustUs on a rotate here. They're gonna go for a pretty one-dimensional retake here. They don't necessarily have the resources to go for a flank, but Aeonix could be a potential mistake to detain one. But Fall X, quick to recover, quick to cover his teammates. Repulsive just one away from that Cosmic Divide again, but no need. They go for the fisticuffs, and Dizzy FPS with the Guardian denied JustUs of a snowball. Now back in the game.
It's like every time it goes down to the wire here on the A side, it's Dizzy against a couple players, and this time I think maybe he lost one time, but for the most part he's been able to steer a lot of rounds here for Meow. Even though they got this really good opening, JustUs just giving them too much space to work with.
Oh man, and I think this is really the potential of Dizzy. I feel like that Reyna pick earlier, if you just kind of replace that with the Gecko, it's not even like Gecko's a bad pick on Bind, you know? It really isn't. Being all bad picks here, they get rid of the trap, and Fall X lands a complete blind shot onto Lloydream. No more Sentinel utility just for the safety here. Psycho dipping in and out with that Hunter's Fury, covering him as Fall X and the gang still trying to brawl it out. And Meow have found that happy spot where they're willing to just take fights and win. Now they look like they're playing a triple duelist comp.
This could be one of those games that really goes the distance, because Meow not really stopping from the earlier momentum. It's all up to JustUs now to really prove if this Phoenix pick alongside the Gecko can push through the defenses. I mentioned a bit earlier on the agent select that they have the tools to go through a lot of these strips, a lot of these traps, but the repositioning as well as B is something that they have to take consider of.
How long will it take though for that to, you know, pop into the adjustment list for our players here? JustUs looking to get a better attacking side here.
Don't have a chance.
Lloydream lagging a little bit. He had a few good opening rounds. Somehow has frazzled out yet again. Meow. Much more mid-oriented defense. You just don't want to risk getting overwhelmed on the site here. As Fall X will hide in a smoke that's not his. And the hit is going to be there. Oh, if he had a classic out, that would have been it. But Repulsive just too quick to respond with the spam. Now the defenders again hobbling towards the site. B, incredibly difficult to retake here. Second Love could do a lot of damage with this shock dart, and before his final breath, he will throw it out, dignified with his own utility to equalize. When Cutie and Dizzy FPS will get separated but reunited into the spectator lobby as JustUs read that defense so well.
Oh man, that's what they really need to start closing out the series if they get this momentum back, because with the firepower like that, Meow gets dismantled, shows a bit of their weaknesses here. It's going to be very difficult for them to get even more proper reads after this. Now with this better buy, Lloyd Dream with the Guardian, maybe get something off of those lurks, but the rest of them bringing out the high weaponry. Surprisingly though, apart. Gonna stick with the Ghost.
Maybe that's a greedy choice here by Pyre Schofield, or perhaps saving up for something a bit more heavy on these next rounds here. Meow. Super conservative buy, so I doubt that they're going to be able to contest this as well as they can, and doubted the Ghost. It's here to haunt Meow, and it has been scaring them into submission, basically.
Such a clean round.
Yeah, you can't really hope for more than that, as Dignified with a single flash doesn't even need to burn it. That's the weapon for himself, but don't have to go for a save. I am 100% certain that JustUs will hunt this down. They don't want to give any advantages. Sure. And the hunt is on. They do have a lot of time. It'd be a little crazy though if Dignified would... Okay, so they don't go for the save. Just not allowing the snowball. One bullet. Magic bullet. Nope. No magic.
Oh, well, the magic is the disappearing act as they're trying to look for the weapon, but it's not going to be found. Arrow 404. It's not there. But here is another good showing though that the control is there if they play together. The question is, the gap is now 2 rounds, and can Meow still hold that lead now that they have a good buy?
A good buy or a goodbye. Meow. Breaking point yet again. JustUs. This is the swing that they were hoping for. They do go for a very conservative upgrade route here, as Lloyd Dream will stay with that Sheriff, and JustUs not minding too much when it comes to playing from behind. And Second Love is really flirting with death here. 17 health just from spam, and will stand in the middle of the ring of fire. That is mid. X looks to throw that pressure back to them, as Meow have somewhat boxed JustUs in. They're still very wary of these flags, and so far it's Dizzy doing the serious damage here in the heavy lifting for Meow. JustUs once again getting their plans derailed.
Maybe with the weapons was the biggest difference after all, because it looks like a completely different team from the previous 2 rounds. It's Meow very stable in their positioning, covering all the angles, already expecting Lloyd Dream with the double, and Psycho manages to find one, but that's still a 2v4 with Vigil out, and now just remaining is Psycho having to crawl back home with 45 HP.
This is a long crawl, not a lot of range to work with, and again, the sense of dread was justified. Aeonics was the one to cut that down. Now Meow back to a decent lead here. JustUs with the competitive buy now. They still stick with the Guardian on Lloyd Dream. I think they can go half armor, but no, they opt to go for a smaller upgrade towards the armor. Maybe let him survive that initial wave first, and then just kind of back out. But so far, JustUs can't really pressure mid enough for some reason.
Just having such a hard time breaking through the defenses. Maybe it's just the fact that too many angles to watch as they crawl up. Our Schofield is slowly building up that ultimate yet again, and Meow is ever so close to get to that double digits. Lloyd Dream trying to find a better positioning here, but A left alone by both teams as they're more focused towards this B site. Door falls, drone comes in, and Dizzy ready to swing out. The resmoke will be there, might get the timing, and Fall X finds a shot first.
I feel like they're getting trapped into this fight here, and Fall X has just been bobbing and weaving, landing so many shots and good punches towards the opposition. Now JustUs again, still trying to pick it up here. Look at this trap placement by Meow, not necessarily the most conventional one. Will allow a lot more breathing room for them. It comes to the extremities of that site. And now Fall X. Oof. Find Second Love. Psycho, if you can do this, that would be great, but that is the widest swing I've ever seen. Huh? No way. Uh-oh.
Oh no, it's
okay.
10 HP.
I don't think this is gonna catch him. Barely it did. Okay. Meow You can really feel that surge in confidence.
They're just toying with
especially
him.
with. Yeah. Oh man, that doesn't feel good. Honestly, that does not feel good.
10
Oh,
seconds
I'm
left.
sure it's not gonna feel great, especially when you're Psycho. You're paranoid and aware, trying to get some shots. Only 10 HP. Honestly, just peek, and there he goes. All X gets punished. The hubris shut down. But will he expect a win? Oh, a round win indeed for Meow. It's 4-round gap, and Meow a couple rounds more, and they'll get a map number 3.
I hope JustUs doesn't have their confidence take a dip because of that round. Again, there was just a few things that could have happened. I feel like that could have been the final nail in the confidence coffin. But Psycho surviving that flashback could be a good omen for JustUs. Again, not a great buy. A little unfortunate. An Old Stinky Cat, they can sense this. Look at this ult economy that they built upon for themselves. 2 away from the Earl Theft. Thrash is around the corner, as well as the Showstopper. So if they really want that insurance for the next few rounds, they could realistically just play this round hyper-conservative.
Very true. I mean, at any point, you don't know which ultimate you're going to expect as well. One person just gets a multi-kill or something. It's going to be very difficult. JustUs going to take a timeout to kind of reorient themselves, because that gap, they've shrunk before, but there's only a limited amount of mistakes that they can make left. Only literally three more, and it's over for them. They're going to have to play another
At least
one.
for this map. Yeah, and I think that also breaks JustUs 100% on Sunset. So that's going to be 2 things that are going to be removed, at least from this current matchup. Meow. Wonder what they have in mind here. JustUs again. I feel like they're worried too much about mid. Meow have just been dipping in and out, using it as pretty much a auxiliary for their defense. They're like, okay, let's pay attention to it, but let's not overly commit to it.
They just want to make sure that they can get this area complete. It's very hard for them to just pull it out of the choke without an explosive duelist like a Raze. They're even aware that the Cypher Traps are in weird positions to hold important parts of the backside, since there's so much shock darts available for JustUs. The plant will come down very cleanly, but that's also a 5-man retake.
This has not been boding well for JustUs, especially when they don't have the weapons that they would want to have. Dizzy FPS will just make, or rather reinforce my statement here, but hold on a minute. Psycho with a Vandal plus the utility kill will keep this pretty good for the rest of his team, and a 4K to eke it out. Meow, they didn't see that coming. Not at all.
I didn't see that coming. Psycho just came out of nowhere. He did everything again. It's like the second time that he's played a similar position and able to just do a 180, clear both sides. He survives that somehow. The second person dies to the mosh pit, and he's able to just trade out the rest.
Oh man, I thought for sure that Meow was gonna, strike away from those 3 lives that JustUs have. JustUs, it looks like they're locking in now. Hunter's Fury is in the bag, and that can potentially net some kills. Run It Back hasn't necessarily been making all that much noise in this matchup in particular too, as Dizzy FPS did hold on to Thrash. Dignified still is just 1 away from the null command. So Meow, a lot more insurance on their end, but JustUs trying to cause an accident, trying to cause a disaster here for the defending team.
Oh, the Run It Back activated. Not a lot of time, not a lot of info gained, honestly. And that's a lot of space already taken, but it's a fake for the B site. A Second Love does get the plant. The defenders drawn to the noise of the Phoenix to call to go towards A. They're late now. Time is ticking against them, and that's at least 10 seconds off the clock already.
Oh no, and they need every second they can get here. That long rotation is already enough of an obstacle. Could potentially use that to once again soften this retake up from Meow. But as long as they keep Second Love alive, then this is still very much doable. The Cypher duel not going in the way of Meow this time around. Hunter's Fury should pop, but instead they go for the Astra utility. Layers upon layers crumble on Meow, and this lead is dwindling. 2 more rounds as Meow may be a little shaken.
they're so used to them just committing onto the site that the Phoenix ultimate is just enough, along with a couple smokes here and there. The Astra coming into play as well with the global usage to really fake out that A site and put a lot of pressure. And because of that, they have so many ways to secure the round after. They have the gravity well from Astra on the B after plant. They also have the Hunter Sphere that we mentioned. And the fact that they even had a player to wrap around to create another crossfire mid retake is all the signs that they need to make a more structured way of taking sites and holding it.
Ooh, so close from Psycho again, and I don't know why Dizzy did that. I feel like he could have just crossed the other way around, but again, curious decision making here by Meow. They'd have lesser weapons, but they will hold on to all these ults. Again, this is something that I feel like they should be banking on for the next few rounds. They cannot lose round 21, I believe, because that is going to be the full equalizer. JustUs waiting for a little bit of pressure to come out from this defending side, but everybody's just chilling.
Being very patient with this one. Using the drone to scout things out, not willing to risk any form of life here. Oh, a bit too wide here from Fall. Actually falls down. Here comes the Dizzy as well as they flood onto mid.
The flood begins, but we have a lot of security that still will get bypassed by these rifles. Dizzy again showing some fancy shooting with that 6-shooter. But unfortunately, just not enough to deal with the automatic fire. JustUs close to equalizing now. And Meow, they have to make a play here. They've given up a substantial lead, to be honest with you. Just for, I don't know, maybe data gathering?
I mean, that is a possible strategy, to be honest, but part of it, I think, is just the fact that
it's dangerous.
They are really just trying to maximize the rounds they can get. Whatever they said during that tactical pause has been working out, because every round after has been a lot cleaner.
And now that ult advantage that could have potentially forced JustUs to go for a dangerous play is pretty much nullified here. We have the Hunter's Sphere that's still unused. Could be dangerous on that post plant. We do have that Cosmic Divide on the side of Repulsive. Now, to understand the assignment, play it a little bit more passive and go for a defensive scheme that has been working out for them. JustUs still dissecting the map as best to their ability, being as careful along the way.
Psycho leading the charge, actually. And here comes the real warrior. The Spar Scorfield charges in. No one on site. They respect this Phoenix ult a lot. The running back gonna give him a safe exit here. But will they take the opportunity to go for a cheeky move on the retake? They won't. They're just gonna go for the wingman plant instead, but this is one of the most difficult sites to retake alone. The Cosmic Divide gonna cause even more problems regardless of the util.
Regardless of the utility, indeed, his second level have no visual, nothing to use to delay this, and he's given up his position, but so far nobody is still shooting in his direction, while the rest of his team is crumbling around him. Repulsive tries to respond, but again, ignored completely by Meow. And that killing blow is certainly manifesting itself here as the round progresses. Meow, they still have to be wary, though. This economy on the side of JustUs has built itself enough to be reliable for the foreseeable future.
They've got themselves a fighting chance still, and they can buy up right now if they choose to get back to their own double digits. But 11 on Meow puts the pressure even higher. But that null command from Dignified really stopping all the plans. They just disrespect the Cosmic Divide in the previous round, and they're played together as a team. A couple more moves like this, and Meow could really prove to seal the deal and push to a map number 3.
That is best case scenario here for Meow, and it is looking likely. Although ult economy, once again, hasn't necessarily shifted the aggression from both these teams, something that you have to care about. Dignified with that null command was something that JustUs may have not expected. Hunter's Fury, they have to use this one way or another, right? And this fight towards mid has just not been netting positive result for JustUs.
It's so weird. Weird fragment bounce there, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, I guess. Second Love finds a cheeky angle with his teammate actually to take this A site for free. He's gonna call back the rotations here. Will they expect this? Dignified, wrong place, wrong time, spots him out.
Oh
no.
You would think you would think that this lurk would be right in the wheelhouse of Second Love. He's been so successful with it on different agents, but perhaps the team might be demanding aggressive info from that Sova. Looks like they're trying to play for comfort now as JustUs slowly letting this slip away from them. 35 seconds. Do they expect Second Love to push out of this Astra smoke? They do have a few seconds to anticipate this. And now, most definitely he will get scouted out. Nearly dodges it, but Owen Cutie continues the rampage as he gets his third kill. And now the last two members of JustUs have to fend off all these defenders. Dignified gives them a fighting chance with that reload, but now over aggression is Lloyd Dream, and they will get picked off. It could have been so good, but now Meow.
Really.
Oh dear, that should have been their call to fall back on, but again, in the heat of the moment, they go for a more rapid play.
Just want to say shout out to that observer, whoever showed the top-down view. Because I wasn't sure which smoke he was in, but when the thrash came in, but that made it very, very clear. And just as clear as that, one thing we need to be clear about is Meow can take this to a map number 3, and JustUs has run out of allowances for them, of mistakes that they can make. They need to keep their streak alive on this map to show who are the real kings, and Par Schofield and Lloyd Dream have been doing so much, and Psycho as well. But they need to do it together yet again.
You are my king, Fluffy. And as you mentioned, they have to stand united here. Meow, they've essentially downloaded the whole playbook of JustUs, and if they go for yet another hyper passive play like this and allow JustUs to expend all that utility, they're not gonna have enough for the post plan. As I say that, this Hunter's Fury just has not had the opportunity to really let it rip. I mean, they'd already got the plant down. There's no reason to stay in the site to fight this. So much in their bag for this post plan, and even if they lose this, they still have it for the next round. Now still getting that advantage here while Lloyd Dream gets peppered out from Dignified from the previous spot too. And now Owen Cutie is gonna go for that defuse. They don't get the stun. This is still a very, very realistic round for JustUs. The mess was there with Meow. They avoid the Hunter's Fury and the Thrash. That's two big pieces of utility that was keeping JustUs afloat.
I mean, Meow, I think there at the start as well, they gave up the site and they were fairly comfortable because every time they've done it of the past recent rounds at least, they've been able to win out those trades. But this time, JustUs learning a bit of their lessons, playing a little further back and respecting the fact that Meow have a lot of this util. They can flash out of it with the Omen Flash, the Gecko Flash, even the KO flashes as well. So many ways to really take these advantageous fights that they're just trying to avoid nowadays. And Psycho, again with the A main presence, will he spot out Dizzy though? Dizzy swings.
What?
It's so narrow.
Oh my gosh. Fall X. That could have been it. That could have been the dagger. The step back 3. JustUs still trying to make the most out of the situation. They know that there is a weaker weapon on Owen Cutie, so perhaps he is public enemy number 1. Aeonix, a stray kill, a stray body could prompt that neural theft and maybe just give Meow enough security for an aggressive play here. But Lloyd Dream, once again, having that hot hand, tries to go for the duel, could potentially find the trade timing here. Can't, he was pushed back.
Oh.
And I am so sorry calling out that Sheriff. It's doing work. Second Love doesn't want this map to slip away. He has time to work with and enough bullets left in the mag. The shock darts are there too. Now Meow, they play this masterfully.
Oh.
Do we see another theft? No, not at all.
And just like that, OSC, they push into map number 3. They destroy the streak of Sunset for JustUs, and they show that the real justice is that they can get this series back.
Oh boy, that was an intense map if I've ever seen one. A lot of mid-round adjustments that, again, we all appreciate. I think there was a lot of close calls on the side of Meow too, but I think it's only thematic, you know.
True.
As a region, it's really been about control. At the same time, it's like, wow, you guys are playing with my heart there a little bit.
Very much so. I feel like there's so many times as well that JustUs, there were so many close rounds where they might have, could have, should have, would have gotten a bit more, maybe 1-2 rounds, that could have been the difference towards the end to tie and make it to OT, or just not to give away that advantage. But you could say the same thing also for Meow, who's done similar things. I mean, we can take a better look at it as we move on to the stats here to see the real analysis, as VALX, of course, the MVP for the winning team. Meow on that raise, and JustUs loses on Sunset, with Par Schofield being the MVP, but it's just not enough for them to push for that series point.
I'm actually now curious why the Phoenix pick when there's a lot of long angles that you can't avoid the flash. Maybe they wanted to layer that a little bit better with Psycho to just give that extra few seconds of free reign, perhaps. But again, we just did not see that materialize on the side of JustUs. Still great competition on both ends, but Meow with a staggering 17 kills to start off the round. I honestly would not be surprised if most of those came from those mid-round executes.
Very true, and I also don't understand, to be honest, why there was such a big emphasis on that mid side. I feel like a lot of time, if you look at the highlights, was kind of wasted by some of the teams here, both, to be honest, taking these quote-unquote unnecessary fights when they have that Phoenix pick. I know they want to take the duels, but yeah, it's not the best to get out of entry, but it's one of the few duelists that can actually break utility as well as have a second life to really tank even more utility, I believe, is the reason why they're playing Phoenix.
Yeah, when you play Phoenix, it's like we have a battering ram. We want to break the gates down. But I just think we didn't see enough of that on the side of JustUs. Granted, they really wanted the default. They wanted to stagger the pressure, as you mentioned. But again, you got to land your shots. I mean, Meow had that mid portion of the map in under so much control. And it was just hard to look at if you were a JustUs fan.
Exactly, and it's very, very difficult really to really, how do you say this, quantify of how important it is to fix a lot of these issues, because as you move on to map number 3, it will be essentially a reset. We're basically back to square one. It's anyone's game, and it's a lot of pressure relieved already, but that's already it for me and Raf. We will see you again on map number 3 after a quick break.
Game number 3 for our second series of the day, as we saw a big brawl between OSC and JustUs on Sunset. Streak has been broken, but we are going to be jumping right onto Breeze. My name is Raf, that is Fluffy02, and we will be casting for you today.
Yes, sir. And it's an exciting series so far. Map number 1 went the way of Meow for a very, JustUs, very convincingly because of Meow's very interesting comp, but they strike back in the second map to push this all the way to this round reset, essentially. So we're back to our for sure final map of the series, and I'm very interested to see which team, like, they're both, I would say, newer teams in comparison to a lot of the ones we have in the league currently. So if they've been in this situation before, they know how it feels, and I wonder if that's going to affect them, because obviously if you win map number 2, you kind of have momentum going to map number 3, but if you win map number 1, it's like it feels kind of bad, because you're like, oh, we could have won already. Oh well, we have to play another one. But hopefully they can keep their spirits up, because they need to if they want to close this out and get some points.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that does come with time and experience, and overall a general positive outlook towards the series, because again, it does kind of sting when you feel like, oh, we could have closed it out, instead of thinking of what type of information you could get out of that second map. I had a delicious meal. If it wasn't obvious, next to grab, guys. So by the way, go ahead and do that. But anyhow, back onto a more serious topic here. You have to kind of parse that information from that second map, from your loss, and just kind of continue with how you can adjust in that situation. Matchup wise though, I think me and Fluffy had a small discussion about stylistically, JustUs have not been doing super well on these wider maps that allow for safer fights in terms of getting flooded by utility.
Yeah, maps I think like Lotus or maybe even Sunset, these maps where you really have to spread out yourselves thin, it seems like it's not fitting towards their playstyle. Bind is a map where they can just hold a couple chokes here and there, rotate if they need to, and it really shows in their gameplay. And it's not a lack of firepower or aim or anything, they really have that already, but it's more of a playstyle difference that hopefully is kind of reset as we move on to map number 3, which is a lot narrower of a map compared to something like Sunset.
That is true, although I do feel like it allows a lot of fights, no matter what type of way you want to take it. You want to be up close and personal, then obviously you're going to be playing a lot closer to the wall and maybe favor the flashes over the recon darts, or rather the recon bolts and whatnot. But again, I feel like another thing that we have to highlight in this matchup is that the comps we've had are very telling on how everyone wants to approach the game, which is not usually what we see in some of these maps.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's so difficult at times to really I guess quantify how you want to handle a situation, because you could bring all the tools to do whatever plan you're trying to do, but the moment that 1-2 important pieces start falling, that's when a team has to kind of learn how to reorient mid-round, and I think that's where a lot of teams start faltering. So it really matters which agents you're going to select and bring into this battlefield, and this time around OSC are gonna have a fairly, I guess, standard, I don't know if this is actually standard because they have a KO in it.
KO, yeah, I was like, KO standard, I guess maybe in some other regions, but here not really.
It was like
I feel
kind
like
of popular pick before.
Yeah, I mean, the molly was enough to just kind of, again, cover up both the chokes. Although I'm really curious about this Yoru pick on the side of Par Schofield, who's been frontlining super well for JustUs. It's an interesting choice to go on an agent that's not very good at taking a front line, but instead of that, causes chaos elsewhere on the map.
I really view Yoru as an info agent, if anything, or a lurker that can just buy you space. He just creates space, and that's why he's classified as a duelist, not necessarily by just brute forcing something like a Jet, which of course Psycho's going to be running this time around, and we know how strong he was on that Gecko on the previous map, really clutching out a lot of situations, especially on that B side. But here on Breeze, it's going to be I think the only worrying thing for me rather is that JustUs does kind of falter on those wide maps, and Breeze is one of those maps where if they lose that opening pick, it's a lot of map space lost.
Yeah, and it really will shift either your offense or defense to try to cover up the number loss, no matter which way it went. And that's something that OSC have been far more sharp at doing. Again, just kind of actively changing up how they're placed on the map to cover up the holes. Granted, it can be just them going into a more compact stance. At the same time, JustUs, I think a pattern that maybe some of these teams have noticed is them just going for, oh hey, whoever has the hot hand, we'll let them lurk. Well, and see what happens from there. As Old Stinky Cat leading the charge here on the strong side on attacking. Anticipating perhaps a push or a flash play here as Bar Schofield dipping in and out, putting his head dangerously close to that crosshair.
Interesting wall as well here to really block out a lot of this defenses, not leaving a lot of room for them to really escape this A main choke when it comes out. But at least for the attackers, they have a KO to really suppress the gas and counter this Viper in a way, keep their wall up longer.
Oh, and they do go for the Ivy side push here as Ionix has already found himself towards bridge. It's messy fight towards the middle of the site here. Not necessarily benefiting the defenders, as Par Schofield will have a get out of jail for free card. The Wardens are chasing him. He's evading the law really well. 13 health could be the lucky number or unlucky number depending how you look at it. Ball X and Dignified don't necessarily have the resources to fight right now. Our Schofield doing a good job of dodging that 0 point. Does have the Yoru clone available to create some sort of confusion. Oh no, and Bar Schofield, that could have been the winning shot for the round. Can't manage to recover. That is a big oopsie. Meow, take the first round.
Big oopsie with that one, and Meow were rewarded for basically not. It's not even. I was gonna say like because they outplayed him, but he just whiffed. So it's not really something that they did, to be honest. It's more like at least they used the opportunity to really secure the round.
Yeah, I was like, well, this is so doable. If you get Dignified, that's a tag on towards Fallex, but it's one of those things, you know. It happens to the best of us. So not much to write about home. This time around, Meow. Interesting spread towards the map here. They relinquish a lot of early B control and Dignified taking Psycho out. Such a quick adjustment too.
Oh, whoa.
Nearly gets a second one here. Maybe answering the call as Duty summons him. Ball X leading the charge once more. Goes for the safer side. No trap, no adjustment on their end. As Meow looking to just play bully Valorant here, and it's working. They are backing them down. Bar Schofield in a similar situation, albeit a bit more firepower. Still cannot progress through OSC.
Oh, the firepower just brute force their way onto the site. JustUs not finding their footing just yet. A lot of their members not really getting any impact in these opening rounds, but now the rifles can have something different to say here. But the pace also going to be changed here for the attack as they're more postured for this B hit instead. It's actually really good that they have this KO now because of how strong the rearming traps of Cypher can be. At least this way you can get a clear access if you get that suppressed down. But 4 players as well. That on the B side for the defense.
This is a handful to deal with for JustUs, and mid again is their call here. Beautiful use of the drone. Fallex gives himself another layer of smoke to confuse JustUs. Retakes with these weapons are most likely, well, doable. I mean, they have main rifles. As I correct myself, Par Schofield leads the charge. Maybe tries to fake that he's a clone. But nobody's gonna fall for this ruse. Still landing the shots is Lloyd Dream with this Guardian. Temporarily blinded is any defender on the backside, but Par Schofield will be dealt with. Aeonix, awkward spots. But a clean finish for JustUs, retaliating on their buy round.
I mean, considering the fact that Meow was able to get such a clean entry there, tagging that trip and then going over it, getting on side, planting with the wall up, etc. The fact that they got this clean of a retake, only losing Par Schofield, who also got a kill in that round, is just a good showing for them on this map and really saying what they can do here. But OSC finally on their own buy round with the neural theft also possibly coming into play can prove to be a different story if they really make enough mistakes.
That's just not something any of these teams can bank on, though. Again, punish play is a fundamental of any competitive team. Relying on it too much could potentially push your team to be a little too static. As Second Love, is he gonna hear the footsteps? I think he will. He'll send the drone out just to scout it out. Alex, once again, bringing confidence to his team by marching his way to their side of choice. And Psycho punishes the overconfident player here, anchoring this defense himself. Dignified retaliates, as well as Aeonix. And there's just too many targets, but Aeonix is just so agile with these adjustments. Once again, these brawls have been so entertaining. A steel chair on the left, a baseball bat on the right. Meow and JustUs not willing to back down. Onyx not too healthy here. It just provided that much of a distraction for Meow to get this plant down. Look at this. They still really have not let go of Aeonix. He is doing his job and then some.
Oh, but look, his teammate on the other side of things gonna pull the rotation back. Tries to get one, does the damage though, but that leaves Owen QT left alone. Has to double check here on that mid if they're gonna split 1-1 or maybe double up. After clearing it though, he has to expect it to come from the CT side. Second Love gonna lead the charge with this one. 13, oh, spots him out, gets the one, sees the info on the second as well, can reposition, no mollies in hand. But he gets his orb.
Maybe that's enough. Repulsive. Already taking a second guess where the IGL could be. Both the Vipers here locked in a stalemate. Known Cutie looking to lead by example as Repulsive is trying to chase him away. Can't land that killing blow. Might just have to stick this. And Owen Cutie carrying the banner of OSC. Calling, fragging, he can do it all.
He really can, and what a smart play as well. He realized, okay, my teammate's pinned, goodbye. I'm going to the A side. Gives his teammate a chance to move because he got the plant down instead of trying to fight it out. Gets the first pick as well, backs off, and smartly waits at least 3 seconds before peeking. Because it's like the best time to peek in case he goes to sticker half or whatever because of its 4 seconds. But regardless, playing it very well and very quickly.
By the book. I think Owen is probably one of the brightest spots from that previous season, and now it's translating so well. And it's really difficult to have, or rather it's a hard find, you know, to have an IGL that can clutch and frag with the best of them. Owen QT. So good with these performances. JustUs, they have a lot to say about this. A Second Love gets the first kill, and now Fallex clearing the area here. Owen just cannot find his safety as the enemy is surrounding them. Target-rich environment for both these teams. Now Par Schofield, despite seeing some of his teammates fall here, patient, waiting for this cage to come down. Time to pounce. But unfortunately for him, still no conversion. Lloyd Dream undiscovered. Could have a big double for his life. He readjusts. Oh no, indeed. This is the exact same situation. The question is he gonna wait? No, not for anybody.
Nah, I'm a 3K already on the board. And that is another round for them.
Oh man, that's a heartbreaker again for JustUs. I like how both these teams are just so willing to take a side fight, no matter what.
Yeah, it's the confidence, honestly. I mean, they've been fighting for the past 2 maps, especially on the second one, really showing the grit that they have. JustUs, though, the consequences of their actions, forcing them back on this eco. I mean, they have the Sheriffs, which normally is great. But on a map like this, the Rangers are so far, it's a high chance they'll still kind of survive.
Numbers definitely going in the way of Meow here. Trying to formulate what odds could potentially fall in their favor. JustUs. Again, their defensive side has been questionable all day long. It's really not been the best.
Ooh. Cheeky position already boosted. Owen QT spots Repulsive though. But look how many players are low. Second Love alone has the Marshall, but it's a full clean sweep at the moment here for Meow.
Oh, Second Love could land a few shots here, just do a little bit of eco damage, especially towards Aeonix. Nothing but the will to live and maybe some sticks and glue holding him together, but this shot just not landing for Second Love. Like you mentioned, it is a clean sweep for Meow, and JustUs, they will be able to resuscitate their economy, maybe get that op going for Psycho. Speaking of, it's really not been working out too well, at least that op pick for them.
Oh, very true though. Second Love there. So you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I respect this timeout a lot, doing it very early, as you cannot afford to lose any more rounds to Meow. You already did so well on that map number 1. You lost map number 2, and you don't want this to be a repeat of what just happened. Bar Schofield this time around, he has the ultimate to work with. He also has the Blade Storm on Psycho, but he's going to choose to use the Operator instead. Will it be effective though, since OSC, they also have ultimates of their own, the Viper Spit as well as the Null Command especially, to really stop a lot of the, not just the line of sight of the Operator, but a lot of the plays that he can come out, even if he brings out the knives or Park Schofield in general.
Timeout, and maybe JustUs is mulling over what you said. Perhaps they have the same sentiments here. Old Stinky Cat, though, they probably won't have an inkling of where this Operator is gonna be. That's the basically the advantage you get for a first-time purchase, right? Well, though, they will have that dash and the flashes to to go about that. Spooky there. But Old Stinky Cat, as we mentioned, has been in control of this situation, and a classic Operator play here by Psycho is gonna net the team an advantage. And now it looks like that that element of surprise is just giving Meow the hardest of challenges to face, and that's gonna be Dignified's ult out of this round already. 2v3. They do have a Viper Spit by Owen QT here, so if Owen can get on site, that would essentially nullify that Operator. Now it looks like they're trying to reassess where they can go throughout the map.
The question is, can they even go back on site, going for the rehit? Owen QT gonna go maybe get some more space here, but Lloyd Dream is so close. Will he expect to be here already?
That's something that's been weighing heavily on their minds. As Owen QT again will make some noise towards the vents, and a hard read and a whipped shot might just be what Meow need. Sprint towards B here. They know the last two defenders are towards A site, but that Cypher is going to be a very quick reinforcement here, plus the traps.
A lot of space here as well.
Whoa!
Oh, the dart. Gonna spot him out, but there's the angle as well. Lloyd Dream finds Dizzy in the commotion. Oh, brings up the ultimate, but still survives. 2v1. Hunter's Fury available. Probably not going to be used. 2 healthy players against Owen. But that Viper Spit is going to prove to be very lethal if they make the wrong move here. But with the changes to the pit, he can't stay out forever. He has to keep bobbing in and out. It's a good pit though. Able to go up and down. A lot of options for him to play in.
Might just have to keep it simple, play it to your strengths. Maybe not overcomplicate things as he dodges an arrow there. Another one. Already quite low here. Lloyd Dream going up the box. Undiscovered. Ooh, a little scary here as JustUs get another round. Now had a great read. But JustUs just playing the numbers game all too well.
A bit unexpected there to really hold that. So many angles isolated with that Viper's Pit, but still it creates such a weird zone around you where you have to protect yourself like 360 degrees.
One enemy remains.
Gotta get that all year-round and all-around protection for, again, maybe difficult situations like that.
Yes.
JustUs, they have a lot of ults here. Meow.
This goes here.
Would wanna bait out one of those ultimates.
That goes there.
Like that anti-dash tripwire there, but so far we haven't seen too much of that happen. Now Psycho is gonna have to deal with just using the classic for a good minute. Our Schofield has given himself enough information to pop out of this ult and maybe do some damage.
Oh. Ashley chooses to stay here deep in enemy territory, but then falls back. Just in case to maybe pull the rotations, make them double check here as Psycho and Second Love hold mid.
I thought that was... Get my eyes, they deceived me. This Meow. I thought they were gonna jump down towards the vent here, but no. Instead they get funneled. This is not where they want to hang out because they already lose their duelist in this exchange. Not a lot of meaningful map control, but at the very least, they've vacated A. There's going to be some resistance towards Bridge. But this take is still going to be as clean as possible. Psycho. Let's go a little psychotic there, denying the plant. Once again, Aeonix left in a very awkward spot. ONQT gets rid of the low HP player and gets a quick double. Realigns. Not fast enough. So many heroics in these last 8-9 rounds. It's JustUs still keeping it really competitive.
Very, very much so. I mean, they're gaining rounds ever since they used that one tack. And yeah, it's going back and forth, but that's still better than going for 0 and 5 right now.
That is true. Again, this is the strong side, so it is pretty much expected for the defense to wilt a little bit. They have to make some really educated reads that are data-centric to keep the attackers at bay here. Breeze really allows a lot of strong arming. And Repulsive did a great job of avoiding that, the 0 point. Fallex with a Blade Storm in hand. Only misses. Gives him a small window of opportunity here. Hasn't really expended the dash either. So Meow just playing off timing and playing rhythm. JustUs, they haven't left the site just yet. Looks like they're gonna go for this hit anyway. It's the same take that they've been doing. The action has been effective so far, but Psycho, the moment this wall falls, he might just get a free kill. But Fallex gets some of JustUs' teammates here. Second love with that Hunter Sphere for long-range support, denying the plant. Still giving an advantage towards our attackers here. ONQT has to temporarily hold the line, waiting for his smoke to come back up. Lloydream ever so close to danger, but once again, flirts with death. Burns that neural theft, but it's a little too late. A second love avoids too much damage, but will still be left in a 1v2. ONQT dignified. The numbers game here goes for the safety. Second love was hoping for a lucky shot. But again, Lady Luck does not smile upon him. Shock Dart's gonna do enough damage, but it won't dig out Dignified or ONQT for that matter. Time is running out, and he has to clear so many angles, worrying about a potential flank, worrying about a potential Bricks player. Doesn't even go for the fake. Complete silence is shrouding his movement, but the double swing will get yet another round from Meow.
Oh, they're already double already from where JustUs is at their peak. They need to get that momentum back, and some of them might be able to go for the buy, but JustUs forced down again. Gonna go for a Guardian instead for second love. The rest maybe on shares and OSC. They worked so hard on that second map, and they're still proving to be that threat here on attack on the third. Really choosing to take their time to pick the targets that they want to go for. And I really like the fact that once they do get a pretty stable position, they're able to convert it by just playing a bit more disciplined and cover their other angles. And a very interesting Viper's Pit already going to be very early push. They want to funnel them into the B side, but then they're rotating off the B side as well.
I'm not normally a fan of this Viper's Pit because it is a sign of potential desperation, and like you mentioned, it's just really these small things that are adding up for Meow, and it's been making them so difficult to kill. Perhaps that is their pseudo 9 lives. As Fallex confidently swinging towards the side here. Unbeknownst to them, there is a lurker in the back line. They do lose Dignified, but they still manage to get that positional advantage. Like you mentioned, they try to funnel them towards B, but the offsite rotation was a curious choice.
Oh, but for Fallex, still there. It's a 3v4 right now. Dignified finds one. The trade comes in from second love, but it's all still 2v3. Trying to push through this wall. It's all left to second love, but Fallex gets both.
I feel like there's a lot of points of error there that could have been alleviated on the side of JustUs. I think for one, they left their only rifle towards the B site, and again, it could have proved to be much more fruitful. At the same time, if he had extra help and maybe extra bodies to distract Meow, then perhaps it could have gone differently. But again, that's the problem of having a hard read. You risk a lot, if not everything you have in that round.
Exactly, and it's a lot of risk at the moment. You played so hard And now you're at this disadvantage. They managed to get the info on 2 though with that KO knife, and here comes the mollies very early to stop the push. They really wanted that orb, yet dignify the ultimate so that they can just walk into B without caring much about the Cypher utility, which I feel like is the plan. 2 players still stuck on the A side with no wall also available for the defenders on B. Gonna be a lot easier for them to really move through once they pop the null command.
Seems like they're putting a lot of attention towards bridge here, but it does look like Fall X and the rest of the gang are going to barrel their way through the B side. Our Schofield once again playing off the pressure of his teammates, and it looks like it is giving them quite a bit of success as this attack has just been reduced to atoms, to dust. The lurk on Ionic side might not even give them anything, as far as Schofield's adjustment will eliminate Meow's hopes for at least that round. Meow, really good economy still.
Much indeed. A good way for them to close out this round though. There's a lot of confidence too for Second Love and Par Schofield to be able to shut down the aggression. Multiple angles as well that they have to cover. It rewards them at least with a dimensional drift on Par to create more info, create more chaos, and expose a lot of the gaps that they have. This wall though that they've been using in almost every round, I'm not sure if this is super worth it considering the fact that you're still gonna push it or push through it with your Yoru.
Oh. Yeah, well, all doubts have been removed from the mind of Meow as they removed 3 players from JustUs. If any confidence was built on that clean retake, it has now been snuffed out. Second Love taking a few duels here, but a quick haircut by Fall X.
No way.
And of course, courtesy of Owen QD, is gonna swing the favor right back into OSC.
Oh, they had it in the bag already. A good start, a good plan, but Meow still win the gunfights, and that's at the end of the day, it's the most important. Now the side swap and JustUs, their chance rather to show how aggressive they can be in OSC. It's their time to use that kill on the defense, really bring down those Viper walls, create those openings that they need to shoot down those lanes.
It's really crazy to me too, because Meow is one of those teams where they've built a system, or at least the system that succeeded in the previous iteration, which was G-Lab. You know, when they would play that incredible 2-man game with such efficient trading. JustUs maybe forgetting that, but we will have a reset as you mentioned. If they can get this pistol, then that's an extra 2 for them, and if they get that economy reset, then again we have fair game here. Psycho goes for a dash from mid. He will be isolated just a little bit, and Dignified already playing from the smoke, completely blinding Psycho. He even gets a little bit more damage for his troubles here. Our Schofield, left with just 1% health. I don't know, man. This is not looking good for JustUs. Meow has this under control, but maybe I'm speaking too soon as Second Love wants to clutch this out. Dizzy avoids that first shot. He will even avoid the second as the numbers once again going in the favor of Meow.
Thanks. Oh, they almost had it as well, though. A good way to really hold that spike down, but the Sova second shot dart, I think, a bit unnecessary there. He's too close for comfort. 4 to 9 already, and Meow can hit double digits before JustUs even hits 5.
Not a good sign. Not a good sign. Maybe this is the stylistic clash that we were talking about in our pregame that's really rearing its ugly head. Second Love has been performing, but not necessarily translating into round wins here. Now, every player has been contributing in spades, whether it be just the stats or the intangibles. JustUs now have a chance to maybe take a round away. With Meow playing safe, and very sharp as Dignified.
The first shot, very clean, but the second and third, a different story. Par Schofield gets the punish, TP's out as well for the reposition. 4v4, no Jet, no Digny, and Repulsive brought low. He can't afford to fall here. He's the only controller, and you're on attack. But look at the sight, though. The weapon advantage clearly showing here. A confident hold by Owen in a very standard position. Has the mollies to work with as well to turn that Spectre into a high fire rate Phantom.
If he can pick it up, is Big question. Maybe even a bigger ask. Oh, okay. Well, at the very least, JustUs has infiltrated this backline, and that will give Meow something to worry about. The dart is gonna go to Meow, so keeping it solid. 3v2. Our Schofield a little low. Maybe pulling attention away from his teammates. Just keeping Owen's eyes trained to him. Again, just maybe an insurmountable disadvantage there. And again, that patience from Meow paying off here. JustUs looking to pick up the shards of potentially a glass attack plan. I could be lying though. But there's only 11 seconds. I don't know. It was close.
It was pretty close, to be honest.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your
But
roles
look at
and
this
we'll
now.
crush it.
A full buy here. I mean, I guess we'll take a look first what happened the previous round. Couple of kills here and there with these weapons, but really, it's still the advantage that pushes through. And I don't know if this is attack or attack, but it is a small pause for us. Now it's revealed as JustUs.
What do they have on their drawing board here? I mean, from the data they've gathered so far, Meow has been very compact, and they are allowing JustUs to take map control freely. But JustUs have not been converting on their challenges.
I think they've been struggling on those initial picks as well, especially when they're on that lower buy. They win trades when they're in the correct position. So the problem is actually getting into the correct position. They have a lot of info since they have both the Yoru as well as the Sova, but the Yoru really only becomes info when you have that dimensional drift. So they have the option to maybe farm for that, or maybe you farm for Second Love's ultimate as well to play a better post plan. But that only matters if they can get on the site, and OSC is proving to be a bit difficult because they have to make sure that they play around the KO knife as well, because it ruins a lot of the grouping timings. The moment that they suppress a large chunk of the enemy team, it just calls the entire defenders to swing around with them.
And I have to, again, address the elephant in the room here. It's just been providing so much discomfort for Psycho and Repulsive. I mean, again, these are two very, very fundamental parts of your comp. One to start and one to salvage the round here. Spar Schofield will do his best to whittle out the defenders. Despite losing one, will get the spike planted down. Now we have Onyx with solid info where one of the enemy players could be lurking. 2v3 and Dizzy FPS off screen will reduce it to a 2v2. Still, that's two Vandals. Can't count it out just yet. Second Love playing Watchdog over this spike. And now Dizzy FPS without the cover of that smoke has been discovered too. Will be dealt with quickly. Onyx, seen him clutch. But now we will see him get shot from behind as Meow drop around to JustUs yet again. Beautiful recovery.
Beautiful recovery indeed, and it's the type of rounds they really need to start getting. Spar Schofield, a great double, honestly, using the attention of the A main players to distract them, creating more space on this Yoru that also builds up his ultimate. So this time around, he has the dimensional drift that we were talking about, as well as the Hunter's Fury. It's a good combination. You can even use both at the same time to just blow up someone by aiming at the Yoru.
Yeah, and I feel like we just have not seen enough of the crazier plays. I mean, step one, we see the Yoru. I mean, might as well, right? You know what I mean?
Very, very true.
Just go for it.
Dash in, though.
What? Oh, no. And Psycho has revealed himself to Owen. And a really open take from mid will get dealt with by the controller on the side of Meow. Owen again, so sharp. JustUs. They froze. They froze in place. They didn't want to commit to this. Look at that. Look how many players are looking at them. I feel like they could bounce out. But again, they're being a little stubborn here. And with that in place, Owen is going to have a field day putting them down.
Yeah, Owen's doing so well this game. aside from that, he's just been such a solid player. I feel like this ultimate, which they nerfed so many times that you can't use, he just has it all the time now. Because what an interesting take, not being able to clear the top of that stairs just proves to be the perch of which the bird of prey attacks. And ONQT capitalizes with that 4K and reduces JustUs to Ash.
Ash, but no Phoenix to rise from. Return to Earth, as once you were. Meow. Exposing my nerdy side again. And JustUs. Just chilling again. Something that we haven't seen from JustUs too is to play with the tempo. They've been attacking on the same time, so perhaps Meow has a read on this. Despite all of that, they do get a free kill on Fall X.
Oh. Dignified though. Not going to be spotted, but he does break that recon. Holding the defense here for this A side, making sure that no one passes through. Has a flash available, but they creep through for a bit. He sees the side, but Lloyd Dream finds it first.
Ooh. And now Lloyd Dream is tearing into Meow. They rally for this comeback. No one QT and Aeonix, they still can go for this. Their economy really, really good. Maybe barring Owens. Impulsive, looking to get himself started here. Does have a Vandal in his hand now. Didn't want to get caught out on that swap as Meow conceding this round. Once again, JustUs, they have these flashes of brilliance, but it's the consistency that we're really looking for.
True, and so far, I honestly don't even know who's more consistent. Because it feels like sometimes JustUs has it in the bag and it's not over. Just right now, ONQT manages to find one on Repulsive. Ended the trap as well for Meow, works out.
Oh dear. Oh dear. They better not let go of this. And oh well.
Oh well.
Oh well. Guess I have to react quickly to that. Now, we have Meow here. Again, this is the exact same situation we saw JustUs did. Meow has a decent lead and a big lead in terms of ult economy. JustUs finally getting their plans together. But again, it's closing it out, maybe coming back and just shuffling that offensive hand to keep Meow guessing is something that they have to work on.
Oh, another ultimate here. This time, it's Owen going to be doing it. We saw this in the previous half, and it's not going to be something that the attackers are afraid from pushing. Par Schofield is going to go from the middle side. Psycho going to take out Dignified, and there's so much still left inside of this A side.
But there is, and ONQT will get Lloyd Dream. Psycho lurking and looking for a trade for his teammate, but ultimately will find the same fate. And Owen with the Spectre doing so much damage. Now looking like they're not allowing whatever comeback JustUs was had in mind. Hunter's Fury is here. They can push back and play post plan. It looks like Second Love is gonna do just that. But if his teammates don't remain alive, then this could be all for naught, as Aeonix has found him. Time is still winding down, and Par Schofield a little too worried about the flank. Couldn't cover his sides, and now Meow going for series point.
Series point already. Meow making the most of their comeback. Celebrating the victory as is already, but that's too early of a celebration because JustUs, they have been improving, but it feels like those fires tempered already and they're going cold.
Perhaps too cold here. Can't freeze up. Meow channeling Spirit of the Black Panther. They never freeze. Old Stinky Cat. Really gunning for the series win here. JustUs, I feel like this is something that they have to work on moving forward, right? As you mentioned, these narrow maps but wide maps have been a stylistic clash for them. They can't, or at least their defaults have looked messier and their routing has not been as impressive. You can't count them out just yet. The game is not done. Our Schofield will get discovered by that 0 point. However, he will remain alive. And now Meow, you know they only need one round, so they're not doing anything too silly with this information.
And they have, I think, a mid-round call problem. The early contact will commence, but the Blade's actually going to land here. Fall X falls down, manages to spot out the Cypher, gets the rifle as well in case he needs the backup. There comes the scan, and Dizzy from the back finds one, but the hold on the backside. Aeonix trying to wrap around here, doesn't make it in time though, and now it's a 3v2 on site.
Awkward fights here on the side of Meow. 3v2. It even gets worse as Par Schofield will finally spring his trap. Impulsive with the pit. Security for this round. Dignified. Doesn't have that KO ult, but he will just surrender this round and go for the hard save. Still looking for any would-be exit frags, but again, just going for the safety of this all. JustUs, once they get that gun fight going, it's really hard to take them down when you don't have similar numbers to really equalize the field.
Very true, especially because I don't know. I don't think that he was able to use his flashes to really help out his team. He still has both, and not being able to retake together just because of the sheer speed of Psycho coming in from that middle was too much for them to bear. Thankfully, though, it is a round that they can give away, as much as that sounds weird to say, because no one likes giving away rounds. But the lead is so massive that the amount of mistakes JustUs can present, or can make rather, is just one.
No one likes to give rounds away. Gee, Fluff, I wonder what you do in our ranked games.
There's always exceptions.
You personally, you like to be the hipster, you know? I want to go against the grain. Be that guy.
Yeah, but these are the pros. They don't play for RR. They play for themselves so that they can get better, play the competition. And right now, it's a pretty hard fight for JustUs.
Yeah, it really is. Now they can't let this slip either. JustUs, still really good. X Factor. No, Lloyd Dream. It's a very deep lurk here. Could anticipate this A push correctly, but it looks like he's just giving it away at the very last second. Good read here from him. He could win the round for his team, but yet again he whips. Goes for that neural theft. This is the most that he can do apparently. And Dizzy FPS will get that trade eventually. 3v4 and JustUs have a lot of time to burn and a lot of space to dominate. Dignified could be in a bad spot if he doesn't switch back to his weapon. But unfortunately for Par Schofield, he is the sharper shot. He does have the KO ult in hand and he will expend it. There's not a lot of utility to help JustUs save up for this round. And Dizzy FPS, despite landing a really nice shot earlier, will be dealt the same hand. Ionix can't res his teammate. To go for the fight here. That's at least one player exposing his position. This could be a potential clutch for him. Meow. Again, getting one of their 9 lives swiped away. JustUs within range for a comeback. And of course, breaking the economy of Meow is a nice bonus for them too.
If they win on this Thrifty, it's going to be an insane ending to all of this. But JustUs, again, proving themselves to be highly effective under pressure. With 1 round remaining, they're able to pull off a 2-round streak, and it's still a fighting chance brought back to life. They turn this to the 9-12, then it's only how many rounds to get there, and slowly you have your economy as well. I feel like it is a very possible thing if not only do they win this round, but the next one as well.
So many possibilities and so much time really for JustUs to cook his Meow. Maybe on a scouting report, maybe for recon. As I say that, they remove the dart on this side. Has to be careful still as Psycho, but FallX undiscovered for a little too long. Will call up his number. Voidream and the rest of the boys will run it up with the Vandals, but now Ionix within a killing field also.
Player standing.
Owen QD doing his magic, but the show did not go on for as long as he wanted it to. Now JustUs, 1 more round away for, again, a possible comeback.
Quite possibly already. This is the important one though. FallX brings up the operator. They save for this, and now it has to pay off. JustUs slowly kind of working around the defenses here of Meow and learning a lot about how they want to play. They're hitting it harder, faster. Honestly, the opening duels have been going more their way.
JustUs gotta remember too that they are a very mechanically impressive team. They cannot lose that identity, especially in a brawl like this, because it can be their saving grace. At the same time, they can't lean on it too much. Meow, different type of defensive spread here. They're gonna have a Sova to play Rotator instead of Dignified. And now JustUs still dominating the middle portion of this map. Have to be aware of that camera though. Psycho, stray shot. Could potentially give away their position. Now, cling onto the walls of the map here. Look how much they're just willing to give up.
Thought he spotted him on the backside for a bit. Still a lot of movement available for Par. He has a TP. Gonna try to put it a little deeper there, but only QT's on the other side. Brings out the fake out as well as the blind. Teammates gonna rush in onto this A side.
Oh, that they do, but Owen again, a stalwart champion for Meow, will put Just Us into the grave. Psycho still clawing his way back from the underworld. Second Love does have a double shock dart for a potential post plant here. Goes for a safer plan instead. The recon dart is going to buy them some time and space. Psycho holding strong for his teammates. They have not dealt with this position as well as they would have wanted to in the previous round. Now it's all up to Psycho with a ticking spike. And that's Meow taking out Just Us. And Just Us playoff hopes hangs in the balance yet again.
What a great round by Meow. Unfortunately, I feel like it took a bit too long for JustUs to really adjust. And it's Meow who really takes the cat out of the bag for this one, brings out all the tricks for the past 2 maps, and makes this best of 3 worth it for them.
Whew. Well, as Meow bask in their glory, that is a lot to take in if you're JustUs. But as we mentioned, there's still a lot of growing room and a lot of, I would say, positive information to get from their VODs. Again, they're not necessarily out of the playoff race just yet, Fluff, if I am not mistaken. But it is definitely a very, very slim chance as we get our callers messed up a little bit from the heat of the battle.
Yes, it was an intense one, you know. But that is the thing when you go to a best of 3 like this. It's anyone's game at the end of map number 3. And thankfully, for the fans of Meow out there, it is a Meow victory. OSC is going to get another point for them and another tick for their name. And it's a great showing also for JustUs. It just wasn't enough to really push it over the line towards the end.
That's true. And it's those little things. As you mentioned, it's just a little more discipline on the side of OSC. Just a lot cleaner on those angle clears. They added up, and JustUs, their margin for error just kept closing down on them. But again, we still have, I believe, a few more weeks out to see every single team play, so have no fear, everybody. It's just, again, I think this might be the big sad for some of our JustUs players. Again, don't count them out just yet. Big congratulations again to OSC, though, for only getting better despite, you know, having new additions to their roster. Plus, again, every single factor that's been thrown at them. We will look into the stats here. Meow's had an IGL that leads by example. Again, he can do it all. He's going to frag out, he's going to call, and he's going to clutch. Owen QD deserving of that spot.
And we got Lloyd Dream on the other side of things on that Cypher, trying to do his best to really contain and cage in the efforts of Meow, but you cannot cage this cat as they escape and they get that victory so deserved. But of course, also by the support of the team from Meow, Dignified as well. I think in this map played phenomenally. Aeonics being able to hold down as much angles, and Par Schofield on the other side of things as well. Always there to really cause that commotion, to get that opportunities to push onto sites, but unfortunately not as clean as they would like. Sometimes losing members here and there. That is part of the risk, getting such a creative agent like Yoru on the board. Even deeper stats still, you know, post plants, they've only lost 2 from Meow, but they got that 1 clutch, and JustUs wasn't able to stick that many spikes down when they really needed to.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, right, JustUs did not necessarily have trouble getting onto the site, but the retention of, or rather just the staying power of their players dwindled away really, really quickly. Again, maybe this is just a symptom of maybe late trading, the lack of diligence. It's just all those things that will be eventually patched out in time, or at least as a team.
That is very true. I mean, hopefully they do patch it out because they seem like a pretty good, decent team. And more importantly, you know, they already have the fundamentals brought down. In a smaller map, like you mentioned earlier, it's really not a problem that you can see. But on these wider maps, it seems like that positioning is the reason why the trades are a bit slow. And that's the main cause out of everything. The one thing that they have to work on so far, for me, is really just positioning.
Yeah, and positioning can be wildly subjective, which is something that is hard to like, oh yeah, this is objectively a better position because it's not an omni angle, you know, it'll cover the flag, it'll do this, do that, do all of that. It's just a lot of, I guess, time that has to be spent to fix those issues. But again, guys, it all requires reps. A lot of it. Don't fear though, because again, all the teams we have from open qualifiers have been super promising. And to break that down even further, we will be throwing you to the panel, guys.
For that amazing cast for that 3-map series. At sa huli, Meow pa nga or Old Stinky Cat ang nagwagi. Ano masasabi mo doon, tropang Osiris? Napakaganda nung labanan. Parang ang hirap malaman kung saan mapupunta tong series na to eh.
Yeah, sobrang hirap. Ina-expect nga natin na somehow magli-lean towards yung advantage papunta dito sa Old Stinky Cat, pero mukhang gumawa sila ng kakaibang at mga interesanting bagay sa bind, kaya medyo nagkaroon nga ng buwelo itong JustUs. Kasi yung momentum na medyo nahihirapan sila, naramdaman natin yung presensya nila up until sa sunset, kaso hindi na nag-manifest up until the last eh.
Kaya nga akala ko magiging 2-0 itong series na to. Lalong-lalo na nung nakita natin yung mga pinik nilang mga mapa. At syempre yung performance, I guess syempre minus the Naos performance na nakalaban nila. Sobrang consistent. Kaya for a few weeks sila yung parang undefeated kumbaga sa split. Kaya mataas yung expectations pero it was very close kumbaga.
Sobrang close talaga. At certain points, hindi ko talaga alam kung saan mapupunta yung direction talaga ng laban na to. Plus, all of the thrifties that we saw, especially in map number 2 and map number 3, back to back talaga yan. Pero alam mo kung sino yung MVP for this series? Yung MVP dito ay yung nag-struggle pa nga nung first map, pero bawing-bawi niya yung sarili niya when it came to map number 2 and map number 3. And I am talking about Dizzy. Riku, siguro may kailangan pa siyang i-adjust when it comes.
Kaya nga
Sova, solid.
Very solid indeed. I think Dizzy, again, constantly, parang siya yung player na walang off day. Kumbaga, parang lagi siya online, lagi mo na siya nakikita sa parang kill feed, kahit anong agent pa ang pipiliin niya, parang lagi siyang meron impactful, hindi lang sa pagdating sa utility, pati na rin sa pag-extend ng kanyang life to make sure na magagamit niya lagi yung mga nagre-refresh na utility, mga recon, mga flashes, mga ganun. Kaya si Dizzy talaga ang MVP dito sa very long drawn series natin.
Yeah, as expected nga, no? Pero yung unang mapa lang talaga, they're just tapping a different side ng kanilang synergy. And Dizzy always has been a gecko and sobrang nagiging effective din siya at entirely with how yung kanyang Sova din dito sa mapang ito, feeling ko with his information or how good he is on providing support sa team, talagang nagiging malaki yung impact.
Yes, indeed. Actually, syempre, alam mo, ang dami kasing nagtataka dito sa first map natin. Bakit nag-triple duelist sila? Nakikita ko na yung mga comment section, may iba-iba silang opinion, pati yung mga casters na babati ko sa nila. Pero alam nyo, hindi naman natin yung malalaman yung sagot dahil outsiders looking in lang tayo. The best is, malaman natin from the player himself kung bakit ba ito yung naging lineup ng team nila. So let's welcome to the panel, Dizzy.
Hello po.
Hi, Dizzy!
Hello
Alam
po.
mo, lahat naiintriga. Bakit ba kayo nag-triple duelist sa bind? Wala kayong initiator.
Kasi po, nawalan po ng internet si Digny. And yung last na tournament po kasi nila is sa SM Mega Mall. And yung comp nila, yung kasama si Ash po, is ganun po yung agent picking nila. Kaya yun po yung nasunod na kompe po namin.
Kumbaga, nag-adjust kayo based sa players na meron kayo for today's game.
Yes
Parang
po.
nag-adjust kayo sa comfort for map number 1. Yun naman pala yung explanation doon. Okay, na-enlighten kami. Salamat. Ikaw naman, Osiris, anong tanong mo para kay Dizzy?
Napansin ko lang sa team nyo, pinaka-rare yung instance na naglalaro kayo sa bind. So, yun, apart doon sa triple duelist, mayroon ba kayong struggle or challenges na nakikita in terms of facing itong mapa ng bind?
Sa akin po kasi nag-struggle ako at first po. Kasi iba po yung agent namin. And parang sinabi ko kanina kampante po ko. And actually po kanina talaga nag-struggle rin po talaga ako. And parang sinabi ko sa sarili ko na pawin na lang po. And yun naman po, nakabawi po.
Okay lang, nabawi naman. MVP ka pa. Sige, okay na yan. Ikaw, Rico, ano tanong mo?
Ang lakas ka ng bawi. Again, congratulations, Dizzy, dun sa laro nyo. Ang aking katanungan ay related naman sa future. Kumbaga, kasi kayo ni, before ng match na to, kayo ni Zol tsaka ni Naos, pati team nyo, parang you three are vying for top 2 spot para makapag-jump na kayo papunta sa playoffs. Kumbaga, masecure na kayo. Anong preparation na ginagawa nyo? Iniisip nyo na ba agad yung playoffs o kaya naman tinitake nyo siya match per match?
As usual naman po ginagawa po namin is everyday same lang po usual, and kung sino po makaharap po namin, ginagawa rin po namin na usual pa rin, like pare-parehas lang po ang nakakalaban namin na team. Same pa rin po.
I see. It's all about the present, no, before the playoffs. Magandang approach nga yan. Thank you.
Maganda nga naman. Pero, alam ko, present yung pinag-uusapan natin. Babalik ako ng onti. Medyo upsetting yung nangyari na scoreline nung nakalaban nyo yung Naos. So, paano kayo nag-usap-usap after nung series na yon? Ano yung mga naramdaman nyo? Na-disappoint ba kayo sa performance nyo? Or parang inisip nyo na agad na, hindi, bawi agad tayo next game? Parang ganun ba yung naging usapan nyo?
Ang ginawa po namin, full reset po kami ng araw na yan. And kinabukasan po, naging fresh po kami. And next day po, ito na po yung game day namin ulit. And na-reset naman po namin.
Yan yung magandang mindset, no? Hindi kayo nag-dwell na, uy, grabe, nahirapan tayo sa series na yun. Parang hindi kayo nagkainitan sa isa't isa. Maganda yan, maganda yan. Ang galing talaga rin mag-reset ng team nyo, ano? Ayan, excited na ako kasi papalapit na tayo ng papalapit sa playoffs. Meron ka bang team na inaabangang makita doon?
Wala naman po, as ngayon po. Parang kung ano po makalaban po namin, parang inaano pa lang namin. Tinitreat as scream. Yun lang po.
Okay, ito na last question bago kita pakawalan. Ang dami na kasi nauuso na ngayon yung gecko na paggamit dito sa VCTPH, ano? Sino sa tingin mo ang pinakamagaling gumamit ng gecko sa VALORANT Challengers Philippines? Ay, nag-isip.
Sa Fnatic po kasi hindi po sila gumagamit ng pero yung Fnatic po yung
Ay, hindi. Sa local lang. Sa
local lang
Philippines. Oh, sinong pinakamagaling mag-gecko sa lahat ng mga kasali ngayon sa tournament natin?
Ikaw na.
Hindi ko po alam.
Humble!
Hindi ko po alam.
Ganun ka na namin,
Hindi, sa paningin niya lang naman, baka kasi sabihin ng mga viewers, ang bias naman ng panel. Hindi, sa paningin lang naman, Siyempre, binuboost din namin yung confidence. Ang galing mo. Sobrang na-impress kami. So, congratulations. Baka may gusto ka pang i-shoutout bago natin i-end ang interview.
Shoutout po sa papa ko at saka kuya ko na nanonood. Maraming salamat sa suporta niyo. Thank you. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Yay! Sige, maraming salamat, Dizzy. Sana masarap ang ulam nyo ngayong gabi. Congratulations on your win. Ang humble. Ayaw pa niya sabihin na, ako! Pero siya, isa siya sa mga resident gecko users right now. Tama?
Nasa IGN.
Absolutely. Sorry, iniisip ko yung pusa na dumaan. Pati siya, si Dizzy na distract. Gecko main talaga Yun
mga alaga niya. Kompleto rekado talaga. Meron siyang mga alaga din na props bilang gecko main IRL din. Pero bago natin tapusin etong panel segment na ito, oras na para muli tayong magpasalamat sa ating mga sponsors. So, thank you so much to Mineski Global because they are the official tournament organizers of the VALORANT Challengers Philippines 2024. And it is presented by PPGL, the largest esports league in the country.
Also, thanks to our official super app, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
And syempre, ang tournament na ito ay officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you po!
Thank you so much, you guys. Here on this panel for our second series has been Likeable, your host, Osiris, and Riku as well. Abangan nyo, magkakast pa yung mga yan for our third series. But for now, VALORANT Challengers Philippines is off to a quick break. See you soon! The 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines has returned. This time around na remix na naman ang ating panel dahil kasama niyo pa rin si Likeable, ang inyong host. Pero this time kasama natin si Wolf and of course si Fluffy, ang ating mga malulupet na analyst. Pareho sila nag-hand gesture sabay magkaiba lang yung
Connection!
Kay Wolf ganon, kay Fluffy ganon. Wala, ganon na lang sa akin.
Yung ganun ba? Yung ganun ba?
Ganun pala, ganun. Ayan, so, ito na yung final series of the day natin and pareho kayo kanina nyo pang kinakast yung mga kaganapan. So, bago pa natin pasukan itong mga stats and whatnot, gusto ko lang malaman, give me a number. Is it gonna be 2-0 or 2-1 for the final series? Wolf, ikaw mauna.
I'm a simple man. I see Ray Ray, I see Osiris, I say 2-1.
Fluffy? Walang gano'n.
Hindi naman tinignan yung teams, no? Well, for me, I feel like 2-0 talaga.
Ooh, copium. Copium.
Hopium.
Maasa siya. Hopium na maaga-aga tayong matapos today. Pero, heto na nga, simulan na natin yung usapan by, first of all, thanking our sponsors. Napaka-importante niyan dahil kung wala sila, wala tayo. So, maraming salamat sa Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer of the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest esports league in the country.
At maraming salamat syempre sa ating official super app, ang Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% off on fares sa Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with GrabFood Saver delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals for as low as 99 pesos with GrabFood Saver meals.
And of course, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ayun na nga, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Natatempt ako every time may nagsasabi nung grab spiel, parang ang sarap talagang kumain bigla kasi sulit yung mga super saver natin dyan. Pero mamaya pa tayo, may oras ako para kumain sa ngayon. Let's get to the topic of discussion, which is of course the two teams that are gonna be closing down the series for today. Simulan natin sa team na parang ito yung strongest showing nila so far. So, I'm really excited to get to know them a little bit better. In fact, since kakabalik ko lang ulit sa VCTPH, first time ko silang makikitang makipaglaban. So, heto na sila, ang ZOL Esports.
Perfect yung description mo doon, like doon sa ZOL Esports kayo with Kakarot, Micro, Zin, Kevs, and Patman. Mga players na to, matagal natin nakita sa liga. From the start of VCT, may mga known names na dyan. At tamang-tama yung description na ito yung best showing nila. After nung kanilang first loss, na shrug off nila lahat ng mga mistakes na fundamentally na hindi na nagawa against Oasis. And it's Oasis gaming anyways. Pero ngayon, nung laban nila sa Carti, especially sa laban nila sa Naos, then JustUs and AIM, unstoppable ang ZOL Esports. They're playing their best VALORANT na so far.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there, especially because this team, yun nga, they are yung mga familiar faces na nakita natin dati hailing from so many different amazing teams before. But now, Esports' only loss comes from this team and it's a sign already that they might have something special.
I also feel like itong team na to, may pagka-diverse din siya. Kasi parang yung mga seasons of VALORANT, may kanya-kanyang bagong pasok from different generations, kumbaga, yung players sila. So, very mix and match. Kasi si Zin, parang last year ko lang siya nakita into pro play and ngayon kasama niya na tong iba na from previous years pa dito sa VCTPH. So, nakakatuwa rin naman na nagpe-playoff. Nahanap nila talaga yung chemistry nung team nila. However, yung makakalaban nila, di ba, sabi nga ni Wolf, nag-start na may talo etong ZOL, pero after nun yung momentum nila, skyrocket na ganon. Etong makakalaban nila, they started on a few wins, and then medyo downward slope sila ngayon. So hopefully, ma-break na nila yung streak, although this is gonna be a very tough opponent on the side of first MegaSavers.
And for our second team, we have 1MS, formerly the Bice. This team, similar to ZOL, is also filled with a lot of veterans here from the scene, returning from the retirement zone, and some of them just coming back to play more PH Valorant. This squad has a lot of potential and firepower, but they have been struggling for the past couple games. This is the week where they can get their next chance to really get back more points and maybe push onto the upper side of our entire tournament. But they have to face ZOL, and it's going to be a difficult task. But I feel like that this team is really equipped with the tools now that they have their sponsor.
Yeah, parang ang masasabi natin dito sa first MegaSaver, a lot of hype pagpasok nila for sure. And understandably so kasi may mga kilalang mga pangalan nga dito. And I would say na nandun naman talaga, the talent is there. It's just that after nung win nila dun sa My Geek Fam, teams started to figure them out. I think malaking bagay yung pagkakatalo nila dun sa Carti Esports kasi bukod sa parang na-expose yung mga jitters nila or yung mga parang start, yung parang di ba may mga mistakes usually pagkakasimula mo lang as a team, na-expose yun ng Carti Esports with the 2-0. At the same time, yung momentum nila parang medyo na down. Talagang nagbago yung laro nila after that Carti Esports series. And then when they went up against Oasis, doon na talaga naipakita ng Oasis kung paano sila talunin.
Yeah, pero ang kinakatuwaan ko dito sa MegaSaver na feeling ko sila rin naman tuwang-tuwa. If you guys have been watching yung mga interviews ng team na to dun sa media day natin, napapakita yan kapag naka-commercial break etong palabas natin. Nakakatuwa kasi very light lang yung energy nila no matter what happens. Laging nag-e-enjoy lang yung team nila. Lagi silang masaya, which is something that we really look forward to see. Kasi although at the end of the day, competition pa rin to, nakakatuwa pa rin na makita na nag-e-enjoy yung players. So we look forward to that. Na ngayon naman, yung parang medyo seryoso ulit na diskusyon dito ay yung mga head-to-head natin. Nako, mabigat ang usapan na to, Wolf, dahil si Patman at si Senor Carl pa nga ang pinagharap natin dito. Dalawang napakalupit na players, kumbaga.
Yep, ang daming parang nag-expect syempre kay Senor Carl, especially dun sa upward na trajectory niya sa pag-improve. Pero itong kay Patman, since medyo matagal na rin siya sa eksena, parang hindi na masyadong minimension yung pangalan niya. Actually, kung mag-iisip ka ng mga top players dito sa Pilipinas, usually hindi include si Patman. Pero ngayong split 1 ng VCT Page 2024, I'm 100% sure na siya na yung tinitignan niya. I think sobrang dependable niya as a player at meron din siya mga flashy plays na pinapakita and many rounds, many games even ang naipapanalo ng ZOL just because of this guy.
Exactly, and on the opposite side of things, to Senior Carl naman, if we're talking about reliability, he's been one of the most consistent players regardless of what team he's been playing on. He's one of the few, I guess, Filipino players in general that has made it to an international stage for Valorant, and it really shows why, because no matter what role he's playing, he always has an impact.
Yes, sobrang agree ako dyan sa inyo. Sabi ni Wolf, etong si Patman, parang hindi siya masyado nabibigyan ng pansin before. Pero ngayon talagang pinapakita niya na pansinin niyo ko. Ito na yung moment na nagsashine ako. And of course, si Senor Carl, sabi nga ni Fluffy, ever since, sobrang reliable na player talaga. No matter what role niyo siya ilagay, magpe-perform yung taong yan. Ito na talaga test na to ng mga players na to. At test na rin to for the panel. Dahil it is time for our predictions. And I just wanna preface this by saying na 2 for 2 kami so far. Lahat ng panel today, pare-pareho ng predictions, lahat tama. So, eto na ba? Clean sweep ba tayo for predictions today? Let's start with you, Fluffy. Who do you think is gonna win this series?
I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty sure my panel prediction individually is like 0%. But I have a lot of faith in ZOL Esports, so I'm still gonna go for them.
Okay. Wolf?
Ako naman, almost exact opposite. Isang beses pa lang ata ako hindi nakatama ng aking hula. But, tama, simple flex lang, But I think at this point, it will be easier para sa akin to go for ZOL. Lalo na just looking at the track record, pati na rin dun sa fact nga na itong ZOL, they're playing the best Valorant so far that they have been playing individually and as a team. So talagang madaling bumoto dito para sa ZOL Esports.
Okay, so we have the curse and the anti-curse, and then there's me. Siyempre, paninindigan ko. Ano tayo? Clean sweep tayo for the day. I'm going for ZOL Esports, and I really hope na clean sweep yung panel today. Wala tayong loss sa prediction. So, ready na ba kayong malaman kung tama yung predictions natin? Parang di kayo ready. Walang sumagot. Hello? Ready
Eh,
na
ito yung
kayo?
sagot ko. It's a hand
At
sign.
least sabay yung sagot namin, nawala.
Oo, oo nga. Tama, connection pa rin. Connection pa rin.
Sync na sync silang dalawa today. Alam nyo, magkaalaman na lang tayo. Casters, kayo ba? Agree ba kayo? Are you guys predicting ZOL Esports to win as well? Let us know.
I'm glad Laika said it in English, you know, because I've had trouble with Tagalog the entire day. But of course, guys, welcome to the last series of the day. My name is Raf, and of course, we have here the second best 6'8" person in the world, just behind LeBron James. We have I was gonna lay off today, but I was like, nah.
I was about to beat you to it, but yes, my height is glorious. But I know. Answering Laika's question, we have to answer this question, Raf, because it's a clean sweep. Panel's record today, at least, hasn't been wrong just yet. So do you agree, Raf? It's a ZOL sweep? Question mark?
Oh boy, I feel like ZOL is gonna win. Is it a sweep? I think there's a big chance that it isn't, because I think first MegaSavers, again, we did see a little bit of a power-up on JustUs today. Despite them losing, they played a lot better, knowing that they're slowly getting cornered into this playoff spot. So I feel like something similar would happen with first MegaSaver, although I do still think ZOL is going to take the whole thing. So maybe 2-1.
And especially with the 2-1, depending on the maps that we're going to be seeing. Ascent, I know we've been seeing this map for, I don't know, for the first week. It has been spammed alongside Icebox. It felt like these were like the true primary combos that we'd see on this BO3. So it's nice to see it back again in action, as it has been picked up by 1MS. Bind as well, coming from ZOL. And again, very understandable after the performance against Naos last time.
That is true. And that is, again, circling back to my point where ZOL has had an incredible power-up in not just the recent matches, but also in their entirety of their body of work. And their trajectory has been decently consistent all throughout the few weeks we have. I still feel like this Veto, especially with Split out of the way, is leaning towards a little bit to ZOL.
And I agree with you there. I think when it comes to, I suppose, fundamentals, experience of being together in a squad for 1 year tops, you know, you definitely have to hand it to ZOL Esports. It does feel like, again, while 1MS collectively, they have experience, there's veteranship there. But when it comes to a complete cohesive squad that has been playing for a long time, of course, we have to hand it to ZOL Esports. Especially, we keep talking about Ascent. It's been there for a while, long time, classic map, test of fundamentals, and again, that first map is going to be very important to set that tone of the series.
Thing is, first MegaSavers is a team that likes to play super up-tempo. They like to fight early, and ZOL is the complete opposite. ZOL just kind of like to hang back, you know? They'll let you do your thing, they'll get that data, they'll download a little bit, and then they're going to play off of that. It's very science-based, and with a team that's also mechanically, I mean, obviously every team here is mechanically gifted, but more so with ZOL, you know, not Kakarot. Actually, yes, also, but Batman also going up those rankings with just how insane his aim has been. It's just a dangerous combination.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially when he's on that race, I think there are numerous times where he'd, you know, land that MVP just how consistent he is. But we're not going to be seeing the double duelist this time. It is going to be Zind basically carrying, you know, carrying that helm when it comes to getting these first bloods. But we're talking about defense first, and again, having to be pushing A aggressively, if you will, to get these first bloods is a possibility. But you said they like to hang back, and so far they've been incredibly solid with this team comp.
I mean, irregardless of the map veto, I still think this is even, because first MegaSaver is going on their preferred side, as well as ZOL, and basically it's the clash of an immovable object and an unstoppable force. It's happened time and time again. Obviously, one of them has to give this time around. We go for a very standard comp here, nothing too crazy on both sides. We had a lot of Reyna picks in recent weeks.
Yeah.
I thought that would have showed its head here because we've had, you know, the likes of Georgie play that and everybody else who's been on the Empress herself. This time around, as the weeks come to a close, we are going for the safer, more stable comps.
I like how you mentioned that because, again, two different teams right now playing for two different reasons. As we head on over now to first round.
We do, and first MegaSaver's going for a pretty standard snowball here. Senior Carl already anticipating a flash play, and
Yeah.
I'm very surprised that he's on this jet. Normally, he's on a supportive role.
Exactly. And now it's a... Oh! The knives are dodged, but they hear a lot of these footsteps.
And that should be enough for ZOL to react to it as Kevzi will get the first blood of the day for them. Ching is going to be out. They're going to be missing those flashes and just the ability to fight very, very much. Interesting positioning here on the side of first MegaSavers as they're leaning towards a more spread out way of fighting. Shiny Boy on that Sova hasn't found contact just yet, but the bodies are falling left and right. And so far, it's down to the Killjoys. Kakarot with that Sheriff by already getting a gigantic return on that investment. And in the blink of an eye, the round ends.
Yeah, I felt like that all happened in a span of 2 seconds. Everybody had their own trades. And just as you said, it was an interesting plant as well. It is more out in the open. I think it does give more leeway for other post-plant positioning. One can go Hell, one can go Gen. It's more hugging towards that area. So again, it was just quick. It was one of those things where they didn't have, it would be too risky. Plant in the middle. But here we go. B this time could be the option, but that's a lot of Bulldogs that will possibly greet them, and as well as the setup of the Killjoys. So let's see how 1MS is able to penetrate through all of that.
Bulldogs, guard dogs, and a lot of security, as you mentioned, but it looks like it's going to be a breaking and entering here, led by Senior Carl. Zint with the Outlaw is going to put a temporary stop to it. The smokes are here. Very quick response on the side of ZOL, and they are second to none when it comes to Astro getting a few with the Sheriff, but ultimately it's reduced to 1v1. Kevzi and Ching, 2 bullets left in the chamber for Ching. Does have the option to reload here. Unsure of where his opponent is. Spike plant is going to go down very, very soon. Look at Kevzi. Just patient as patient can be. Here's that fake. 6 bullets left on that reset. Paranoia will miss. He's going to have that 0 point out. Lane is where Kevzi wants to play. And Ching needs not a second guess. He lands one between the eyes, and first MegaSavers steals a round away.
You gotta love that confidence coming from 1MS, right? Like, even though they were on a weaker buy, for MegaSaver able to make it work, even though there were a lot of utilities being thrown out onto B main, it didn't really care. They were landing the important shots to make sure that it all boiled down to a 1v1. And Ching with the double kill on that Sheriff, hitting those headshots, really nicely done by 1MS. That was now very expensive for ZOL.
Once again, I'm just like a fan of Ching's clutches because every time I see a clip on social media that involves Ching, it is the funniest thing. I say it every time, but with a Sheriff clutch like that, the most iconic words that have been pretty much imprinted on my mind. Don't worry, guys. I am so much better than them. I got this. I'm pretty sure that's not verbatim to the call here, but I think it's of similar vein.
It is the vibe, right? That is the confidence. Again, we talked about it. And Senior Carl hiding. I don't think it'll be spotted, but that's a 3-man push.
Whoa. That is the power of friendship to attempt to maybe get a weapon there. We do lose Patman in this skirmish, and Zin try to get a free one on G Insanity, but will escape untouched as that Outlaw. We don't necessarily see it too often, but when it does show its dangerous barrel, one person is bound to fall. Oh, and Kevzi had 2 shots at that, but an unfortunate miss. We have Micro scavenging the situation here. Does have that recon dart quickly dealt with, and Senior Carl using his brain again to outthink the competition. ZOL left to Zind. He needs to land some fancy shots here, and that's the first. Clean adjustment, cool and as collected as can be. Doesn't get the second, will get tagged up, no armor. Has a second chance at life, tries to bait it out. Looks like first MegaSaver's not letting go of their vice grip towards tree, and Zind has been uprooted.
Exactly. Again, it all started because of those very key outlaw shots. Again, I do think, Senior Carl was able to push up mid without getting spotted. And this push was just a 1-for-1 and has been trades all over. But what mattered is Senior Carl's positioning here. And again, because of the damage that they did in the previous round, they couldn't really buy too much. Very vulnerable to the outlaw body shots there.
Draw. I was trying to make a cowboy reference there, but who shot the sheriff? Probably the outlaw. First MegaSavers. Decent advantage here. Senior Carl will opt to go for the blade, so the operator is something that's on their menu. ZOL, they look to hang back and not participate on early fights.
I think this is a very good adjustment coming from ZOL, right? Either you play on the site instead, or play to mitigate their numbers, but with mid control, now they're spotted by this turret though. That's why.
They do. And Micro's Owl drone is going to find itself being shot out by 3 people. Senior Carl trying to lead the charge here. A little bit of hesitation, but it is still going to be fruitful. As Micro just couldn't retaliate here. Zin, the raid boss in boathouse, still alive, dodging left and right. Even gets a second, gets shock dart, but look at this, drawing so much away from his teammates as they flood towards the site. Kevzi and Patman, they're here to pincer and put one MS in a box. Insanity hopefully not lagging behind with the decision making here as they go for a really risky crossfire. 30 seconds left on the clock. Nobody's still committing to that plan. They know Zol is going to pounce on this. Still no movement, waiting for the commit, and Kevzi gets Channy Boy as he turns his cheek away. Insanity looking for a retaliation slap, and that he does!
I had to focus for a second.
Beautiful headshot towards Kevzi for 1 MS yet again.
And now 1MS is showing why they picked up the scent. Again, it really looked like it was going towards Zol's favor, especially the entire cha-cha-cha that Zin did at Boathouse. He was buying so much time for the rest of his teammates to just flow through, play retake, and then get that rotation done. But at the end of the day, a lot of these things are boiling down to the 1v1. And of course, because of that 1v1, the pressure is building. How do you get these isolated fights? Fights rather. How do you get these shots down? 1MS doing really well.
Flights will want to soar above the competition. 1MS keeping that anti-air gun ready and loaded. That's the thing about 1MS too. Can't really count out the dueling power of any of these players. So trying to be cheeky with this, but again, no real committance from both the sides here. Could get messy for Zin. Might have a lot on his chopping block. 1MS, they're playing with fire here. Zin goes for an instinctual play, but will back out. Look at 1MS. They know it's only the blades that are in front of them. They go for it. Killjoy ult expended. Lockdown could be imminent. And Senior Carl again barreling through the competition, but his fellow Jet player is going to execute him. Too many numbers, too many bodies onto the site. ZOL can't keep it up. Weaker weapons and nothing to retrieve. 1MS look like they have this round in the bag, but Patman tells me that I am speaking too soon. Retaliation abound. 1 Vandal in hand and 2 Sheriffs. 1MS. Have to be careful.
They have null command too. If they want to retake this for realsies, they can activate that. They gotta take a pick first before anything else.
Ooh. Again, when these retakes happen, Riku, they are just so fast. As soon as the fighting starts, everybody responds. It's like kicking a beehive or maybe a hornet's nest. These hornets are infinitely worse than bees.
Have you kicked a hornet's
No,
nest?
I don't think we have hornets. Do we have hornets in the Philippines? I'm pretty sure
I know we
do.
have bees though. We do have that. We don't
No?
mess with nature. It's dangerous. And we should leave them be. B, get it?
Nice spot.
Thank you! Anyway, operator on Zin, maybe this is the momentum breaker. As 1MS have been really doing well, have been clutching on a lot of these post plants.
We do have the Philippine Black Potter Wasp. And as its sting is as nasty as Ching's aim here. Once again, don't rattle the nest. Micro trying to retaliate, getting swarmed by the members, but Kakarot, talk about an adjustment, finds his fellow Sentinel player, Senior Carl. Only needs to see a bit of that green beanie to take it off the head. And now we're back to even again, perhaps even worse for ZOL. Trades were decent at the start, but now we are back to 1MS trying to plow through ZOL.
And that's the thing, right? Like, even though Patman and Kevzi have ults, they still have to get 2 kills to make this winnable. And now they're pretty much exposed, especially that this is complete control already onto this B site. And again, with the operator at that, at least Kevzi is there to take a bit of space, but the flankers are now becoming the flankies. Look at Ching.
Uh-oh, the tables have been turned and the turns have been steel-chaired. As Astro doesn't even need the help of his teammate. Channy Boy pops a shot through the smoke. Echolocation, like a bat.
Really?
First, MegaSavers. Wow. Commanding lead.
Exactly. Xin purchased the operator earlier, and of course a timeout has ensued. And again, very expensive round after rounds. ZOL Esports unable to get these buy rounds and convert it somewhere. 1MS at the end of the day, either if they're on a lower buy, they still are able to get picks and get upgrades on their weapons. I mean, earlier it was the operator getting picked up, and first MegaSaver's like, okay, we were able to use that earlier. Let's go back to these rifles because it has been working.
Here.
Exactly. And ZOL, perhaps the download speed is chugging as their adaptation not as impressive as we're used to. First, MegaSaver doing such a great job of keeping this incredibly unpredictable attacking round as well. They can get a 6th round on the board, then maybe this is gonna be even better, but it looks like ZOL is only reserved to a really conservative buy. The Sheriffs have done their damage though, Rico.
True. I feel like at the very beginning, it felt very doable for ZOL. As again, it was about the 1v1s. Do you win it? Do you not? But now it feels like 1MS, even though it was on their buy rounds, felt like a staggering lead of, again, of man advantages, which means they can't really or haven't really done the numbers game, if you will, of whittling them down.
That's right. There's just so many numbers, no matter what we do. Whether it be the number of bullets we have in a mag, number of players on the map, and number of responses a team can potentially give. Senior Carl gets that door out of the way. You can see that backline instinct to close the door. I don't think the door is supposed to do that, but it's fine. First MegaSaver. Commanding position towards the site, but we know how these things can go. Lockdown. And of course, the null command to really double down. Interesting choice here, considering they don't have the greatest weapons on the server. Patman is gonna get retaliated on, and Micro, despite getting one. First MegaSavers and their ability to trade, almost also uncontested.
Yeah, exactly. So now, because it felt like more of a, okay guys, we need to score a point, we need to at least damage their economy, because it has been stacking on the side of 1MS so far. I think it was one of those things where, let's just take what we can. But the advantage now, because they couldn't convert it too much economy-wise, first MegaSaver now can use the Hunter's Fury in a way that in a way where they don't have to have the lockdown in mind. So again, really scary lead on the side of 1MS.
Here's choice, to be honest with you, to expend both high impact ults. Again, a lot of faith in their aim, nothing wrong with that, but if you want to play percentages, even with those 2 ults,
1 HP.
I just don't think it was the best one, you know. 1 HP. Ugh. Gotta be careful where he steps.
Yeah, you thought it was decay, but no, it was actual damage. As Channy Boy gets the headshot. Paranoia, gotta get out of there.
That they do, and Kevzi gets a free pick towards Senior Carl here. A lot of attention was funneled towards B main, but little did they know that the crawl up towards main, or rather market, already happened. And Micro to get 3 kills for himself, and that Hunter's Fury back online. First MegaSavers suffer their first loss after that bonus round.
Yeah, looks like this adjustment coming from ZOL after the timeout has been pretty worth. Why not? Because recently what they've been doing is giving up a lot of these spaces, either from A main or B main. They've been giving that up a lot, which is understandable to play 5-man retake, but so far, it hasn't been working. So ZOL says, okay, we're gonna push much more forward, we're gonna take the fights to them, and see what we can do with the utility that we have early.
That exactly is the game plan, as first MegaSavers go for that early fight again, and perhaps Senior Carl biting off too much. Micro with the Hunter's Fury already netting one. That's the Sova on Sova violence that has happened in the past. Ching tries to put one down the range, but Insanity again completely online on the Sentinel role, but will be dealt with as Ching has yet another clutch potentially in his hands. He remains undiscovered, but a picture has been taken. Smile, this could be your Kodak moment, but unfortunately for him, the camera breaks. And first MegaSavers drop yet another round as ZOL, they storm back.
Yeah, they're catching up slowly but surely. A lot of the ults now being able to be utilized, at least able to convert these rounds. I think timeout really did help. And the switch of positioning too, I think really helped as well. Giving up mid control, just going through, playing through these sites using the KJ and then just play from there and potentially sandwich them. I think this is a much better look for ZOL Esports.
Really is, and it wouldn't surprise me if they tied it up to 6 rounds. We've seen it in the past, and it's a decently common spectacle on Ascent. Yes. First MegaSavers though, they once again vary their approach.
Yeah, they realize that, okay, this is not working, let's just do, especially that if they're able to get a kill onto, onto Micro here, there's nothing that's going to be stopping them to flood through mid and pick a side afterwards. Especially, the turret is always by switch, so if they're not spotted by the turret, then it's the Killjoy, it's the free site that has no Killjoy.
I like that Kakarot is playing very deep into wine here. Being of the Killjoy is not necessarily the place where it'd be very common for your Sentinels.
Yeah.
You kind of want to stay alive, right? But
True,
again,
true. Yeah.
I feel like this team is both sides of the same coin. But before we can go for that coin toss, there's going to be a bit of a brawl here. And it looks like defense has shelled up. Can't get a jab through his first MegaSavers. And they get ducked and weaved on.
I really like that point, Raph, because usually it's the Omen that stays on wine with the easy teleport, with the paranoia, or like the one-way smoke, right? So usually, when you see the Omen peeking through A main and not from wine, okay, then it's probably clear. You know, we've had a decent amount of information, so no eyes on that, and it's a double peek. Now, first MegaSaver. They have a lot of ults to work with, a lot of sheriffs at least, but again, this could be a conversion, a possible conversion, especially they want to increase the gap of their score even more.
I really like Senior Carl on the Jet, and I really like Insanity on the Sentinel. It seems that every great duelist player out there will eventually transition onto the Sentinel role. Again, it's all about dominating space. Senior Carl using his wits again to outmaneuver the smoke. But Sind, oh my goodness, that could have been a costly mistake, incredibly expensive, but the knives are out.
No
Can't get the kill! Micro saves his teammate, and my goodness, disaster strikes for first MegaSavers. Canny Boy has to flex his muscles here, maybe flex his guns. That's one, but too much to handle as the rest of ZOL collapse on him. What on God's green earth was that?
I'm speechless, Rav. I mean, it created this invisible pressure. You know that one is right in front of you and detained, but the rest of ZOL Esports were there. The thing is, it all started from here. Zind and Senior Carl couldn't, meet each other through that smoke. They passed by each other. So, because of that, because of the aggressive smoke plays of passing through each other, it was Zin that was able to get the better deal off of that.
I appreciate the call. Once again, everything has its risks, and Micro, despite being dead on, not doing any damage here. Interesting.
Yeah.
He is going to pick up that Vandal, so that could be something to confuse the opposition. Senior Carl will get that. And wow, first MegaSavers. Looks like they're going to be pulling away with this final round.
They're really nicely done here. Not going to be a 6-6 unless Kakarot and Patan are able to clutch this out. What do they have? One flash and as well as a molly. So we'll have to see. Again, very difficult because two of them are on Boathouse and one playing very far off onto B main. So they have to clear that out before anything else. But A bit dicey.
Ooh. Spotlight again onto Kakarot here. Will he be blinded by the lights or will he give the audience what they want? No. Maybe he'll have to get his eyes checked after that. ZOL. Not too bad of a half, honestly.
Yeah.
That was so fast.
I feel like as soon as the barriers break and go down, it's like go time. No one is playing with the timers. No 15 seconds left and they're just about to plant the spike. It's a pretty straightforward half. And I did feel like ZOL was forced to actually dance to the rhythm that 1MS had to force out of them. You know, like we talked about how ZOL Esports likes to hang back, play it a bit slow. But they had to adjust and match that pace. Now, ZOL Esports, I'm curious if they're going to play their own game or they're trying to match 1MS again now that they're on attack.
That's a good question to ask again. And ZOL, once again, they do have their own way of going about this attack, and it's carefully piecing up the defending team here. Jinsanity and Astro, pretty lethal as players themselves. They only have a Paranoia to work with to try and take this round away. But it looks like ZOL is taking their sweet time to prep this site for a confirmed plant. Jinsanity close to this door, waiting for Astro to maybe just bunch up with him and take a 2v1. But look at that. Look where ZOL is pointing.
Yeah, they're all looking at everything marked basically. Now they're ready for this. Gets the headshot.
Oh, Jinsanity with his own classic will do enough damage here and even gets a second for himself. Nearly gets a third. Oh, what could have been? But ZOL convincing us that their plan of attack was masterfully crafted even at the start. Now eco round on the side of first MegaSavers. ZOL, they're probably gonna have it fresh in their mind that this was stolen away from them with these very same sheriffs.
Yeah, again, it was... I think ZOL Esports definitely ready for that. I mean, MegaSaver right now only have the one sheriff from Ching. I mean, with Senior Carl, I mean, understandable. They've been landing a lot of these really good flicks, a lot of these really good headshots. So we'll see how they're able to stop now as ZOL Esports. They want to see the setup here on A rather this time around.
Strong side, definitely. An alert has been sent out by Senior Carl. Once again, Sheriff, he gets his space but will fall back. Control still remains in their hands here. And you can see first MegaSavers.
Here.
They are just biding their time yet again, exercising their temperance. Not sure if ZOL want to commit to this, as that's a lot of bodies towards his side. And it's already biting them in the behind. Uh-oh. Disaster strikes again for ZOL, as these sheriffs provide so much value for 1MS.
And again, I think that's a little bit of a question mark there. I don't think they were ready for the Killjoy setup. They were expecting somebody's gonna be pushing through B, and now the rotate has been called, and it's gonna be spotted by Ching. Remember, he has that sheriff. His shots have been precise.
Where can this position take 1MS yet again, as the rifles will provide an ample challenge? Kakarot goes for the anti-market bot instead. Will not have his own bulldog here. Actually, Astro has one. First MegaSavers, despite having a numbers advantage, will take their sweet, sweet time here. Market door has been left open. Kakarot could go for a small skirmish. Not an overextension that 1MS can really afford. Smokes have been put down yet again. Kakarot still holding on to the front of this site. They have the bodyguard. Kevzi here has already taken a few bullets from the spam. They double up. Micro does his best to whittle down the numbers, but once again, it just won't add up for ZOL as 1MS steal another eco round.
The second time in a row, Ref. Again, I think this is definitely I was about to comment on the whole Kakarot versus Senior Carl, because he wasn't spotted out, you know, crouching through catwalk at all, because the turret was very far away, was spotted very far away to see if anyone's going to be hard rotating from B and flanking. But those two aspects didn't really matter. It was all about the people that actually ran to the site itself. And again, being caught out caught up from the loving arms of all the setups of the Killjoy by Insanity.
Once again, I'm a big fan of this Insanity Killjoy. It seems like it's his more
agree.
natural role. I think we often forget that he also has such a mean Cypher pick. First MegaSavers. Still trying to snaggle control away from ZOL yet again. This is their bonus round. Actually, yet another eco round, but this time Zin has a share as an outlaw, looking to break the law. First MegaSavers, they hear that shot, just don't want to deal with that.
Happens already half. Oh.
Used just a little bit under half here, and the timing, not too kind to him. MegaSavers once again looking to run this up. Senior Carl does find Zin's shoulder on that peak. Kevzi and Kakarot, they have shares in hand. I doubt that they're gonna do the same thing and steal it away, as Channy Boy has been sharp as a nail. Also, guys, if you didn't notice, for some reason the Outlaw had 3 bullets instead of 2. I don't know why that was, but yeah.
Oh, wait, I thought it was a Marshall.
Was that a Marshall? It was a Marshall.
It was
I
a Marshall.
lied. I got
It's
confused.
okay. I mean, it looks a bit similar, you know, at certain times.
That
but
should be the Marshall skin. I mean, the Outlaw skin,
I
right?
agree. But it looked like the Outlaw skin. And here we go. Buy round now for the side of ZOL. Again, they struggled to convert the buy round previously. And it was because of the hold. Again, it's the initial thing that they have to break through after, again, entering the entire site. I think that's what they struggle with, but once they have the hold, I think they have no issue. And so far, the defense of 1MS have been stellar. They're using a lot of these utilities.
They are. And it's been netting them a lot of safety. It's been granting them a lot of control over the space. ZOL, despite their, once again, careful approach, first MegaSavers have just been on top of things. It looks like they've really prepared for this matchup. And again, it is bearing fruit. I love that first MegaSavers is risking absolutely nothing with these holds. Very rarely do we see them push out of the more dangerous portions of the map. But here we go. Zin will have to take the fight into his own hands here. And he has a say in this matter. However, Channy Boy will reply with a clean shot to the head, giving him some kindness. And Kakarot had to witness his teammates get busted up on that take. Channy Boy still gets Kakarot too. ZOL stuck at 6 rounds.
I know, they're having a very, it looked really good during the very first, pistol round. The pistol round. And now they're going for a timeout, which is, again, understandable. It was their buy round. They showed signs of, again, struggling when it comes to these rifles because constantly, I guess the point that I wanted to say is that ZOL Esports, since they're attacked, they can finally set the tone and sort of set the pace and the speed of how the round goes. They were waiting for all these utilities to be blown by first MegaSaver, and yet it didn't work out. They wanted to have that utility battle, but the gun battle is where they lost. The aim battle is where they lost.
Once again, no matter how good your macro is, if you can't land your shots, then it's gonna be a hard day at work. First MegaSavers, they've definitely sensed this type of weakness in ZOL. Uncharacteristic, but ZOL, they will go back to that drawing board and see what are the immediate fixes they can implement. It won't be everything, but it's something to work on. Or rather, at least it's something to work with.
Definitely. Especially, I don't think we've ever, again, especially that ZOL Esports, I think I talked about this earlier, where ZOL is pretty much fighting for top 2 alongside Naos and Old Stinky Cats. So the reason why, again, why they really want this to be possibly a 2-0 is they don't want to leave too many chances for 1MS to sort of like leeway, if you will. So Insanity gets first blood.
Now we are in the min-maxing portions of our circuit here, and Ching going for such an aggressive play here. Won't save his teammates, but it will give himself momentum to work with. Kakarot with a stinger. Maybe in a dire spot. Just needs 1 kill to make this an okay round. also just needs one more orb for that lockdown. So perhaps this is what ZOL is banking on. They're not necessarily going to show their adjustments on this purchase first, or rather on this weaker purchase. As 1MS, they're also not giving away too many chances either. Look how compact they're playing still.
Yeah, guarding the spike, no chance whatsoever to get a free orb. But on your death, upon death, you shall get anyways. But that's still...
Oh my gosh.
Again, maybe the mission now is to reduce economy even just a little bit. the wings.
I like how every time he jump spots, there's one more player that shows himself. And Kakarot is like, this is turning into such a bad idea. Senior Carl will finally put him out of his misery. First MegaSaver is on a dominant second half. ZOL Esports yet to answer back.
Yeah, ever since that pistol round, they had a struggle in making a lot of these buy rounds work. And I think it's, again, after the initial push, it's the gunfights. It's the crossfire that 1MS is doing so well. Again, and even catching, even catching ZOL off guard. And again, once you have that leeway of the numbers advantage coming from MS, the 1MS, they do not stop hammering that down.
And it's slowly breaking the shield. I mean, that's what blunt damage does. Extra damage to armor. ZOL Esports maybe will opt for a more nimble approach here. Try to outmaneuver a potential clunky defense on the side of first MegaSavers, but they have yet to find a gap onto said defense, and Zind will create one for himself. First MegaSavers, they don't shift at all, still remaining very stable.
They gotta wait with this null command activated. Baiching can't do too much just yet. And there's gonna be a timer, and that has expired.
Oh dear. That could have been their saving grace. Patman has his own to work with and could find the timing onto Ching here. Oh no. Ching running out of his own utility, but Senior Carl! Oh my goodness. That could be the end of this round and would potentially push first MegaSavers into the winning situation. Zind, a lot on his plate. And no utensils for him to work with as Astro. Oh, so clean. First MegaSaver shuts down ZOL. We are already close to ending our map number 1.
I want to take a look at that replay. If at least 3 of the one that entered the site looked to their right. No, it was a complete paranoia setup to see if they got anyone blinded on the site. And that's the reason why, you know, it was overlooked. And again...
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, it was quite a strange round, and Senior Carl able to land all of those shots and take advantage of that.
That was peak neuron activation.
Yeah.
1. Okay, I can wait. 2. Ooh, I can kill now. 3. Nope. I have to let this rip. Now first MegaSavers, inspired with confidence. But once again, they are so stable. This evolution of first MegaSavers, such a treat to watch. What did they do on that short break?
Yeah. Tell me about it. It's just a lot now, and now it's the execute.
Again? Again? Senior Carl demolishes the opposition. You can't do this 2 rounds in a row. And an ace to finish the game, too. ZOL was left helpless. First MegaSaver on ascent. Looking so good.
That?
Oh, man.
Yeah, I'm actually speechless, Raph. It felt like they complete control from the first half to the second. They were forcing ZOL onto these very desperate moves. You know, using the there were so many times, even especially during the first half, where a lot of them had ults. And they couldn't use it because it was always down to a 2v5 or a 2v4, which is so risky to use an ult like that, or else you're gonna waste it and you're not able to layer it with something else. It felt the same thing that has been happening for after the second half. It felt like you could see, right? Even at the end, imagine it was 6 and 12 or something like that, and all of them had ults. They couldn't roll any of the ults. They couldn't use it at any point in time on that second half. And you end up just seeing all of them online because there's no time or place to actually use them.
Yeah, and with all those factors just kind of, you know, cross-pathing with each other. kind of saw ZOL Post Malone fall apart. And that's not necessarily something we see very often, right?
yeah.
Because this is by far the most composed team we have. Or at least among the most composed teams we have. Senior Carl on that jet, I feel like I'm a huge fan. There was very little wrong, or if not, none at all that he did in that entire game. ZOL, they had plans, they had ideas, very visible. But first MegaSaver was just a step ahead.
Yeah, I honestly think I really agree with you there. The reason why we're so flabbergasted is because, again, we look at ZOL as, you know, their synergy-wise and all of that, for ZOL, they look really strong. We're talking about them as a top 3 team in VCTPH, and seeing them being dismantled by 1MS like that, so full control, always having the numbers advantage, it was always boiling down to a 2v4. That means they couldn't trade properly, they couldn't find a lot of these, again, how to equalize these rounds. It started off like that, but 1MS, after round 5, it was just all about them.
1MS not lagging behind whatsoever. I'm just really genuinely curious how all those second round anti-ecos for ZOL fell apart, because there has to be a system that 1MS was running through, right?
Yeah.
Because it just looked so stable, it looked so well thought out, and despite, again, just the early resistance in that first half, first MegaSavers pretty much downloaded the players of ZOL.
Yeah, they definitely came prepared here. Again, ZOL, and as well as on Ascent, and just as you said, this configuration with the GN Sanity and of course Senior Carl here, looking to be very, very refreshing, if you will. And again, usually when we see ZOL Esports, I don't think I've never neural activation, bam, bam. I've never seen ZOL like this before. Like, no matter how
they're so lost.
Yeah, right. Like, usually when they go up against a team, no matter what, if they feel like it's a better team than them, or like they're better than this certain team in a certain matchup, it felt like it was always going to be close. But this wasn't close at all. 1MS completely dominated.
Well, perhaps we are gonna find out if ZOL have something left in the tank to retaliate, or are we going to see the panel's prediction streak get absolutely demolished? We'll be going on a break, guys, so be right back.
And we're back over here at VCTPH's English broadcast. We're still your casters for the day. My name is Riku, joined by Raf, and we're currently still in the middle of a very, plot twist kind of series between 1MS and ZOL Esports. And again, the reason why we keep talking about this plot twist is that ZOL, again, considered to be top 3 in the country and now being dismantled by 1MS that really, just formed this season.
Again, this is not to discount the talent on that roster because everybody is so strong on both sides, really. But ZOL, statistically, and you know how much we like going by the numbers here, guys, are very, very strong. So for them to lose Ascent in such a convincing fashion and in a matchup where it should have been who could have been more patient would have won the day, this time around, they got outgamed, honestly. Like, that was their own game, but they got outmaneuvered.
Yeah, exactly. It was, again, a lot of these rounds aren't able to convert. The fact that they weren't able to use any of these utilities, or not utilities, sorry, a lot of these key ultimates and transition that into a round win, or, at least damage the economy a little bit on the side of 1MS. It was complete domination by 1MS, and I'm really excited to see this next map because it is going to be Bind. And when we looked at statistics, ZOL Esports is currently 100%. Even though they've played it 3 times in the regular season, they have been undefeated in this map.
Ooh, we did have an undefeated streak snapped today, and that was on Sunset for JustUs. Hopefully it's not the same story for our teams here. And maybe, just maybe, the panel is trying to bite at that curse a little too much. Saying, oh, hey, there's no more curse. We went 2-0 today. Guys, you're asking for it. I'm just saying, you're asking for it.
Yeah, it's like they what's the word? They pointed it out, and now there is a chance that maybe the streak, you pretty much jinxed it. But again, it's still not over just yet. It is map 2. There is a possibility that we might go into map number 3. But again, I think this matchup, I think we predicted that this might actually go to a possible map number 3. And looking at Bind with the 100% win rate, with, again, it's going to be a bit of a swap, I suppose. I remember Patman is the one that constantly played this raise on towards Bind, so there's a possibility that a lot of things are gonna get shuffled up role-wise.
Yes.
A lot of L's.
I feel like L's. Well, hopefully none of those L's go in the way of ZOL anymore, because that is going to be a shutout. I did predict a 2-1 here in the favor of ZOL just because of the track record, right?
Yeah.
Bind, I feel like, would inspire a little bit more confidence. As you mentioned, they are undefeated. They might just be a bit more aggressive and could catch first MegaSavers off guard here. And with that being said, I'm curious to what type of comp we are going to be seeing. First MegaSavers is also a team that love to run that Yoru. I don't think they're gonna run it on Bind, but it's a definite possibility.
Yeah, they've been, I suppose if there's one that could really surprise us, the same way that 1MS surprised us on Ascent, it could be them. They could be playing something entirely different. There have been a lot of compositions. We've been seeing the usual, Chamber. We've been seeing the occasional Reyna and the Yoru that you just mentioned, and the Zoo comp with the Sky and as well as the Gecko. So it all depends on what kind of setup that they could do, because 1MS is also a very flexible team role-wise. They're more focused about who gets to play this agent more rather than fixed roles. So we've really witnessed the flexibility of the team already, especially what we've witnessed in Ascent. If they bring the same performance from what we've seen in Ascent, where they're making themselves basically untradeable, they're winning a lot of these key 1v1s, then I'd be a bit worried for ZOL, because again, while ZOL is already pretty much on a very good score situation that they don't have to worry about getting eliminated. It's one of those things where you want to get top 2 sealed for yourself, so you don't have to worry about the last chance, of qualifying to playoffs.
At the end of the day, when you compete, no matter what reason, you want to win. Even if you have a spot that's locked in, you want to win. And I think that's one thing that ZOL is definitely gunning for today. Talking about Bind, though, dealing with first MegaSavers type of play style, they might just have their patience tested again, because there's a lot more maneuverability on Bind, a lot more trap plays because of the teleporters. You mentioned the Zoo comp here. First MegaSavers has something similar. only they had the Gecko on top of that, it would be the full-on, look at all these things I can throw at you that you have to shoot, but you can't shoot me.
Yeah, exactly. I think, again, it's going to be a double initiator on the side of 1MS, which is, just as you said, it's not going to be the Gecko instead. It's going to be more about scans. It's definitely more about the Nightfall and having a lot of these retake potential. But on the other side of the spectrum, it's pretty standard for ZOL Esports. They've been playing this comp for a while now. And as we've seen in the statistics, they have been winning more of their defense. It's a 75% win rate on their end. And we'll see if they're able to replicate that performance that we've been seeing on this team.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to be a really slow game just to kind of get into that sense of security for both ends. I mean, realistically, too. First MegaSavers, they did so well by surviving without pushing the tempo and pressing the issue. Meanwhile, ZOL, we're the ones that were a little more confused. How can they be more patient than us? How are they a lot more static? Maybe this is where ZOL will get their hands on a revenge map. Who knows?
That's the question. But all I know from 1MS, we've seen like Ching already warmed up and ready. But here comes Patman, of course. We've praised his name here on this raised pick most especially. We'll see as it's the Cypher on B.
A really aggressive wire here just to alert the would-be defenders on this site. And I talked about how sharp Patman is. Immediate reaction on Ching's cross. ZOL, they now have an avenue to kind of flood on towards B side here. But look at this hesitation. Look how much 1MS have influenced this attacking side just because of that map win.
Yeah, they want to be careful. They don't want the same thing to happen again. And the fact that ZOL, or rather 1MS, doesn't want to move an inch just yet. They want to wait until it's a full committal and be patient about it.
They know that the Cypher is still here to anchor this defense. And Patman, he is looking for that camera if it ever chooses to show itself. The ZOL still have full control over this map. They can go wherever their heart's desires. And with Patman giving them yet another fruitful exchange, 1MS have to get things going. Senior Carl and Channy Boy, a lot of things to throw out and a lot of bullets to land. ZOL already pushing the tempo on this spawn push.
This is just very difficult. The timing, while still not in favor of Micro, still able to get a kill. Now it's a 1v2. Channy Boy quite low versus full health members.
Look at that camera. This is going to make that exit so awkward and he can't even get it. He has a Prowler available in his hands. He will finally get that cam. Well timed here by Kakarot to eliminate him. So, they have the pistol round. They cannot lose an anti-eco 3 times in a row.
Yeah, I think, again, this has been a very different ZOL Esports. It felt like Bind is really the map that allows them to play at the pace that they want to go for. A lot of these teleports, a lot of really easy rotations to take. The spike was leaning towards B. They're sending it to A, then they went it back. Rotated it back onto that side. I think that's the biggest difference. They couldn't really do that on Ascent. It's much longer rotation times. And maybe that's the reason why they had a difficult time.
Ooh. Senior Carl again, taking care of business and instilling a lot of fear on the ZOL offense. Guys, remember, we can't lose to the pistols, but it's still going in pretty much anybody's way here. This is definitely more than ZOL want to deal with, as Ching is left all alone in this teleporter. Humor us, first MegaSavers. How are you going to survive this? Apparently not at all. As Micro with the classic will finally sniff it out and ZOL convert for the first time this series, an anti-eco round.
And I think that's very, very important, especially having to take that momentum for themselves, especially that reset. It's definitely a big, I suppose, confidence booster after, again, what we've seen in the first map. So it's looking really good for ZOL and the trajectory again. Let's see how 1MS is able to take this bonus for themselves. As ZOL, they're looking pretty solid. It felt like even though 1MS was taking the fight to them, they were ready.
Indeed they were. First MegaSavers are now on the back foot of the adjustment. Weapon-wise, they're very much in the lead here. Patman, once again, so confident, Riku. I mean, he has just been so sharp for his team. has that hero vandal. I doubt that T is gonna press the issue from the smoke here, plus the molly. So they're just gonna have to hang back just a few more seconds more.
Yeah, Patman not damaged at all. No ticks whatsoever. Able to dodge that out by hugging that corner. And they're ready to go.
Are they, though, as Patman can't find any targets for himself? First MegaSavers, I really like the patience again. They know that they have all the advantages in the world, yet Shani Boy shows himself a little too early for Kakarot's liking. Spike has gone down. Senior Carl waiting for the rest of his team. I love the patience. Patman has an idea where he is, but he will eventually lose out that duel. Senior Carl can't be fooled twice. Gets yet another frag for himself, keeping his team in the game. Again, he goes for the march forward. The Insanity will clean up. ZOL. Bonus. Okay. First MegaSavers, though. I think they walked away with that one with a big smile on their faces.
Selfie. Looking at the camera with a little dance on that Omen spray. But let's take a look at that again. I guess this is one of those things where it's the expected result. But how clean should 1MS do that retake? You gotta love the patience. Nobody was peeking. Smokes were out. Nobody wanted to give off any sort of kill whatsoever. I like how 1MS was still calm and collected. They knew that they had time. Everybody was there. They were waiting for all these rotates from their fellow teammates. And that's the result that they're able to take. They have Neural Theft for Kakarot here. And they're able to spot out any sort of, rotations or any sort of lurks that ZOL is able to do.
Yet again, they change up the tempo on this attack. Try to soften up Hookah. First MegaSavers, though, they do have a bit more presence towards this B area. I mean, Fluffy, we were talking about this earlier. That first flash could have been so much. Would it be a regenerating one like before? Batman not finding any contact here. And first MegaSavers, they will still have a very effective crossfire, regardless of ZOL committing to this or not. Wait, what? Astro got tagged.
Yeah, I was surprised too. Half HP onto that area as Chink deals first blood already.
Once again, first MegaSavers, they keep it very, very stable here, despite losing a leg or two. ZOL going for that really grit and grind play style. You have a bunch of tripwires to deal with and a very immediate G Insanity in the vicinity. Zind is trying to get a sneaky peek towards U-Haul.
30 seconds left.
You'll still get eliminated. And first MegaSavers, they have all the room in the world for this retake or this setup.
Exactly. G Insanity is still able to survive through all of that despite just two people in that area onto lamps. Despite that vulnerable 11 seconds on the clock, they have to plant. They have no choice.
Enemy remaining.
Oof, if only Astro had time to then what? If only Kevzi Senior Carl landed that shot. Again, Pandemonium, G Insanity, full confidence push with the classic. Although that could have been a fatal mistake, as Kevzi in the pocket will not allow first MegaSavers to retaliate. Yet another Sheriff buy on the side of 1MS. And ZOL turning things up a notch here with their even slower play.
Yeah, this is definitely the pace that ZOL wants to play, and that was huge. That could have gone to 1MS's way. The fact that they were able to get 2 early kills, by the way, onto B, and then all of a sudden, G Insanity was holding down the line over there. And yet, ZOL, it's Kevzi, was able to take things back for the team.
Toxins going up.
ZOL, 2 rounds up. Hero Vandal to deal with on the side of Senior Carl. Plus a possible showstopper if Patman gets a few more kills here too. Just to kind of equalize the situation. Patman will get that orb.
Yeah.
And it looks like this is going to be a committed B hit.
If he gets a kill, he gets showstopper.
Well, not necessarily needing the sharpest shooting, as that Boombot is going to take care of business. You do have a showstopper on the opposite side too, as Senior Carl will have yet another gun towards the side. Astro, though, not lasting too long. And now Channy Boy trying to land a shot through the smoke with the Cabbages inbound and blocking their shots. Going for a quick rotate towards A here. And one MS being played like a fiddle. Senior Carl still has that showstopper in hand, so potentially a cancellation of this spike plant could happen. But it looks like he's missed his window.
It's really scary too. There's an orbital strike on the side of Kevzi. Still a lot of lineups to set up for this. So this retake going for the same angle. This could be scary.
Really is. Don't think they had a choice here. Senior Carl again. One more kill. Maybe avoid the traffic. Does get the pocket player, which is Kevzi. Channy boy clawing, maybe grasping at straws here. Maybe fakes the tap. Doesn't make noise. Kakarot patience yet again. No hat on him, making him an even harder target. Orbital strike, no longer a factor. Micro
5 bullets.
has to take a straight up fight here. Pros don't fake. Micro could double dip, but the patience is just too much for Channy boy to handle. And ZOL get another close call under their belt. 1MS running out of layers.
Yeah, it really looked like Channy boy was there and ready for again that clutch, but it was Micro at the end of the day that played for time and just really gave this false hope onto 1MS that they were able to clutch that. And again, that Nightfall even invested for this clutch. They're not able to transition that over to round number 6, and so far so good for ZOL.
So good. Still have orbital strike here by Kevzi. Feel like they must have not taken into account that he could have played so far back. But again, it's one of those curveballs that 1MS might not expect this type of call.
Exactly. Oh, orbital strike, get out of there!
Laser upon you.
What?
Oh no. And Patman actually gets cooked by Astro. What a call. The moment he heard the orb being taken, just lets it rip. And now ZOL, hampered just by a tiny bit. Still have a lot of map to with. The spike not being committed just yet. And Kevzi even gets another. Just to equalize things, make this a little fair. Senior Carl playing the smokes. He sees the shoulder. Lands a shot. Zin can't respond. Decay has to be something that will be recovered from. However, ZOL's still in a great spot. Or rather, not ZOL. 1MS still in a great spot for this.
Exactly, and Insanity can even use his ult later to identify where everybody's at for the potential retake. He has his setups right there for the taking, and they're gonna be leaving Ching most likely onto A, so they don't do the same play by teleporting and then going to A anyway.
Flash is gonna come into play here. Molly's probably gonna isolate the Insanity. Can't get the double kill, but he will do enough. As Ching and yet another shot towards Kevzi. Sees the head on towards height. 1MS, they retaliate 2-4. Lead not so commanding on the side of ZOL. I don't think they have enough economy to really get another gun round here. Patman does have that showstopper, which he's been hanging on for quite some time now.
That's true. I think this spread out position so far, they haven't been winning any of the duels. I think you know, they wanted to do some sort of like sneaky entry of Zind onto A short, but gets caught out by Senior Carl in the end. And I think every single point in the map was falling apart on that one, and really good defense from 1MS.
How can ZOL crack this open? They've had a few ideas. Some have worked. Some have been caught by 1MS's net. And Batman, again, not mincing his words, will introduce himself to Astro, give him a very firm handshake. And ZOL taking a play out of 1MS's book here. An eco or an anti-eco looking so good. Channy boy with a clean shot just to clean it up a little bit. And now the post plant is going to happen. Kakarot can't find a rifle in time, but instead of swinging for a kill, he will get swung on. Ping flashes out. I think that Viper smoke actually saved the ZOL player here. Channy boy once again chiming in on this 2v1. Micro can't touch it out. Too quick. Maybe just too heavy of a defense for ZOL to break open. But very close despite the weaker weapons.
Yeah, that looked really convincing for ZOL Esports. Like the fact that, you know, Patman, I just need a classic. I'll get a kill, upgrade my weapon into a rifle, and that's literally the game plan. Even clearing out the Lamps player to get a second rifle upgrade. It looked really good, but again, it was the formation of 1MS that really ended up strong. And now ZOL Esports have the Viper Spit. All they need to do is get into the site Viper's Spit and just keep increasing
Now,
this gap.
where to
But
set up
1MS,
shop?
their defense has been strong with G Insanity now having that operator.
Classic here from him. Not having armor, though, could be very, very sour, as that tagging is going to be dangerous. Senior Carl, rare overextension by him, gets punished, but they don't check the corner again. Neuron activation by Astro will get dealt with, but the damage has been done. Insanity still has a Nero theft, no armor to speak of. Micro's in an awkward spot. He'll try to look for some sort of giveaway here that the defense hasn't settled in. In fact, if they would take this teleport, then the fight would be a bit more realistic. But look at all the faith they have on G Insanity. Zin, who sees the barrel first? It's Shani Boy.
Now they've seen the spike.
Micro.
The spike is so stuck in the middle. How do you get through that?
Micro has to figure that out. This is a jumping puzzle, a water level, call it whatever you want, but it's not a fun experience. No flashes in hand, nothing to use for him. No Trailblazer, far from the ults. And he'll just have to clear this the old-fashioned way. If he wins this 1v1, though, then
30
Insanity is
seconds
going to have a hard time trying to go for this retake. No armor plus operator in a 1v1. You are risking the biscuit. Micro doesn't check his back, though. Has given his position away. He might get knifed.
There it is.
No need.
Yeah, no need. And you gotta like the position of 1MS too. Like, G Insanity was already hugging that teleporter. He was ready to rotate and go to A just in case that the 1v1 was lost, or they already have information of where the last player is at and what the plan is in mind. And again, 1MS, I think they're definitely they're looking more, what do you call this? Solid. It's like they know what to do with the lead that they have. And I think it really is a huge improvement from when we saw them at the very first week of VCTPH.
It is an incredible transformation because it looked like they were a very brawl-heavy team that would just like to fight. But now it looks like there's a lot more intention behind their defaults. Their defense has just been that much more impressive. Chani Boy does have a Prowler to sniff out any close player. Even has the choice to use the Nightfall here. No, ZOL lying on the shoulders of Patman. Unfortunately for him, he will have to break up with his head because Astro's going to take it away. Kevzi, such a sharp shot, will get Senior Carl. But how can they convert this to usable space?
It's a bit difficult now with a tripwire, you know, already on towards A. So they have to choose. I really like this because I just realized the tripwires are separated. You know, G Insanity have to go A and then go B at the same time. So now they have to low-key guess where the cipher is right now.
Low-key guess, high-key hard, honestly. Insanity trying to land that shot. Look at the patience. As long as I don't miss, I'll be fine type of mentality.
30 seconds left.
What a
He
shot!
actually hits Kevzi. And he's still gunning for more. I think he wants to use that Neural Theft. In fact, that Viper Spit could give him extra cover that he needs to crawl up. Kakarot, unaware of the present Sword's elbow. We'll check now, but the Nightfall. Oh, it was just a second late. This thing bites on towards the jugular of Zin. That's the first top elimination you've seen so far on our Challengers League. But Chani Boy, yet again, a consistent performer, will get rid of ZOL. And 1MS has wrestled the lead away from ZOL.
Yeah, that was so important, right? For ZOL Esports to get that kill off of Kevzi, just making the round extra winnable and getting off of that value on that operator. And this shot was so good by G Insanity. Too bad, you know, he wanted to reposition onto elbow, but that smoke before Kevzi has perished really helped. What do you call this? Kakarot just close the gap there and catch G Insanity by surprise.
Yes, this should do.
But now?
Indeed it has.
Yeah, 1MS has the lead.
I was thinking about like, wow, she says Kakarot the way a certain, you know, type of fan would say. Riku, you weeb.
Dragon Ball's pretty cool.
Laser upon you again, and Dragon Ball is in fact really cool. Once you see these bright lights and maybe the blonde hair, you know, stuff is about to go down. Everybody's trying to go Super Saiyan here. Chani Boy perhaps screaming silently in his head, channeling that inner warrior. Will make a lot of space for his team and will funnel the rest of ZOL onto the shower position. Down but not out is ZOL. They get 2. Micro just tagged up a little bit. They still have to be aware that Astros is 2 away from that orbital strike too. Senior Carl has the nade. If they get caught, this could be deadly. No combo just yet. Senior Carl maybe a little late. KevZ could be the saving grace for his ailing teammate. Annie Boy and Astro super low. Senior Carl, nade, when is it gonna come out? Where is he? KevZ might be wondering. KevZ close to the clutch. 7 health. Doesn't get bonked by the satchel here. Nade is still in the hands of Senior Carl. And he manages to snake away. But the halo has been put above his head. And look what you've done, Rico. You've made me go full Dragon Ball onto that round.
You're welcome, Ref. You're welcome. And again, it was even. It was a 3v3 situation boiling down into a 1v1. It's these 1v1s that was really key. And just unfortunately, they couldn't really cover Heaven anymore because, again, it was the sole KevZ that was pretty much alive and no smokes already. They have been utilized in a very understandable timeout because first MegaSaver, they've been really doing well equalizing a lot of these rounds and making sure that the initial attack of ZOL is that, again, they're able to make every single round winnable, and it's becoming deja vu, right? Like these 1v1s have been won constantly by first MegaSaver. So again, ZOL, understandable timeout, and while statistics says that okay, 75% most of ZOL's wins come from defense, but still ZOL wants to keep going.
That is true. They want to take any advantage they can muster up in this half, or you just kind of get them back into that confident, dominant ZOL form. Annie Boy has been doing wonders for his team as an initiator. His utility has been on point. His dueling has been on point. And quite frankly, everybody on first MegaSavers have had no bad play just so far. Although I could have jinxed it. ZOL Esports looking to play around Patman this time around with that Hero Vandal.
Exactly. They need to get as many leads as possible. Make it even. Oh, sees Patman's head.
Oh, wow. What a cage throw, actually, by Insanity. That was such a nice throw. I appreciate that type of accuracy on the throwables. Unfortunately, it won't do any damage. It won't disorient Pathman. We've seen this type of double up earlier today. There is enough utility on the side of first MegaSavers to check this out safely. Pathman trying to get his cross out. But he will narrowly get tagged up there.
Yeah.
Get snagged. Oh.
I mean, the mission there was to distract everybody, use a lot of these utilities, and whittle them down for the retake. But this is the plan now for ZOL. It is now a hit, and hopefully they're able to, again, watch out for this flank.
This hasn't been a common play so far by first MegaSavers, and I don't think it's anticipated at all. And once again, first MegaSavers, they are putting ZOL in a blender. Despite all that information, Senior Carl will not be dissuaded from going into the post-plant. Zind? Oh man, that was the lineup. You know, first MegaSavers played that so well. Oh man.
Yeah, I think the information was, okay, they're planted on default for sure. 2 of the controllers that have their molly are probably going to be playing for that, and they're going to be staying behind away from the team. And maybe that's the reason why, you know, 1MS, when they wanted to retake, they send 2 members flying on this flank, and it paid off so well. Even that tripwire was there to spot out any flanks, but it was too near for it to catch anyone from the rotation of 1MS. And now Nightfall available for first MegaSaver. Again, this is looking really good for first MegaSaver, Raph.
I'm just a little taken aback because, again, they couldn't have played that round any better. When it comes to the movement and how they addressed all those potential issues. Batman has to win a fight here because this has been his bane so far. G Insanity and even Senior Carl will be the victim of his rage, but Ching and Channy Boy will bolt it down. Can't even get a lurk threat as ZOL. Kakarot making a mad dash for wherever he wants to go, tries to fake it out, but the Prowler narrowly avoids him. A cage in his back pocket. And look at this, they've bamboozled 1MS.
Exactly. I mean, okay, yes, there is Orbital Strike and Nightfall for the retake. Maybe that's why they're confident. 0 ults on the side of Kevzi and Kakarot. But once they realize there's no one here, they might try to teleport and gain access onto B. Utility-wise, Kevzi is still 1 smoke and mostly full of everything. So we'll see now. They triggered the plant. They think somebody's nearby. None yet.
Oh, but still 1MS have no idea. I really like how much space that, despite ZOL having a disadvantage, they've cleared out. So now they're going to confidently walk into Octagon here, play for the post plants. A hunting party perhaps on the side of 1MS could potentially come out earlier. Kakarot not landing the shot, but has announced his presence. The cage will be thrown out just to give them a little bit of space to work with, but it's not enough. That Nightfall is going to alert 1MS to where every single defender is. They do have that orbital strike to even supplement their push. Astro the Brimstone, after calling down the laser, will march forward. And once again, MegaSaver is playing this to a clinical level.
I am in
What the
awe.
hell?
Yeah, the retake, the confidence. I mean, like usually, right, you'd see one player stay on one side and then spread the rest of resources to make sure that every side is covered. But retaking as 3 is so much better as retaking as 2 versus 2, right? So you don't give that 1 versus 2 on a site. Instead, place everyone on one side, and it's definitely more winnable that way. I love the way 1MS is playing. And now after the swap, ZOL, while we talked about the numbers, it is in their favor on defense. 1MS has been playing much better on Ascent and even on the first half. There.
Insane.
Yeah.
Honestly, the way that 1MS have been working this defense. ZOL, this is their strong side. They are going to be building it brick by brick. 1MS going for that simpler strat. However, if they get an early pick here, then there's not a lot of stopping power this time around. Sure, that's going to get pinged out. Once again, there's not enough roadblocks to stop 1MS from marching on. And the Insanity, I think he gets a free kill here too. Oh, what? Oh, no. And that's Micro down. No more flashes. No more Trailblazer. Insanity having free reign on this side. But Patman, something to say. Kevzi chimes along on this conversation. And this debate is going to the way of ZOL. Ching, 2 bullets and 2 skulls to land on. No targets found.
It looked at the very beginning, it looked as if it could go either way, but it was a 3v1, and I think this is exactly, we could possibly start seeing why ZOL Esports is really good on this defense onto Bind. Maybe this is how they're gonna catch up. But again, we've seen 1MS winning some of these thrifties, so I wouldn't say things too early just yet.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
Don't count your eggs before they hatch. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, right?
Yeah,
is that how you say it?
You are correct. For some reason, I was thinking melons, but melons wouldn't make sense.
Huh? Melons don't come from eggs? Or
yes. No. Come from seeds?
No.
Teleport.
Don't they grow from a vine? They do, right? I could be confused.
That's a good question. I'm not a botanist to know. I kind of just eat the melons. But maybe seeds. Melons have seeds.
That they do. And on more relevant information, ZOL, not necessarily a confident conversion rate in this series when it comes to anti-ecos. But
like butter,
they did win that pistol. And now they have...
And now it is interesting right now, though. They're already on towards the side. Kakarot getting a lot of these kills, and Kevzi as well. And really clean. No casualty whatsoever.
And in the blink of an eye, a few members disappear. Oh. Interesting turn of events, but rifles abound for both sides here.
This is a nice spot.
Zola, first MegaSaver, not necessarily giving us a clear picture if this is going to go for a third map or if the series is going to end here. But as we mentioned, ZOL They've been doing their best to keep this within the box. And first MegaSavers, despite overwhelming firepower and just overwhelming odds from that series win, or rather that map win from, you know, Ascent, still keeping as composed as possible.
Exactly. I like the confidence here. And then again, Kevzi has a lot of like shiny moments onto bind and ready for the molly already. Spotting someone out. B could be the hit, but there's just a lot of layers to peel through before they get into the site.
Like an onion, it is a lot of layers and perhaps a tasty snack when mixed with something else. I don't know where I'm going with this. And so does first MegaSavers. They haven't committed to a site just yet, but they have infiltrated showers just a little bit. They're not going to be able to sound spot this as Ching with 2 guiding lights has enough utility to actively pressure the defenders here. Kev's in a very committed position. Thankfully for him, nobody has really postured up to jump out.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds more or less. Here comes the smokes. Might force the teleport and go to the loving arms of all the Cypher tripwires onto A.
30 seconds left.
It is warm, but not for a good reason, as that cage is going to delay them even more. One way to hell, perhaps, but Insanity manages to cut through it. Dangerous. Maybe a warning sign for the rest of his team. At 14 seconds left on the clock, they have to plan somehow. First MegaSaver still eke this out. Zin could be the hero. He gets one. Nobody's there to retrieve the spike, and all Micro has to do is to make a mad dash. And Astro keeps the dream alive for first MegaSavers. Ooh, despite all of that, nearly gets tagged up. I don't think they have to fight this, but they will anyway. And 1MS
right here,
giving us a heart attack.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous for 1MS. Honestly, the one way of the Cypher cage and the all the slows coming from the Viper, it felt like they didn't have a lot of time. And that's the reason why Insanity is like, okay, I will entry, I will do this to make sure, and I give information to everybody. And that's how you get to clear. And they couldn't they couldn't find Channy, not Channy Boy. I think it was Channy Boy? No, it wasn't Channy Boy. It was somebody else on site. That's the reason why the spike plant was delayed. But at the end of the day, 1MS pulled through.
The day's not over just yet. As 1MS, despite having a few mishaps here and there, ultimately making the best, I guess, decision with the limited resources they had. Senior Carl saw that halo over Kevzi, and it's actually Insanity to finish him off. So once again, the layering and the timing of all this utility by 1MS, it is just so perfect. They're playing this so well. Senior Carl could be exposing his back towards a potential crossfire here. And once again, they played this as safe as possible, Riku.
It's definitely a more open plant than the usual default. I like this from Astro here. Look at the tripwire, spots out anyone that's coming through.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, they didn't even have a chance to retaliate. 1MS again ahead of their competition. ZOL, give them a map. They look so lost.
Yeah, the fact that it was, again, an important, a lot of rifles, and that's why it's the panic button. It is going to be that timeout for ZOL Esports, which is understandable, because it was the cleanest round that I've seen on Bind here, on this series. And first MegaSaver, the way that they, layer all this utility, I'll flash through long, I'll do this, I'll do that, and it was so perfect. The peak of, it was just access for Senior Carl to gain entry through these sites, and after landing all those important shots, they were able to already set up post plant without the spike even down just yet. And with all members up, that means all utility is up, which makes it very hard for ZOL to get that retake down.
1MS is so robotic right now.
Yeah.
I mean that in the nicest way possible, in the most respectful way possible. They are just so efficient, it's scary. Okay, guys, we have spike down, throw the molly, do this, do that. I feel like this is by far the best they've played in the entire split so far. It's so clean.
Very.
Wow.
It's very wow. It's again, you mentioned that the growth, it felt like, you know, very brawl heavy and stuff like that. And the thing is, this is ZOL's map. This is ZOL's map, and their win rate on defense is much, much higher than what we've seen on attack. And now back to Eco for ZOL. Let's see what they do. They only have a Neural Theft. No access to any of the important ults unless Kevzi gets a double kill or get orb control.
Scout destroyed.
Oh?
Uh-oh.
Didn't see
Well, it does look like 1MS want to continue that clean play style. Chin baiting potentially Patman into Senior Carl's crosshairs. And now ZOL working on whatever they can with these lesser weapons. I wouldn't be surprised if they're a little shell-shocked at the moment. 1MS, the onslaught continues. Cabbage is in the way. Kakarot can't get rid of it in time. We'll still have an avenue of exit here. And look at that. A mad dash towards B. We do have one problem. That's Kevzi. The head has been shown. Shin can't heal himself up, but they still continue with this. No fear whatsoever. Senior Carl could give up a Vandal. And this could be a turning point for Kevzi. Lands yet another one. Numbers still going in the favor of 1MS. ZOL, they could pounce on this right now. 2 members on the side of 1MS. Decently damaged. Ching goes for teleport play again. And look at this. They're still not sold on this teleport. Channy Boy could get one. That's enough. Oh my gosh.
Very important. Zind a bit damaged. Only having a close range gun.
Oh my gosh.
One enemy
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh wow.
No one to interrogate.
Raph.
I feel like for a good moment we were just fans, you know?
We were just fans. Yeah, we were in awe. You know, like I guess it's just one of those things where not only having a very cohesive plan, but also the fact that to have the confidence in, again, taking a lot of these high risk, high reward kind of plays is paying off. The fact that they reeled in Senior Carl, they reeled in Patman out of the bats for someone to be on off angle right behind someone from MegaSaver. It feels like a very solid read time and time again.
Man, it feels like 1MS have cashed in all their brownie points from VOD reviewing because they're locked in. To be more apt with you, they are locked in as all hell. ZOL, they have to find a way to rattle this super stoic version of 1MS. They're gambling a little bit here towards this site. They have 3 players, but no Sentinel. They're still a little worried from that early hookah pressure. Insanity again, tearing up the defense. They still have more problems to deal with. Senior Carl prepping a jump, perhaps. Nightfall, just to give Kevzi a run for his money. Orbital Strike will land. Nothing will get eliminated here. Laser upon you again. Oh no. Is it falling apart for ZOL? Micro puts on the cape, but villainous behavior again by 1MS.
Cage triggered.
Last player
And
standing.
it went out the day. Insanity.
down
1v2. They know where he is. They can play this as patient as possible. The spike is in no man's land. Insanity looking to pie this out. Get as many individual fights. But Kakarot with a 4K to keep him afloat. ZOL strikes back.
Again, ZOL Esports really needed that round to deny match point. And Kakarot, they were aware and ready for any aggressive space pushing that 1MS really like to do. But again, I want to point out that hold from Insanity to be patient. I'm going to stay looking at bats. I know somebody's going to push. I thought it was going towards 1MS's favor. But ZOL Esports, maybe, just maybe, you're trying to pick up the pieces now and maybe have downloaded what 1MS has been doing so far.
Perhaps ZOL want to corrupt that data, reset it back to 0. Senior Carl with a showstopper, always a threat, plus Astro and his orbital strike. Could be a deadly combination. ZOL looking to be a bit more cheeky here with the closer angles. Patman has his ult out and a judge in hand. So the moment this tripwire is going to fall, he might just pounce on their opportunity here. 1MS changing the tempo once more.
It's 60 seconds on the clock here. There's a tripwire, and Patman just ready to greet you with a judge. So hookah feels like a very dangerous spot to entry from.
Ooh. Response still maybe in the works for ZOL here. A lot of fog of war to be dealt with on both sides.
It's a teleport.
And again.
Blinded.
I've heard that teleport, but look at this. They're still not committing. Look at Patman. Still standing still, waiting for that lurk. Insanity could get a free double here. Nobody's looking in his direction. Do they know he's here anyway?
Now they know.
Now they do. They've been alerted. Senior Carl also gets one. A little confused as Zol. Where are they committing? Where are they fighting? Kevzi keeps the front line alive, but this gives 1MS potentially the information they need to jump towards B. Zind with a decay shreds everybody apart. 10 seconds left. 2v2. Astro still has that orbital strike, and he is gonna run for his life. Zol, do they anticipate that deep positioning? Because it looks like he's bamboozled everybody. Orbital strike is still in his hands. Molly also there. He's gonna wait for the tap. Beautiful timing here. He finds one. Wants to confirm. He dodges back in. Astro, this could be your play of the season. Is that gonna land? Kevzi can't stick it. He's down to half health. 63 HP and a lot more patience from the Brimstones here. Astro and Kevzi both very seasoned. And it looks like Astro's the one to slip up despite everything. Zol, they managed to stay alive one more time.
Wow. Dude, I am in shock. I'm in awe right now. The fact that, again, that was an amazing play. The fact that there was just so many factors where, okay, Kevzi's like, maybe they've rotated already. They're going to come up from elbow. Maybe this was the plan. But again, it wasn't planted for CT. You really had to scour your way. You really had to turn. You really had to travel some sort of distance to get an eye on that prize. And 1MS, they're so close. Yet Zol still holding out.
That download bar for Zol also filling up very slowly. They finally pushed 1MS into an eco situation. We do have two... I've never seen that before. Anyhow, we do have two hero rifles on the side of 1MS, but they are quickly reduced to atoms. Ching tries to pick up one. Retrieved already. At least this gives them a fighting chance, but Ching will get cornered a little bit. More movement on the defensive side. And look at the certainty of Zol to just hold this angle here. Where can 1MS go at this point?
Just stay. Because I guess your only entryway to B is that hookah area. But there's a camera there. There's a Cypher tripwire there. Honestly, your options are very limited right now.
They are. And a whiff by Patman would have given them maybe that extra body to work with in this, I believe, 2v4. Micro is also just a stone's throw away from death's door. Danny Boy performing all game round. Has been spotted, has been discovered. Not even chasing the rabbit here despite all that utility. Trying to give his teammates a lot more confidence, but he sees one. They line up, they nearly line up. Ching can help again. Perhaps not for him. Kevzi denies yet again. Kevzi has just been so good in that last 5-round span.
That was scary. They almost lined up just exactly as he said, and that could have been a possibility. Again, it was a half buy. 1MS, again, had to pick up the pieces from earlier. Oh, wasn't a half buy? Was it a full buy? Because I know there was it's like a half broken buy, if you will, coming from first MegaSaver. And you could tell the frustration coming from 1MS. It's like they're really hungry for this match point. But Zol not breaking from the pressure. And they have a lot of ults to work with to seal this 10 to 11.
Maybe have to take a quick glance at the playbook here. Diversify just a tiny bit. 1MS stalled out. Zol getting more and more towers up for this defensive endeavor. And now Patman going for a solo duel towards Showers here. Kevzi ready with the orbital strike. Will once again disjoint this attack. Gets Ching. Channy Boy gets one. Trades a little bit cleaner on the side of Zol. Can't get that nowhere near quickly enough. Lineups may come, but the body advantage is still very much present. They can't get the spike into safer tides here. There's 1MS. Once again, waiting for a peek. Just an unnecessary peek on the side of Zol, but they are giving away nothing.
Yeah, they have no access to the spike right now. It's pretty much stuck at A shorts. It's GN Sanity now slowly walking away from it. Walking towards it, rather. And you gotta love Zol's hold here. Very patient. They're trying to buy time off of this. That's 30 seconds on the clock. Not a lot for 1MS, though.
Channy, don't do it. He gets one. I can't believe he gets away with that, too. Trades are there, too. Kevzi, once again, the glue of this team, keeping this as competitive as possible. He still has a haunt. Insanity has nothing but his gun. potentially that could be enough. 2 defenders from Heaven. Kevzi again gets a kill for himself. And ZOL, they are sneaking 1 round away from 1MS yet again.
Exactly. Now it's 11-10. It looked really good on the side of 1MS, and the fact that ZOL Esports, they did consume 2 ults for that retake. It was pretty close.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, ZOL Esports, very close to equalizing the scoreboard and possibly making it into a possible map 3, maybe even an overtime, Raph.
That's definitely not out of the question. That's definitely not out of the question here. 1MS. They have to think long and hard with what they can do, because they will be pushed into a reset if this round fails.
Yeah, exactly. What happened earlier was that even though 1MS had complete control of the site, the spike was in no man's land and they couldn't reach through it as Heaven was pretty much open. They couldn't smoke it out at all. And that was I think the reason why they had a very hard time. But just as you said, it is Channy Boy really stepping up on the side of first MegaSaver, really getting a lot of these kills and a lot of these clutches. The fact that, you know, you are one of the initiators, so important for you to get that utility, maximize that utility from the first instance the barrier breaks and up until the very end for a possible clutch.
This goes here.
ZOL is not out of the woods just yet. First Megasavers, perhaps that temporary buff is waned. Although they go for a really conservative buy here, even though they could have realistically bought up. They want an even more stable economy. It looks like they're willing to play into overtime or maybe even get an op onto the hands of one of their players here. As a fast take towards Hookah is going to be denied here. Senior Car decently quiet these last few rounds. Get an early pick and Patman gets double dinked to Oblivion. Zin gets discovered, and despite that tag, will still find one for himself. Somehow this is falling apart for 1MS. Shing retaliates. Trailblazer still out. Close range battles, claustrophobic, and a bit more stressful for Micro to really wade out of this one in this classic. How do they take it away? What on earth was that?
10 HP clutch. That was what we witnessed, everybody. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe my eyes. And it all started great for 1MS, honestly. But a lot of these trades, and the fact that Micro was uncontested here, the flick to kill Senior Carl over there inside tubes was the, again, game changer on that round. And it would have been great if it was 1MS on that match point. But still, it wasn't eco, wasn't expensive, it wasn't enough to whittle down the resources of ZOL Esports just yet, though.
Bring them down.
Early flash. Maybe 1MS is going to go for a more aggressive stance here. Sin will find the spearhead. That is Senior Carl. They do have a neural theft available. Your runaway operator has had ample time to reposition and do damage. Insanity still very much ready to take this fight. Can't get that confirmed on an unnecessary double dip. Micro again could be the potential hero. They still don't clear him out. What is going on by 1MS? The Insanity finally pops his head. And now they run over B. It's all up to Kevzi yet again to get an impossible clutch. That's gonna buy him a little bit of space. And this is doable. Gets one. Tries to get yet another. Kakarot not on the board here. Insanity, Astro, and Ching. This has to be one out by an honest duel. Kevzi can't jump over it. They missed the window. There's no time. They're still not risking it. Kevzi, he could have gotten that. And again, this man is playing out of his mind, but 1MS extend the lead to one more round. And here we have match point, series point.
Oh man, dude. The fact that, again, Ching was shining bright on Ascent. A little bit quiet in the first half, and now he just explodes with that 4K there. And again, that was so important for them to get match point. Now we are in reach, Raph, of this overtime. Will 1MS break this momentum away from ZOL? We'll see.
I've got your trail.
ZOL, weaker weapons. Kevzi on that Vandal. He's fully activated, a few away from that orbital strike, and definitely not out of reach. Perhaps this is an overextension. No, it's certainty. Absolutely sure of himself is Senior Carl, and that is going to run it down just a little bit more for ZOL. Seekers by Micro, trying to do some work here, try to give them some space. Kevzi has to be patient. Kakarot chiming in, contributing! But Senior Carl with a gigantic ult puts ZOL to sleep, and 1MS absolutely annihilate the series.
I know I keep
Oh,
saying
dear.
it every time. We are all in shock. We are like in awe right now with the performance of what it looked a bit dicey at the middle of that second half, because it felt like ZOL was already gaining their momentum. It felt like they were already downloading what MS was trying to do. But no, that explosive finish, that double kill on that showstopper, every single thing was going right, and 1MS. They're on fire. Again, the growth of this team is just really impressive.
I feel like you've said more than enough to really put the crown and appreciation on 1MS, because again, it just looked so lopsided, you know, with the recent history of ZOL and them taking down Juggernaut after Juggernaut runs into an evolved first MegaSaver who's become a raid boss in itself as a team.
Exactly, and that was an important win too. Getting that 2-0. Remember, if we look at the standings, while ZOL is fighting for top 2, securing that like that extra step onto playoffs. First MegaSaver, they're only 2 to 4 in the standings. They really want that third win, and they're able to get that on the board because they're bottom 4 at the moment. But with this win now, it feels like it could. It feels like they really. In reach of that qualifiers to get through playoffs.
That they did, and first MegaSavers, they really want it, and that type of spirit to compete and just to get better. It looks like it's fully ignited. Kevzi was no slouch. Kakarot and everybody on the board was contributing in spades. But this was as close as it could be. I feel like that was the most entertaining series so far, or at least my personal favorite of the circuit.
I think it's completely understandable because, again, while these two teams have many, many different reasons and why this series is so important for them, and more so for 1MS, because again, you don't want to be on that bottom 4 on the standings, because both of these teams have only 3 games each left on the regular season, and that's why we said every game will count, and right now, every game, they have to win. More so for 1MS. And they have done it. One of the greatest upsets that we've seen this regular season up against ZOL Esports.
They got destroyed.
Yeah.
I would just say it, the analyst hat is off, the fan hat is on. Oh my goodness, first MegaSaver. A terror today. Hopefully, this is the type of trajectory that they are going for the rest of the weeks, for the rest of the split, because they look like they just went through a gigantic power spike.
I know. We talked about the improvements that first MegaSaver have done. I mean, they've won a couple of series in the past, but when it comes to the big names that we usually see, we're talking about the top 3. They would struggle, but this against ZOL was very convincing. The fact that it was a 2-0, it was close. It felt like they were losing steam, especially in the defense. We talked about the stats of ZOL. They're more comfortable on buy-in when it comes to defense. But no, MegaSaver says, nope, the numbers, they don't mean anything in this series when you're up against us.
The craziest thing to me is that ZOL didn't even underperform.
Yeah.
They were playing their game.
Yeah.
They were, I would say, pretty sharp with their protocol. It looked like it was intentional. There wasn't any questionable plays on the immediate eye test. Of course, we're going to find something on the more careful VOD review.
Oh, yeah.
Still, if it wasn't an obvious mistake, then wow, MegaSaver, first MegaSaver, that's just pure insanity.
Yeah, I think, honestly, there were a lot of decisions coming from first MegaSaver where it felt like they were reading ZOL Esports like a book. They were reading a lot of positions that ZOL you know, were prepped to take, you know, I'm gonna push baths, I'm gonna push this and stuff like that. But first MegaSaver were ready. It was all a part of their plan. And no matter what ZOL Esports did, while there were a few shining moments, especially when they were creeping up to a possible overtime, first MegaSaver, there was one, I think it was Ching that was able to break off that curse. You know, like, okay guys, it's time to finish. After a long streak of ZOL on defense, it's time. Getting that 4K was so important for them to seal that deal and get through match point.
We do have a streaking day. First it was Sunset, now it's ZOL's Bind.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's been an interesting rollout for all of our teams here, and I can't help but say that, you know, we're so thankful for the way the teams have been getting better and have researched their way onto their strengths. And I guess we all appreciate the time they've been putting in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's just a lot to just digest in this series. I think for both teams, if you're a fan of 1MS, definitely like this is like, yeah, let's go. And again, there was a lot of things to dissect, right? Like not only the way that they were reeling in some of these fights, but also the way that, you know, you got G Insanity on that operator. You know, a lot of people like maybe ZOL wasn't prepared for that, but then a lot of Channy Boy moments as well on these highlights.
They just played so good. It's crazy. Like, everybody had their clutches on both ends. That micro classic clutch was the craziest thing too. This narrow escape by 1MS is also so hype. And once again, it's not like any of these players were underperforming. That was just such a well-played match across the board. I know I sound like a broken record, but I kind of wish every game was this competitive.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like high quality, really entertaining Valorant that we definitely just witnessed there. I mean, props to 1MS again. They weren't broken by that clutch. Was it Micro or Zin that did the clutch again on the pistol clutch? They weren't like deterred at all by that
It was
play.
Micro.
It was Micro. Yes, my memory.
The sky
Micro.
clutch with the classic.
Yes. For some reason, I'm so used to Micro controller.
I mean, you know, that's where he's made his bones and he's made his money. But for now, guys, we'll have to sign off. Again, my name's Raf. That is Riku. We will now be throwing you to the panel. So bye-bye.
Nako, casters, huwag kayong mag-alala. Wala kaming problema na nagkamali yung prediction namin. Ang mahalaga, hindi na naig ang Osiris plus Ray Rakers.
Wow.
Okay tayo dito. Okay tayo dito. We take those. That is a win in our book. Anong oras na, Wolf?
9:16 pa lang. Parang
early
kakaiba, no?
Ready ka na, Fluffy, magpahinga? Ready na ako eh. Diba, masaya tayo ngayon. Pero syempre, hindi pa naman tapos ang lahat. Meron pa tayong pag-uusapan dito at meron pa tayong kakausapin mamaya pa lamang. Pero sa tingin mo ba, Fluffy, ano yung naging pivotal factor dito? Kasi hindi ito yung 1MS na lagi nating nakikita in these past couple of weeks.
I feel like ang daming kilala mga pangalan sa 1MS, but the ones that are quote-unquote underrated have really stepped up. In Game 1, si Senior Carl on his jet, and in Game 2, si Channy Boy, really proving yung power ng Fade.
Gusto ko nga i-echo yung sinabi dito ni Fluffy kasi si Senior Carl for the longest time, 'di ba? Parang alam na natin magaling siya. Pero itong record niya ngayon plus 14 siya. Yung difference siya ng kills tsaka ng deaths. And then if you also take note kay si Channy Boy, quietly doon plus 11. Walang nakalapit sa performance silang dalawa. Really popping off from game 1 and game number 2. Tapos parang may mga rounds na parang akala mo wala na to. This is definitely gonna be taken by ZOL. Hindi, nananalo pa yung 1MS because of those two players.
Totoo naman, no? And sakto yan kasi si Channy Boy actually, yung MVP natin for this series. Ituloy mo na, Wolf, kasi parang ang hirap talaga na hindi siya pagdaanan sa discussion na to. Yung fade niya dun sa bind, kahit ako napapabilib na paano mo nagagawa yun? Hindi lang yung utility niya yung nakikinabang, yung tutok na din, alive today.
Sobra. Imagine mo, ano yung 316 ACS? Saan ka nakakita ng ganito kataas na ACS? And Just by game number 2 alone dun sa fade niya, parang dun mo masasabi na ito yung parang game of his career kung alam mo yun. So far for Chani Boy, hindi makakalimutan isang masterclass ng paglalaro ng fade. At the same time, yung utility usage. Sobrang notable nung paggamit nila ng Prowler plus the double satchel. I think yun yung madaming rounds silang na-open dahil doon.
Nako, Mr. Fade himself, Fluffy02. Alam kong nung unang nirelease tong agent na to, ikaw tong napakadaming lineups for Fade. Ano masasabi mo? Impressed ka ba kung paano ginamit ni Chani Boy itong agent na to?
Yes, but honestly, I'm more surprised that they even chose to pick that agent, to be honest. Because out of all yung mga initiators natin, especially ngayon sa meta, may Gecko, the nerf yung Sky, ganun, may people who normally play Breach. Out of all, they just go Fade.
They figured it out.
It's a weird pick.
Surprise talaga eh, no? Pero na-impress pa rin naman tayo. Nag-wonder lang ako, ready na kaya si Chani Boy na makausap tayo para malaman natin kung ano yung mga thoughts niya, yung thought process niya nung nilalaro niya yung game na yun. As well as kung ano yung nangyari dun sa comfort nila. Kasi katulad nga ng sinabi ni Fluffy, kung titingnan natin yung past games ng one MegaSaver dito sa mapa na to, hindi ito yung usual composition na ginagawa nila no? Yes, I mean, pag tinignan natin yung previous results nila, we would see Gian Sanity on that Chaos, and your Carl, of course, still on that Race. Si Chani Boy would actually be on that Sky. So, why do you think that paano niya ba nilaro itong Fade this time around, Fluffy, na mas naging effective pa yung play niya versus when he was playing on the Sky?
I feel like yung biggest difference lang is the fact that when you use your utilities, since you're not the one who's flashing, you can really, pwede kang sumabay basically sa nag-e-entry. Pwede kang tumulong, nakatutok ka na, ready na yung, naka-out yung gun, and the Prowler can really tank a lot of trips that you don't have to. So it's a less risky way to play. And of course, the scan is a very big difference that helps you see through a lot of these smokes that normally in bind, isang bagsakan lang yun ng smokes, tapos wala na. So the moment that you have that area revealed, it's a lot easier to take most of the side.
Yes. And sabi mo naman kanina, Wolf, dito ka rin na-impress kay Senior Carl kasi grabe yung space-making capabilities niya. So, ang ganda talaga na naging lineup nila dito. Pero ito na nga, ready na yung interview natin. Alamin natin mula kay Chani Boy himself kung ano nga ba yung naging thought process sa composition na to. Hi, Chani Boy!
Hello po, good evening po.
Hello.
Good evening. Congratulations sa panalo nyo, no? Sobrang, kung nakita mo yung panel namin before nag-start tong series ito, sa totoo lang, ang prediction namin kanina all was ZOL. Pero we're so happy to be proven wrong kasi napakaganda ng performance nyo. Ano ba yung naging changing factor sa inyo? Paano yung naging preparation nyo? Bakit ganito ka-strong yung performance nyo today?
Bago ko po sagutin yan, gusto ko lang pong magpating sa sponsors ng One MegaSaver. Sa TNC Predator, sa Astral Vision, Boss Mark, and first of all sa First MegaSaver. Let's go! And yung preparation po, nag-scrims lang kami the day before and nanggulo sa virtual reality. Yun lang.
Wow! Parang gusto magtanong ng details doon. Anong panggugulo sa virtual reality? Pwede mo bang expound ng kaunti yun?
Parang ako yung kinabahan naman.
Lang po, naglibot-libot, nakipag-usap sa mga random people sa virtual reality. And I think, yun po yung nakapag-help na makapag-refresh ng utak ng team. And also yung team bonding po.
Team bonding?
Nice. Okay. Ako question ko dito, like dun kay Chani Boy. Kasi pag binalikan natin, bago tong match na to, struggle talaga. There was a losing streak. Sinabi mo na nag-VR kayo para ma-refresh yung utak nyo. But what other stuff did you do para makalimutan na, okay, we have to get out of this slump para makakuha na ng 2-0?
Nag-open forum po yung team and then dun na nagkalabasan ng mga kailangan improve and mga bagay na kailangan mas i-focus instead of just playing it out na walang parang playing in the dark ganun. Parang nung nag-open forum kami dun na shed yung light and then enlighten na yung first MegaSavers.
Ganda. Thank you so much for that.
Well, for me naman, I have a more game-focused question, which actually kind of brought up a while ago when she asked me. So I'll just ask you instead since ikaw naman naglaro. So you played so well nung second game on Fade. Pero yung tanong, bakit Fade? Kasi ang daming ibang mga initiators na magaganda and in a way, more popular. Mga Gecko, pwede naman mag-Breach. So bakit sa lahat ng initiators Fade yung bagay sa team nyo?
Actually po, first time ko lang mag-fade. Yun po yung sinabing, mag-fade ka. And then, first time ko pong gamitin si fade sa tournament ever.
But why choose the agent? Dahil sa util lang or wala lang? Nag-script kayo parang, okay, bagay.
Parang nag-re-agent po kami and then sabi, sige wag na tayo mag-double smoke, mag-double in na lang. And then, Sky ako. Then, Chan, ikaw mag-fade. Then, yun na.
Oh, okay. Dali lang pala.
Tapos nag-MVP ka pa? Ha?
Ay,
Unbelievable.
Okay, siguro minsan talaga akala natin comfort pick natin yung isang agent. So dapat, ang lesson na natutunan natin mula kay Chani Boy is diversify natin. Try natin lahat ng agent. Huwag natin i-assume na, ay, hindi ko to feel. Kasi malay mo, mag-pop off ka. Malay mo, maging Chani Boy ka bigla, di ba? Magulat ka na lang. Ang galing. Ang galing talaga. Hindi yun yung ine-expect kong sagot at all. Kung nakita mo rin yung reactions ng mga analysts natin dito, hindi rin nila ina-expect yun. So, commended. Ang galing. Ang galing na nag-MVP ka pa doon. Ganda ng performance mo and the rest of your team. Papalapit na tayo sa end of the regular season. Sino pang mga teams ang excited kayo na makalaban?
actually, neutral na lang po kami kasi nakalaban na po namin yung biggest teams which are Naos and Oasis. Sila po yung nilook forward namin. Ngayon po parang focus na lang kami on how to improve yung laro pa namin and pag-iigihan pa namin yung mga laro na.
Okay, that's very nice to hear. Congratulations once again, Chani Boy, and amazing story. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. Have a good night. Yan,
Mami, nasa TV na ako!
Balik na muna kayo sa virtual reality. Doon muna ulit kayo.
Man.
Grabe!
Hindi ako makapaniwala.
Ako rin!
First time
Medyo
na
out
pala
of words ako. Medyo out of words ako. Sa totoo lang.
Kaya pala
Oo.
hindi natin ma-explain. Kaya pala siya kakaiba, Fluffy, kasi wala lang, naisip lang nila. It's,
Wala, paano
I
natin
wish
alam
I was
kung
that
di nila
good.
alam?
Oo. Anong stats? Try mo nga to. Ganun lang. Ganun lang yung naging usapan. O, tignan na nga natin yung updated tournament standings natin dito sa regular season. Medyo nakakakaba to, Wolf, kasi nga, tulad ng sinasabi ko throughout this day, konting-konti na lang playoffs na tayo, which means crucial na lahat ng matches. May
Yes.
nakikita ka ba dito na nasa alanganin na talaga?
Yung ano talaga, 8, 9, and 10. Not because they're there, pero dahil dito sa araw na to, biglang nanalo yung JustUs, hindi in-expect. And obviously, yung first MegaSaver na tuloy-tuloy yung losing streak, but they kind of got back. So, it kind of tells us na yung ranks 6 and 7 ay sobrang dikit na dikit. At the same time, lumayo lalo yung Geek Fam, Valhalla, and APH when it comes to their chances of getting into the playoffs. So, talagang if you're Geek Fam, Valhalla, and AIM, nako, magdadasal ka na talaga sa lahat.
Yeah, I feel like yung scariest part talaga is yung middle of the pack because there's still a couple games remaining for each team. So pagkatapos nun, kahit sa ngayon titignan mo parang 4th or 5th ka, may chance na pwede kang bumagsak in that danger zone.
Yes, very dangerous indeed. Sobrang dikit talaga eh. Hindi ko na ipe-paint yung full scenario right now kasi wala naman tayong kompletong listahan kung sino pa dito sa mga teams yung may mga upcoming matches. And of course, ano rin yan eh, meron rin tayong hierarchy, kumbaga merong mga stronger teams na mas makakalaban pa ng mga teams dito, samantalang yung iba na napagdaanan na nila yun. So, hindi natin siya mape-paint fully dito sa based sa ating tournament standings. Pero ayun na nga guys, nalaman na natin ang current scenario ng ating regular seasons. Marami pang pwedeng magbago pagdating bukas and of course for the weeks to come before pa tayo mapunta sa playoffs. Pero for now, nais po muna namin magpasalamat muli sa aming mga sponsors dahil syempre lahat ng aksyon na napapanood natin ay hindi posible kung wala kayo. So maraming salamat po sa Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer organizer of the VALORANT Challengers Philippines 2024, presented by PPGL, the biggest esports league in the country.
At syempre, maraming salamat din sa ating official super app, ang Grab. Score Grab's lowest price ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos lang with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
And last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Maraming salamat po. Maaga po kaming natapos tonight. Pero bukas, kita-kita ulit tayo for more VALORANT Challengers Philippines action. This has been Likeable.
Fluffy.
And we're signing off. Good night.
Warriors fighting back. There's the showstopper. And it's one. No, they don't overwhelm. They don't overwhelm at all. This is going to be pandemonium. He spots out two. He wants to do, and Nico gets it. Risky as can be. Oh my God.